a world of new and astonishing transformations arises, with opportunities and challenges demanding global, urgent, disruptive responses to rethink models, reduce inequalities, and recharge growth. A new global order must be created, where dignity and impact on humanity are our core values. The solution to accelerate change exists. Latin America is a true new world, with the strategic geopolitical position and aspirations beyond its continental dimensions. With abundant natural reserves, Latin America boasts the planet's greatest biodiversity, a young and growing population driving emerging markets with the vitality of a rich and diverse culture. With FII Priority Summit Rio de Janeiro, the strength of a giant is revealed. Brazil, gateway to Latin America, home to most of the Amazon rainforest, transforming resources with science and innovation. The energy that moves Brazilians comes from renewable sources. The country leads in agribusiness and modernizing agriculture, generating biofuels and record-breaking food crops. The diversified industry surprises with its high technology and production capacity. The entrepreneurial and collaborative spirit of its people accelerates new business models. And investments in cutting-edge research are boosting advances in health and biotechnology. It's a young democracy overcoming its greatest challenges, with social inclusion policies, creative and sustainable solutions. Achievements that add to Brazilians' creativity and talent, distinctive of a welcoming country, unique and yet plural, comprised of many peoples and different cultures.
Muchas gracias. Obrigada. One more big round of applause for our capoeira dancers. Yes. Gracias. Gracias. Bom dia. Prazer estar aqui.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here.
FII Priority Summit in Brazil. To the game changers in the room and to those watching on our streaming platforms, we are going to pick up right where we left off yesterday. Yesterday, we were graced with Mr. President Luis Ignacio Lula da Silva. Today, we're going to hear from the Vice President, Mr. Geraldo Alckmin. And we also have the CEO of the FII Institute, Mr. Richard Arias, here in the audience. One big round of applause for him. Yes. Let's let the world know the kind of community and the kind of energy that we are creating here. Resounding applause and a ripple effect that will lead to the heart of every tech and every innovator, every tech entrepreneur out there. So we begin by looking to the future, our board of the future. It is estimated that the population of the global south is between 50 and 55% under the age of 25. So what are these young leaders doing to think of innovative solutions to tackle humanity's biggest challenges? And for that, I am honored to welcome my board of the future, and it begins with Wemimo Abi, who is the co-founder and co-CEO of Esusu Ventures. Big round of applause for Wemimo. We're also going to hear from Wenyi Kai, who is the CEO of Polymath Ventures. Wenyi, come onto the stage. Professor Vanda Witoto, who is the Executive Director of the Witoto Institute. Maximo Masoko, who is the founder of EcoHouse Global, also an environmental activist and an environmental founder. And finally, Gabriela Rocha, the CEO of Laboratoria. Vanda Witoto, can we get you onto the stage? Obrigada. All right, we are honored to have you here, the young leaders that are leading the future. Wemimo, I want to start with you. What are some of the main obstacles that young entrepreneurs and young founders face, especially in Latin America and globally?
Well, thanks a lot for having me here today, and good morning, everyone. It's such a delight to be here. I think that's a fantastic question, but before I do that, I always like to go down memory lane a little bit because it informs particularly that question. So for me, I grew up in the slums of Lagos, Nigeria, lost my dad at the age of 2, and I was raised by my mother and 2 very spirited sisters. And one thing my mother fundamentally believed in was just the importance of education. She afforded my school fees with 60% of her salary, and that's essentially what led me to transition from Nigeria to the United States. I immigrated from 80-degree weather in Lagos to negative 22 degrees in Minnesota, which was a character-building experience. And during that transition, something important happened. My mother and I did not have a credit score. We walked into one of the biggest financial institutions to borrow money, and we were turned away and had to go borrow money from a predatory lender at over 400% interest rate. My mother sold my dad's wedding ring. We borrowed money from church members, and that's how we got started in the United States. So really inspired by that experience, that's what led us to start the company, built on a very fundamental premise that no matter where you come from, the color of your skin and your financial identity shouldn't determine where you end up in life. You know, when I think about some of the challenges that young entrepreneurs sort of face, particularly in Latin America and globally, because I have a global perspective from Africa to the United States, number one is access to funding. You know, when we started Esusu, we spoke to 326 investors, and we got a lot of no's. People were saying the kind of challenges we're addressing wasn't quite ripe for funding. But today, that company is now valued at $1 billion, seeing over $110 billion in rent volume across the United States and growing. Number two is access to infrastructure, particularly in a place like Latin America. When you think about internet services, when you think about making sure we have the right regulatory frameworks in place, we need to bring a collective together to make sure we're trying as much as possible to level the playing field for young entrepreneurs. And the last thing I would sort of highlight, my third point, is just trying as much as possible to get access to concentrated information. In the United States, to do what we do, from a regulatory perspective, we need to sort of abide by 4,200 rules and regulations. I wonder what that is in Latin America, and I know it's definitely complex in places like the African continent. So for me, access to capital, the regulatory framework, and then infrastructure is very, very key.
And thank you, Emimo, for sharing your personal story of resiliency. I think all of you have just such a unique personal story, and one lesson for young people is also bring that to the forefront and
Absolutely.
let that inform the way you lead.
Absolutely.
Wenyi, on to you now. You moved here to Latin America, to Colombia specifically, not even knowing the language, and you were faced with sort of this middle-class trap, as you like to refer to it. So when we talk about the obstacles that young entrepreneurs face in Latin America, tell us about that stagnant middle class and that middle class trap that you try to overcome with Polymath.
Thank you. So in Latin America, we talk about, it's over 600 million population, and over 300 million of that is in the emerging middle class. Mm-hmm. And that is both a great challenge and a great opportunity, right? So the challenge being Latin America reached middle income status the earliest out of all the developing regions. But it has stagnated there for many decades for many different reasons. I usually focus on, when I talk about the middle income trap, particularly the productivity of the workers. So to put things in context, populous countries in Latin America like Brazil, like Mexico, they have over 50% of population working informally, right? Africa, similar, maybe even higher numbers. And even more, working in micro and small businesses. Those micro and small businesses, that productivity actually over the last 2 decades before the pandemic was decreasing rather than increasing. So at the end, the productivity gains, even though the countries are growing, the productivity gains was not being driven to a lot of the population, a lot of the businesses, and that the income was not increasing for this population. So that's really the middle income trap at a country level and kind of thinking about the wide population. I think where the big opportunity is digital really changes things, right? So when we build digital platforms, whether in auto repair and direct sales and so forth, we are increasing the take-home incomes of these micro and small businesses by 4, 5, 6, 7 times. It's not a 10, 20, 30% increase. And that is transformative. And I think that really speaks to how much potential is in the region if you really go and design well-tailored solutions to really bring that entrepreneurial energy and give the funding, the platforms, the know-how, and the tools to access bigger markets than just that neighborhood that they live in.
So technology is really, really making the difference right now, and especially the convergence of these very transformative, innovative technologies as well.
Exactly. I think it's always about technology, but also the application of technology, and that's where kind of the young leaders, particularly in the region, have a lot to do. And we'll talk more about that.
Gabriela, I want to take it to you now, because a big part of this middle income trap, so to speak, and even the dwindling middle class in Latin America, is the gender pay gap, and is the fact that you have numbers still in the region, like for example, the number of women entrepreneurs is 27% in the year 2024. So tell us about, what are the most significant obstacles for women to pursue entrepreneurship in our region?
Yeah, thank you so much, Mariana, for that question. I'm super happy to be here. I think it's important to put that question into context. So for the past 10 or 20 years, a huge focus of the gender agenda has been to get more women into the workforce, among many other things that we've been working on. And there have been significant advances. And the way we did that was we empowered women. We told women to sort of lean in. Women have been upskilling, including in tech, at historic rates. And we saw some gains. So today, for example, in computer science programs, women represent almost half of students. We've almost closed on a global level the educational attainment gap, almost, between women and men. And even in the tech sector, among junior roles, you see women there. The problem is when you look at actually what we tried to move, which was the labor force participation of women, it's changed almost zero.
So right, we're students, and we just get to that point.
Right, and we
and then we
enter
don't
the
make it to-
workforce.
right.
We enter the workforce, but something's happening that we're not staying there and we're not growing, right? So, and the numbers are the same that they were in the 90s. And there's a lot of things happening. So to answer your question about what are the challenges, it's not that women aren't there because they don't want to be or because they haven't worked hard to be. It's because there are all these systemic challenges that are keeping them from succeeding. So you mentioned the pay gap. Women still earn a fraction of what men earn. Women are promoted at half the rate. This is the first year that in the C-suite we have less women than we had the year prior. So there are multiple challenges. There's no childcare. There's no paid leave. And we're not designing the incentives and society so that women can actually succeed and not have to, burn out trying to do everything, trying to have it all. And what's interesting about this is that it's not just a human rights issue. This is an economic issue.
Absolutely.
It's a very important economic issue. We're here and we've barely talked about the issue of women. And I think we need to think about how much, we know there's data and we've seen it. We know that when women succeed, communities thrive. It's estimated that there could be, $20 trillion more dollars of annual GDP if we had more women in the workforce. So we need to align the incentives. My advice in terms of, getting, what will it take for women to thrive? They're doing everything they can to thrive. I think we need to start doing our part.
We need to support them, absolutely.
Yeah.
Professor Witoto, by the way, for Professor Witoto's intervention, I will urge the non-Portuguese speakers to use headphones, please. Honrada de tenerla aquí hoy. We're honored to have you here today, the Executive Director of the Witoto Institute. I'm originally from Venezuela, so you and I, we share with Brazil the Amazon River. This is the longest freshwater river in the world. And yet one of the biggest public health problems faced by indigenous people is access to clean water. What is the solution to this climate crisis and frankly a human rights issue? Professor Witoto.
Hari de Kwena. Kwema mekwe. Nairaio Witoto. Posso falar na minha língua?
I can speak my own language to you if you so wish,
Não posso.
but I cannot talk in my own native language. I've had a huge challenge to get here. I am coming from the state of Amazonas, from the Sem Fronteira tribe, and on the border of Brazil, Peru, and Colombia, the triple frontier between Brazil, Colombia, and Peru. I don't speak English, so communication was rather difficult, and it's an honor for me to come to this territory in Rio de Janeiro, which is an indigenous territory originally. The indigenous questions in Brazil and Latin America and in the world still poses a big challenge to us because the inequalities, social inequalities, economic inequalities imposed upon these people are daunting. These discussions that today we're tackling to face climate change, for example, they go through an economic issue in these great events, for example, and we, as indigenous peoples, are not inserted effectively in these discussions. When we talk about economic matters, the indigenous peoples, indigenous ethnic groups are not part of these processes. We're remembered. People remember us in pictures like this. But if I weren't here, there would be no indigenous representation to bring to you the reality of our people. And to face climate change, that the world, you are thinking about these issues, if you don't take into account indigenous ethnic groups, we're doomed to failure because it is us, indigenous women and indigenous youth in the territories, and with the absence of public officials and the public policies directed to ensuring the livelihoods of these people with fundamental rights like access to water. It's one of the biggest challenges in our territories. We are in a region, the Amazon region, that has the the biggest watershed in the world, but the indigenous territories and traditional communities don't have access to drinking water. People don't have proper access to drinking water. It is a universal good, which is essential to the lives of everyone on Earth. We indigenous groups are struggling to ensure that our territories won't be ransacked and they won't be looted or pillaged because there is a policy in this state to withdraw these territories from us, to invade our territories. And it dates back to the very inception of Brazil to try and extinguish indigenous people in Brazil and in Latin America as a whole. It dates back to colonization. We, as a people, indigenous women, for example, we put our lives at risk and our territories at risk to preserve this land, which today in Brazil, it is under our care. 13% of Brazilian territory is under our care. And the 13% that I'm talking about will ensure the conservation and preservation of 89% of the biodiversity that we have on the planet as a whole to face climate change. But we're not taking into account when it comes to public policies. Our organizations do not receive proper climate investments. Our organizations at the forefront are not cared for or taken into account. It's extremely important so that we will face these challenges with a view to reducing inequalities and having greater impacts. We have to look at companies, corporations, and governments, and they have to look at us. They have to look at indigenous communities and peripheral communities and African Brazilian people, African Latin American people. It is us with social technologies and ancestral technologies. As David Koppenhauer says, we're still holding on to this land and the skies so that they won't fall over your heads due to lack of care. É por isso que nós gostaríamos de
you and your people in the discussion to be able to come up with the solutions. Can we give her a big round of applause, please? Thank you. Gracias. Obrigada. You are the ones ensuring that these natural resources are preserved, and you need to be helped in doing that. Maximo, when it comes to even convincing businesses to be able to prioritize sustainability efforts, like the ones that Professor Witoto just talked about, what are the challenges there? What have you encountered in your work in Argentina?
I'm working in sustainability and the climate ecological crisis since 15 years, my whole adult life. And I remember when I started studying environmental sciences 15 years ago, we were 4 in the class, only 4. Look in 15 years how the agenda changed, how it grew, like exponentially. Nowadays, in the top 5 topics that are commented, shared, liked in social media in the world, ESG is in the 5 top. And 70% of youth nowadays thinks that the climate ecological crisis is the #1 challenge they will face in their generation. That means that the demand grew. So the business, because of altruism, because of convenience, they don't
care. Have a choice.
They don't have a choice. They have to do something about this. I think that the main thing that we didn't figure out yet is how to deal with contradictions. For example, we are talking about territories, no? We need lithium to have a cell phone. We need gold. We need, mining, deforestation, all the things that we usually do to have this kind of events or the life that our suits, everything, no? And we still didn't figure out how to stop the devastation of nature and continue. It's not just fixing a couple of things, just being eco-efficient. We know that. So the new generations will have the #1 challenge will be how do we deal with contradictions? How do we put economy and nature in the same page in the same page, how do we value nature, and how can we develop without destroying the territory of our friends. That's our territory also, no?
So you would say that it's now become a corporate imperative for many businesses, but there still needs to be that reconciling, so to speak, of these contradictions.
I think the leaders from businesses, me being one also, we have startups, etc. We need to walk more the territory. We can be experts in finance, in any kind of science, in whatever, but if we stay behind the desk, it's very difficult to really connect with all our skills are but exponentially empowered if we also walk the territory.
So talk the talk and walk the walk, as we say, as we say in the States. Wemimo, onto you. Esusu, your company, helps people build credit scores and gain access to financial services. What would you say are the principles and values of Esusu that can be applied to Latin America and globally?
Absolutely. Some of the key principles, particularly at Esusu, is an African term, really engulfed in what our name stands for, and it's still Ubuntu. It's this idea of collectivism. You know, if you want to go fast, you go alone. But if you want to go far, we fundamentally need to go together. It's going to take ideas from folks like the professor, bringing a diverse perspective on how we need to protect the environment and fresh water. And for us, when I think about Esusu, when we built the company, it was built on the idea that the rising tide lifts all boats. We need to bring folks from different backgrounds to solve a particular challenging topic. We always ask people to think outside the box, but we don't let people that are outside the box engage to solve the world's pressing challenges. You know, I'll tell you a funny story. You know, when I was 16 years old, I got recruited to go play at Real Zaragoza, and I'm going to go pay homage to the Maracana, the mecca of soccer, or football. And my mother said, if you go to play soccer, you're going to be disowned. You're not my son anymore.
Wow.
And when I went to corporate America and I was working on Wall Street, I told my mother I was going to quit my job. And she said, well, I thought we made it. But it is important because when my company, Esusu, raised a round of financing of over $130 million, and I called my mother up, I'm like, hey, Mom, we just raised $130 million and the company's valued at $1 billion. You know what my mother said? She called and said, how's the wedding planning coming along? And the reason why that is important is this idea of proximity.
Okay.
Right? We always try as much as possible to also challenge and think about the toughest issues, but we don't have the right people in the room. So diversity, the idea of collectivism, if there's a child in the favelas that can afford to go to school, that child matters to me even if that child is not mine. You know, if there's a child, you know, in the south side of Chicago that can put a roof over their head, that child matters to me even if that child is not my nephew or my cousin. So it's this fundamental idea that our futures are inextricably tied together. And that's what we stand for at Esusu, and that's what has helped us build a company from zero to $1 billion.
Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere.
Absolutely.
Wenyi, on to you. When you look at the broader startup and VC landscape, there's obviously a lot of innovation flowing in the region. That is why we're here. What do you think is helping to push innovation forward, and what more can be done when you look at also what is happening at Polymath?
Right, so I think there's a couple of things I would want to address. One is, what is the evolution in the entrepreneurial ecosystem and technology ecosystem over the last decade? And building on Waniim's point before around connectivity, when I first came to the region, everybody was, the hot term to talk about was tropicalization. How can we take something from the US and bring it to Latin America? And actually, I don't hear a lot of that these days. And I think that's a very positive thing.
Absolutely.
Right? So what I see are entrepreneurs building for the problems that they observe locally. They're much more connected to what is actually happening on the continent, in their home countries, in their communities. And I think that's a much more powerful source of driving somebody not only to the reason for why your company should exist, but that coherence around the entire workforce, how you're connected to your customers, and so forth. So I think we not only have great successes like Nubank, showing the potential of Latin America, but also newer companies that are coming up. There's a company I love called Galgo, and they started because they noticed all the Venezuelan migrants actually in different countries, in Chile and other places, and started doing motorcycle loans for those migrants that were starting to, be in the Rappi and kind of delivery business, and that business has done incredibly well over just the last 4 or 5 years. So I think that those are, and you listen to these entrepreneurs, and I listen to them pitch to me at different stages, but I would say there's a huge trend over the last, 3 to 5 years where people are no longer all about, I think before there was this, the entrepreneur class was much more connected to the outside than they were connected to the home country and the home environment, and I see it totally different now. I think the other thing I would add is, at the same time that the local entrepreneurs are being more connected to what's happening in Latin America is attracting a lot more attention from the rest of the world. So that's actually an amazing combination, right? Because there are resources from outside that Latin America needs in order to build these transformative scaled businesses. It needs more capital, right, at all stages. It needs know-how. So for example, I'm quite connected to the Chinese entrepreneurial ecosystem and investment ecosystem, and those investors and those companies coming bring know-how, bring a willingness to bet on some risky bets because they've seen how those types of businesses have grown to just enormous sizes in China, and they believe that that potential exists in Latin America.
So the focus is good, and we need to seize the momentum. Gabriela, on to you briefly, because we're running short on time. When you give women not only the hard skills, but also the soft skills to be able to pursue careers and to be able to be entrepreneurs, how do giving them those skills really translate into meaningful employment opportunities for them, what you do at Laboratoria?
Yeah, so for those of you who don't know us, at Laboratoria we identify high potential women from under-resourced backgrounds, from low-income communities. We train them in tech and soft skills, like you mentioned, and then we connect them with the demand for tech roles in the sector. And we've been doing it for 10 years, and I think part of the success of our placement rate, because 80% of our students, 80% of our graduates start jobs in the tech sector, has been the fact that have been a few things. So first of all, we stay very close to the industry to understand their changing needs, because it's a sector that's constantly innovating, constantly changing. We saw last year with AI and with the layoffs, it's completely changed. So we stay very close to companies to make sure that we partner with them to understand their changing needs and adapt our curriculum and innovate our curriculum constantly for that. We also have an innovative learning methodology, so our students learn by doing. We try to emulate as much as possible real-world scenarios in the classroom to move away from traditional education, which actually has not done a very good job. And so there are a few ways we do it, and I think partnerships have been really key for that. We don't do anything in a vacuum. Nothing succeeds. I think that's a point that everyone here has made, and I think it's really important that we think about that now with AI and everything that's changing, how we need to come together to really make a difference so that these groups, these vulnerable groups, can actually succeed for the benefit of society and the economy as a whole.
So we only have 1 minute left. I want to finish with a rapid fire round to get one word in from each one of you. What do you think is one crucial skill that a young entrepreneur needs to thrive in this environment in Latin America and globally? Wemimo, I'll start with you. And Professor Wanda, you get the last word. Una palabra que se necesita para poder triunfar en este momento como joven empresaria indígena. Wemimo, empiezo contigo. We'll go all the way down.
Perseverance, fall down 7 times, get back there 8 times. Keep fighting.
Optimism.
Emotional intelligence and courage.
Learning continuously, never stop.
Coletividade.
Collectivity and example.
Connectivity. A big round of applause for our panel, the board of the future, how they are leading with innovation and hearts. Muchísimas gracias. Thank you very much. I'm going to ask you to get off stage and exit stage left. And I believe we now have, do we have our second panel? We have our second panel, I believe. I'm getting confirmation. No, we are actually going to toss to a video. So let's watch this video, please.
I think dispersing their funds to everybody, like that they can help equally.
Proper wealth disbursement from the top to bottom.
Que los gobiernos tengan más conciencia de invertir en educación, generar más empleo.
Spend more like public money on like colleges. You know, the education rates are pretty low, and it's tough because a lot of people, they want to stay in education, but they need to start working to provide for their family.
The whole Latin America is supposed to get together, united, as a one union, okay? As a one government, you know what I mean? One money, you know what I mean? The same currency, like the euro.
Invest in education, healthcare, and infrastructure.
I really don't think that a lot of that tourism money gets to where it should be to form an economic base for the people.
Certainly reaching out for more tourist dollars.
I think boosting collective prosperity really starts with people feeling that their leaders represent them.
There needs to be an understanding that those countries need to do what's right for them and right for their cultures and to protect their cultures, and not just to serve some sort of global economy that seeks to further exploit them.
Provide incentives for business owners at every scale to make decisions that are in the best interest of corporate social responsibility and climate.
Reducing plastic waste, reducing pollution.
I think you'd have to provide some economic incentives for people to take into account climate change.
They have to find ways to do that without like mass deforestation.
I think we have to clean our own house, to be completely honest with you.
If you can provide better jobs, people become more happy, less likely to leave the country, and perhaps lean towards more democratic societies.
Democracies die when people don't get involved.
One voice, one vote type like philosophy and approach.
You know, some of the government is all about themselves and they're not thinking about the people. And so I think that's part of the problem too, that, you know, they need to think about the strengths of their country and having that, seeing how that affects the everyday people.
I think it's good, strong political leadership.
Listen to the letters that are coming in, the calls that are coming in, and what the communities that you are leading need.
Support the people. I mean, let the money filter down to where it belongs.
Sustainable generational growth rather than staying in power for one more election term or staying, you know, keeping your people in power. I think it's really important to look at the big picture of what they're trying to accomplish.
Participate more in the international community.
They should be honest, real honest.
So as we just listened to the vision of our new leaders, it's also important to take into account the environment in which they operate, of course, the larger framework. And our next panel will delve into one of the most significant developments in this context, the rise of mega regions. Can investing in infrastructure, la infraestructura, turn mega cities into mega regions? And for that, we are honored to have Sergio Lamucci as our moderator, the executive editor of Valor Económico. Bienvenido.
Good morning to everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I'd like to thank FII Institute for the invitation to moderate this panel. Now we have three very important speakers. I'll announce the first one is Eduardo Paes, Mayor of Rio de Janeiro. Then we have two private sector executives. We have Mr. Alberto Griselli, Team Brazil CEO, And then we have Mr. Luis Perez, Chief Commercial Officer of King Salman International Airport. Well, I think we have an interesting discussion about how can investment infrastructure turn mega cities and mega regions. So I'll start with Mr. Eduardo Paes, and I'd like to hear your views as a mayor, as a public administrator. How you view these challenges, and how do you navigate them as a public administrator to stimulate investment and drive growth in the city?
I mean, we should be speaking in Portuguese, okay? But I'll do it in English.
No, you prefer to
No, do it in English. I'm just kidding.
Okay.
But let me try to say a few things here. First, I mean, as we know, in the world today, I'm not saying that the role of national countries are not as important as cities, but trade, deals, changes are much more between cities these days than between countries. This is something very important. What we see, and this is something that we need to understand, that it's the world has become more and more urbanized. When we talk about Latin America, we talk about 80% of the population living in cities. And this is not something that we can change anymore. So we need to adapt our cities to that condition. So when you talk about, and I think we have an amazing example here in Brazil, it's Rio and São Paulo. I mean, they are very near cities, they're close by, and there is a big problem, for instance, between the connection of these two cities. So it would be an amazing example. For example, I know that Vice President Geraldo Alckmin is coming here, but if we could have this fast train connecting Rio to São Paulo, that would improve the quality of this city. So I think our cities, the mega cities that we have today, they need more infrastructure, but it's also needed to connect these cities even more.
Okay, and what are you specifically doing to address these challenges?
I mean, there's one thing, when you look at how the world is being urbanized, I think the world has followed much more what I could say is the American model, which is not a good model. I mean, cities spread in a horizontal way. So what we're trying to do in Rio, as an example, it's trying to kind of lower these possibilities of spreading the city from a horizontal perspective and get the city back to its orange. So we have in Rio, we've been doing that for the past 15 years. How can we get the old downtown of Rio, the old center of Rio, the areas that have more infrastructure, that the schools are already there, hospitals are already there, sewage is already there, then you will save money. As much as you spread the city, the city is going to get more expensive. So that's something that we're trying to do a lot in Rio.
Okay, thank you. Now turn to Mr. Griselli. And I want to know your viewpoint about these questions, and which demand huge investments in technology and connectivity. How does a telecom company like TIM operate in such a landscape to unleash the potential of these urban clusters?
Well, I think that the technology in general and infrastructure in general is a key driver of social and economic development. Mega cities, mega regions, countries, everything in general. So we are sort of in the middle of it because we are enabler of a number of productivity gain and socioeconomic gain, both for companies and people. So we are, I think, a bit in the center of it. So Eduardo was mentioning, talking about a mega region like São Paulo, Rio de Janeiro, the need of logistical infrastructure, like the train. And to some extent, as a technology provider, we turn this need less necessary because technology sort of eliminates distance. So I remember this. I was commenting this. I was discussing this with our guys. 10 years ago, our company, our headquarters is centered in Rio de Janeiro. And
it shows that he's a smart guy.
Now it's even smarter. Let's look at this. And so 10 years ago, the discussion was, should we move to São Paulo? Because at that time, you know, you got more human capital, you got more resources, and we stick with Rio de Janeiro. Today, this discussion never happened. Why? Because basically it's the same mega region, and so we got the same human capital, and being here or there doesn't really change anything for us. And so I think that technology is an enabler for that. I think that 5G, coming to more specific things, is a stronger enabler. So when we discuss 4G, 4G is a technology that is good to serve human beings. And so when you look at the technology capacity, you can serve in 1 square kilometers 10,000 things or humans. When you move to 5G, these 10,000 moves to 1 million, and therefore this allows cities or megacity to put sensors almost everywhere and grow productivity in the city. Traffic, smart lighting, smart traffic, and this sort of applications. What are we doing? We are deploying 5G in Brazil. And if you look at a city like Rio de Janeiro and São Paulo, we got already 100% coverage. And if you go to Europe, Brazil is in some cases far ahead, because here 5G is almost persistent in big cities. I think that one question related to this, how we can make this available on a larger scale. The 40 main mega regions in the world occupy a teeny fraction of the land. They host 20% of the population. They generate 60% of the economic activity and 85% of overall innovation. So there is the 20% of people that are here, and there are 80% of people that are not here. And technology can help include these people also, because since technology eliminates distance, it can create some kind of virtual mega regions. Mm-hmm. And therefore, Faria Lima is more connected to New York than with rural Brazil. You can include other people. And Brazil is doing, I think, the right thing to make this happen. When 5G has been awarded in Brazil, differently from some countries in Europe, or for example, the United States, that they decided to have a lot of income by auctioning these frequencies, we got coverage obligations. So we need to go everywhere. And I think this is a smart way to include everybody into this process.
Thank you very much.
Let me just make a comment on what he said. I mean, and the beauty of that, using technology, is that this guy can live in Rio, wake up in this beautiful, amazing city, get a bike ride to Christ Redeemer or to Vista Chinesa, and at the same time speak to the beautiful Faria Lima without being there. So I said it. Sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Perez, now I'd like your take on these issues, and especially, how do you believe the investment in infrastructure such as airports can transform mega cities and facilitate the unlocking of growth opportunities?
Good morning. Thank you for having us here. Well, clearly, it's intertwined. You cannot have a mega city without an airport. It doesn't have to be a mega airport, but clearly it's part of the supply chain. It's clearly part of the connectivity between that city and the world. Take, for example, we flew from Riyadh to Dubai, then Dubai, here 15 hours. So in 15 hours, we were here in Rio, and here we are doing business and connecting, doing things on the phone, connecting, having visual calls, and doing all sorts of things. We keep functioning as if we were in Riyadh or somewhere else. So I think the part of the airport business that some cities forget is that we require a lot of land, and we required an environment that is consistency with the growth of the city. So if the city is progressive, the city is attracting big businesses, attracting international companies, they're doing their homework. The airport will also do it by attracting airlines, attracting service, and more importantly, connecting that city to the rest of the world, exporting, importing, moving things that need to go by air, such as high tech, pharma, and on other products. So I think the airport is an integral part of the progress of that city, and without the two, it cannot exist. I worked in Australia before, and I remember an experience where we were so remote in a part where there were people wanting to export fruits and other vegetables to China and the rest of Asia, but they couldn't do so because taking it to the next airport would take about a day and a half, not to mention that all the damage that will occur to the product. So what you had is that if you were able to connect with an airline that will provide the service, suddenly these people were able to sell the products at much better pricing, and not to mention they didn't have to use other services. So it's part of growing the local economy and growing the city's businesses base.
Okay, thank you. Now, Eduardo, I'd like to listen to your opinion. When Brazil invests very little in infrastructure, if you see our investment to GDP rates, it's 16% of GDP, very low. How can a city like Rio de Janeiro overcome this problem and attract private investment to invest in infrastructure here?
I mean, there's the obvious way, which is private investments with PPPs, concessions. I think through the past 3-4 decades, Brazil has built an institutional framework, legal framework that can make people, investors feel safe to come and invest in Brazil. There are some good examples, some models. So the renovation of the downtown area of Rio was a big PPP made by the city of Rio. We just had made by the state. The governor was here yesterday. He gave us an example. The sewage system of the city was just conceded to the private sector. So I think we built in Brazil this legal framework. The institutions are strong enough so the investments can come. I mean, we're talking about a company as TIM that comes and invests in Brazil and knows that things are going to get done. And by the way, it's a better example than what just happened in the US. But we need a little change of minds. I mean, I was looking yesterday at President Lula's speech here. I mean, I have some friends that are bankers, and I mean, his message was so clear: fiscal responsibility, but we need to grow. And then you wake up today and see, the currency of the dollar just rise because of what Lula said yesterday. So it's like Brazil, and this is almost a political statement here. It's so weird because every time we talk about investments in Brazil, the so-called market comes and say we cannot do any investments. It's ridiculous. A country the size of Brazil, I'll get back to the fast train between Rio and São Paulo, a country as huge as that, 2 cities, the most important cities of the country. Every time you talk about doing a train between these 2 cities, it's like, no, this is a sin. You cannot have public money investing on that. So there's the obvious way. We need private money coming. We need concessions. We need PPPs. But there's always going to be the necessity of public money and doing some investments in the infrastructure of the country. And this cannot be, it's almost a sin.
But don't you think the fiscal uncertainties could jeopardize investment in Brazil?
For sure, but that's why I think the message of President Lula was very clear yesterday. I mean, we have fiscal responsibility, and Brazil has shown that through the years. We have fiscal responsibility, but we also need to get the country growing. So that's why we are so happy to host here this event, to have this mutual fund with Saudi Arabia to make more investments. We need to get as much private money as we can, but there are sometimes that we're going to need to put some public money onto investments. And this cannot be, something that you have to wait forever. But that cannot be something that it's not a clear message to the market that we are working through fiscal responsibility. Things can move together.
Okay.
That's my opinion. I know it's hard sometimes to understand, but I was especially because it was funny because yesterday when President Lula made his speech here, 3 or 4 bankers, important guys, sent me, what an amazing speech. And then by the afternoon was like, oh my God, the market is, noisy because Lula said something. I said, I was not in the same room as they were, or maybe he said something after he left. But as far as I remember, the only, because he was flying to Geneva yesterday, so the only thing he said was here, and it was very clear message on fiscal responsibility, but the necessity of the country to grow.
But he didn't say anything about cutting current expenditures, for example.
I mean, I was watching, I said, I think the message was very clear. That's why what we need to do is, and sometimes that's why we, from a public perspective, we complain. And you're talking to a guy that has lots of fiscal responsibility, running the city of Rio, has large PPPs. The situation of the city is an amazing situation. But we need sometimes public investments, or these guys are not going to come. So these things can move together, fiscal responsibility with some public investments.
Okay.
That's why we have so much lack of infrastructure.
Okay. So I'd like you two ask the same question. Infrastructure investment, as we're talking, needs collaboration between public and private sectors, especially in countries like in Latin America, through PPPs, like Eduardo said. What steps should Latin American cities take to streamline and attract private sector investment in infrastructure?
Well, when it comes to our sector, we invest by default. We serve our customers, and so, of course, we operate in a broader context. The more stable it is, the better it is. But we just invest, and we invest for everybody. And, of course, we want to make a return on those investments, like the rollout of 5G, for example. So we invest. There are a number of factors that facilitate this investment. So our, let's say, legal and regulatory framework that is pretty favorable in Brazil. We got a number of interaction at the state level, at the municipality level. Like, for example, with Eduardo, we discussed the necessity to install antennas, and so the process that needs to be followed to get there and put investment. And this is something that we do for our core business, for consumers and business. Then there are other things that are more related to the future and to the mega cities, mega regions, like the implementation of specific use cases for citizens, for the governments, and for the industry. And this is all when there is still a return. Like, for example, we are working with municipalities for smart lighting. So it's a PPP, as Eduardo mentioned. So what is the municipality looking for is reducing the cost of energy. And so we go there, we put our technology, and the energy is greener, and the energy, so the municipality spend less, is more sustainable, and the service is available when the customer pass by. So the municipalities provide a better service to their consumers. So this is one example, for example. Or we have in rural Brazil partnership with the agribusiness sectors that want to make their precision agro, and therefore they support our investment to get digital end-to-end. And then there are other policies that are more national and vertical policies, for example, to bring connectivity to schools. In that case, it's not a profitable investment for us, and there are specific funds that the government wants to use to provide these services to the broader audience. So I think it's investment that we do by ourselves, investment that we do with the municipalities and with the private sectors, and policies that the government is putting in place to include schools and areas where we wouldn't go unless in this way.
Okay. Mr. Perez?
I think it's a decision by the leadership. Let's take King Salman Airport, for example. The leadership wants to make the airport an engine, economic engine for the region, not just for Riyadh, but for the entire region of Saudi Arabia to some extent, what it corresponds to that area, geographical area. And so they made a conscious decision not just to build an airport, but to build the airport that would attract people to live in the area, companies, businesses to establish incubators, to develop a city within a city that will cater, but will have an airport in it as well. In my experience in Latin America, having been associated with a number of projects down here, the issue is risks. You can get money, but the risk, instability, political risk is high. Money follows money. If you can make money, you will go to whether you concession an airport, you build an airport, whatever the case may be. The issue is risk and what is the volatility of those markets and the stability of that region to be able to pay off for that investment over the long term. So to me is that, in this case, our leadership in Riyadh and Saudi Arabia, they made a conscious decision to put quite a significant amount of money in separating themselves from the oil revenues and focusing on tourism, focusing on business, and focusing on developing an infrastructure that would attract business to develop the region, create jobs, etc. So they see the airport as a catalyst, a way to get there. And not only they do that, but they also want to do it in a different way. The airport is so new in a way that conceptually is being developed and being designed that you could probably mix visitors to the airport as well as travelers in one location. Citizens from Riyadh will go and spend the day at the airport shopping, doing whatever, seeing a show, whatever whatever is being offered, as well as the travelers would be able to enjoy that as well and take their flights. So the security issue will be somewhat, with the use of AI and other tools, will be reduced significantly so that people can mingle, can interact, and can walk around in a gate, probably not too far from that painting there. So the idea is to bring inside the airport an environment where people don't feel like, you don't belong here if you're not traveling. On the contrary, we want you here, want you to spend the money, spend time with us. We, unfortunately, in Latin America, we view this as only 3% of the people can afford to travel. So we cannot build an airport that only benefits 3% of the population. We need to build roads, we need to build hospitals, schools, and so on and so on. That requires foreign money, capital, which, environment, for some reason, is not adequate for people to invest.
Okay, thank you. Well, we have close to a minute, so I'd like to listen to your concluding remarks, very brief ones, about these challenges of investment in infrastructure. I'll start with Eduardo again.
As I said here, I'm going to look at the history of Brazil and the opportunity that we have with this event. We need private money. Brazil has built its environment, its institutional framework, so welcome and invest, keep investing in Brazil. We have an amazing airport in Rio, so we can partner, and the next flight between Brazil and Saudi Arabia can be to Rio. I'll bet that they're going to be much happier.
Thank you, Eduardo.
Stable and legal regulatory environment, investment will flow, we all benefit. If it builds or improve an airport here, our technology comes along, so it's business for a number of industry related to this infrastructure development. So we say regulatory and legal certainty.
Okay. Luis.
I think airports are, necessary in every city, and it's something that I think is, if managed and developed in the right way, I think it could be extremely helpful to the city's development.
Okay. So I'd like to thank our two speakers. I'd like to thank you, every one of you, and I hope you have enjoyed it as much as I had. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that enlightening discussion on the potential of mega regions. I especially like what Luis said in terms of money follows money, and of course the commitment that we are seeing to developing these urban clusters in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. As we consider the development of these mega cities, it is also crucial to recognize the foundational industries that really support the growth. And here in Brazil, mining, plays a pivotal role. Our next conversation asks, what are the geoeconomics of mining and what are the critical resources? And it will be moderated by Manus Cranny, anchor of Bloomberg TV. Welcome onto the stage. Adelante.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. The geonomics of transition, we've put together a pretty stellar lineup for you to consider how the mining industry is doing and its responsibility. It's ironic, when you open your inbox this morning, here's what we got from Berenberg. The mining industry is responsible, I hope you're all paying attention, 8% of the global emissions, 40% of the small and medium-sized miners do not have targets for sustainability. There are one or two that are ahead. On this panel, we've got a cracking lineup for you. The CEO of Vale, we have the CEO of Sigma and Integra, don't forget the capital, and we have Lilac, the ingenious mining processes by David Schneidacker. Good to have you all. Marks out of 10, round robin. How is the mining industry doing in terms of getting their house in order for sustainability? No long answers, marks out of 10. Good morning.
Myself?
Yourself, first of all, Eduardo.
Against the stats that you made it, Vale is a 9, and the industry is like 6.
Ligia?
Oh, hi. Actually, are we supposed to introduce ourselves? I didn't get it.
Give the mining industry a mark out of 10 in terms of their road to sustainability and transition. How do you rate your industry?
I think Brazil is scoring really high. I would give us... Actually, I would give Sigma sort of a 10, because, you know, we really...
Nobody gets 10 out of 10.
We believe in ourselves and what we are building, but I think in terms of the sector, thinking about transition, we have a nice 7, I guess.
Okay. Jose Luis, good morning.
Yeah, I think the industry is a savior. I think without the industry, there is no energy transition, no sustainability. I don't know how will you reduce without the copper, the lithium, the nickel we deliver. So the industry is the savior. Obviously, then if you feed the generation with coal, there's nothing we can do. There's nothing we can do. But if you feed the generators with the right thing, without the mining industry, we are the saviors. Having said that, on each operation, we have to measure ourselves.
Yes.
I measure ourselves in Integra like a 6 or 7, because we inherit some old operations. In the one we do from Greenfield, we put us a 10, because we just copy her. She's the best. She has brought worldwide good practices for lithium industry, and the Brazilians should be proud of Sigma as a lithium company, and Vale as a mining company worldwide. So here we are with our neighbors, from which we have to learn, and Argentinian, from them, from the Peruvian, the Chilean. But I say the industry will deliver the minerals, so in that, the industry deserves a medal. And then on each operation, you have to qualify us, the people that do it. And if we don't do it correct, we have to be blamed because you can do it correct. Sigma is a proof that it can be doing correct.
Well, it is about setting benchmarks and standards. David, good morning. We were in the green room, and I think David can comfortably give himself some high marks. Just explain why you think Lilac, I mean, the ingenuity in your technology in terms of the mining is pretty incredible. So what do you give yourself and the industry marks out of 10 for the road to sustainability?
Yeah, I think for too long we've seen environmental sustainability and production as opposed. I think the role of technology is that we can significantly improve the environmental profile while significantly increasing production. So I think see these things going together. You know, I'd give the industry a 5 out of 10. I think we're halfway there. There's some good practices, good companies, but we're going to need to increase lithium production by 10x. So there's a long way to go in terms of rolling out better technologies, both for sustainability and production.
Is now the moment to really ramp up production in lithium? I mean, you've had a troubled time in terms of prices. I mean, does that give you an opportunity, or does that cause a headwind to the scaling up? Briefly on lithium production.
We've seen a huge amount of volatility in prices. 2 years ago,
It's for Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3 emissions. And in preparing for this panel, I learned more about Scope 1 and Scope 2 and Scope 3. Vale, you were the first to commit to a Scope 3 target reduction of 15% by 2035. Scope 3 is basically your customers. What are they doing? How green are they? How sustainable are they? How clean are they? You've been one of the first to set that target. You're developing what's called mega hubs. A brief line on mega hubs, and then just explain to me, this is all very ambitious, but it possibly won't work unless you can deliver those mega hubs into China.
Well, I think you're right. Vale was the first one that actually not only put the 50% goals, but put to ourselves the goals, by the way. So that's why when you ask me about ratings, I think Vale is very advanced on that matter. But it's a fundamental of business because we have the highest quality iron ore in the world. So for us, it's a protection. Actually, the mega hubs, I'll try to be brief, is a solution that we perceive as a way to serve the steel makers to decarbonize themselves. Steel making, on a rough number, is 10% of all global steel emissions. It's a hard-to-abate sector, and they need metallics. So what we want with the mega hubs is to go after the competitive energy, and those places are Middle East, where we are for almost 20 years, United States, where we just got a grant from the IRA, and Brazil, of course, because we have the iron ore here, and we're going to be the Saudi Arabia of hydrogen. So those are the three places. You match the demand, you match the supply, then you have the mega hub. That's the fundamental concept. And it's not to go to China. By the way, just briefly, a nice example. A very important private client that wanted to diversify from China. I met him in the beginning of the year. He wanted to go to Middle East. He used our connections there. Now he's installing his mega hub in the Middle East, maybe Oman or Abu Dhabi, he didn't decide, to serve Europe. Because one word about decarbonization, that's going to be asymmetric of asynchronous. They're not going to happen in the same way. China, India, Europe are all going to follow different paths. And Europe, of course, is the market that we want to serve with the mega hubs, for example.
So, I mean, and thank you for that clarity, Ligia. In terms of your organization at Sigma, obviously very focused on lithium. Here we are, we're talking about the ambitions of your customers. Is there a marriage? Are your customers in sync with you? I know a great deal of obviously the product goes into EVs, et cetera, so the ambitions are there, but just lay out the roadmap in terms of that ambition between customers and you.
Well, we just have this master plan thinking on what are our clients or customers nowadays. And those are tech companies, you know. EVs and car makers, they are tech companies. And they want production large, they want scale, they need speed, so you have to do things fast. Being large and building it fast, you have to have very good funding. So it was sort of a very not easy equation to fill in. But Anna Cabral, our CEO, she's like very good at going on master plans and planning a lot and seeing the whole thing and have a vision. And then whenever she goes, go. She got it really quick, you know. We've been producing for a year and a half, and now we are already the sixth major producer in the world, and we have a new plant coming in, this expansion plan, and we think and we believe that projections are going to be met, and we're going to be the third player in the world in 2 years.
Jose Luis, you know, when you look at the Scope 3 ambitions within the industry, when we talk to some of the countries that you're selling the major components of these base metals to, there is a gap, isn't there? There is a gap between what you want to try and achieve as an industry and what the end customers are, I suppose, able to deliver in terms of their evolution as countries? How wide is that gap between what you do as an industry and the end customer?
I think there are two words that yesterday were present in one of the panels. The words are fragmentation and geopolitics. How that play? Fragmentation is that the supply chains are very affected by geopolitics and protectionism. So, for example, the US just passed the IRA that the Europeans love, the Brazilians and the Argentinians hate. It's not that we don't hate it, it's that we've been left out. So Brazil cannot export critical minerals to the US, and Argentina cannot export. It doesn't work like a prohibition. It works like an exclusion. So if Tesla wants to put her lithium or my lithium into a Tesla, the Tesla is not eligible for the subsidy. No subsidy, the Tesla cannot displace the BYD vehicle. The BYD vehicle cannot enter the US market. Conclusion, ask where the lithium from LATAM is going. I will not say, except the Chilean one, because there is an agreement, free trade agreement with the US. The second thing is, all the standards in sustainability require for a premium or a penalty. So, or you penalize the dark, non-clean materials, or you give a premium to the clean green material. That doesn't exist, because the giant sucking sign comes from China, that is only sensitive to price, not to greening. So green lithium and non-green lithium have the same price in the Beijing market, and the buyer is Beijing. And the two markets that could have a premium are irrelevant. Europe buys so little, not so little, super so little. I have had experience with European Union high officers. It's irrelevant. You know, the money they talk, we cannot move 3 trucks. So that's the truth. Here is hundreds of millions and billions. So imagine a bureaucrat for the European Union is saying, oh, we want to do research with 20,000 million. 20 million, that's good. We're good for a garage company. But then when she wants to, you want to move hundreds of tons of minerals, you need billions. So that's the size. So the point is geopolitics and fragmentation. So what is our hope? First, that Brazil and Argentina get into the IRA, and second, that high-quality green lithium, like the Sigma one, get a premium and is accepted into the European and US market with a premium. We've never had a conversation before. Yep. We've never met before. This is as a scholar, not as an industrialist. This is what I see, fragmentation and geopolitics interfering the pace to sustainability.
David, what do you say to that? Is that China ignores pricing? You know, it only has one objective, and we know what that objective is at the moment. In economic terms, it is 5% growth, and that there is not enough green premium for your product.
I think that China has been able to think longer term, and that's something that the United States needs to catch up on in terms of supply chain. When we talk to US auto and battery companies, I think they have a very short time horizon, and that long-term thinking from China is something we could learn from. In terms of the green premium, you know, we don't see this as sort of icing on the cake. This is really the core of getting projects done today. So having a favorable environmental profile is essential to getting those permits, getting your project online. It's table stakes now.
We've touched now on 2 major themes, which is the IRA and the issues that has for LATAM producers and for China, and in terms of their demand. Eduardo, I know that Vale has made its position clear yesterday in terms of the demand and how you see China's demand short, medium, and long term. I think what this audience would probably appreciate is a perspective as we travel this road to transition. Where are we in the super cycle for both, let's say, the base metals and those critical minerals? How would you describe the current demand cycle with China for those 2 components? Because you have direct exposure, and that drives the sustainability agenda.
Okay, agreed. I think you have to separate commodities, by the way, because let's just frame super cycle. What happened super cycle in China? In 2000, they were producing 100 million tons of crude steel. In 2010, they were producing 600 million tons. In 2020, they're producing 1 billion tons. This is a super cycle. Where can you see that again? You can see that in nickel, you can see that in lithium, you can see that in copper, but the only commodity today that is being perceived as a no-brainer is copper. So I don't see super cycle. By the way, I see a super cycle smallish on high-quality iron ore. Canada, I think Monday just put iron ore, high-quality iron ore, as a critical mineral that we was always fight over, because it's a matter of how can you triple or double, triple demand. So that's where the super cycle comes.
But do you think that the regulation that they've introduced on the housing, sorry, I'll let you finish in a second, do you think what they've done on housing, you've got to talk about EVs, he's got to talk about housing, do you think the policies enacted in China will clear the surplus?
China has definitely plateaued. I didn't listen to my CFO yesterday, but I'm sure we talk the same. We plateaued, but at a decent level. It's going to plateau for a while because China has other means, although they really rely on real estate. They have to tame the downside of the real estate, but they're shifting their industry like every other economy did. So China is in a plateau for that, and it's going to consume the rest. So that's, I think, where it will go.
Didier, you've got to deal with another part of regulation in China, and likewise, David, for you in terms of where we are in the evolution of EV. 40% of all vehicles sold in China in the first quarter were electric vehicles. You may have a fear of electric vehicles and range anxiety. They don't seem to have it in China. So with policy response mechanism, Didier, in China, where do you see the demand cycle for lithium?
You know, for us, those things are not really an obstacle or anything, because when you say China's plateau, you're going yeah, right, but also on the projections we're talking about, well, United States is a reduction elite, and then China is in a sort of a plateau for the next year, but we're talking plateau on 2 billion consumers. So even though when it's stagnated on 2 billion, then it's okay. It's just stable. So
you'll accept a plateau at
no, it's just a projection.
Okay.
But like when you think that the bad projection is stagnation, and the stagnation is 2 billion consumers, it's not a very bad projection at all. And do you want to say something
just make
to
a
add?
correction, because the plateau means that they're going to shift from real estate to manufacturing. And that's why they're flooding the world with EVs. Europe just today announced tariffs on them because they're pushing hard on we're seeing a shift from rebar. Rebar is used for properties to plates that are the ones for manufacturing. So manufacturing is growing in China, growing a lot.
So this is the ambition to get us back towards that 5% growth and rebalance the economy. Jose Luis, join the conversation in terms of your perspective.
Yes, I think most of the demand for critical minerals will keep coming from China. China has a complete global view of the transition, so they procure wherever there is a reliable supplier at a convenient price. So most of the demand is there. Second, even the blocking through tariff of the Chinese electric vehicle will not totally work because they are super competitive. When people talk about overcapacity in China, it's funny. This is really funny because the truth is they have come to produce at a competitive price a product that is accepted by consumers. It's not imposed, it's accepted by consumers. So that's the reason why BYD passed Tesla. In our world, the leader in electric vehicle is Tesla because we are Westerns. But if you were an alien visiting, the leader is BYD. And the leader of electrification is China. So, and it's going to be exactly the same for storage, energy storage. Energy storage, obviously, hydrogen will take a place on that, but it's going to be mostly lithium solid batteries, I believe. He's a technology.
Well, David grew up with technology and our battery technology.
He's a genius, not me.
He's the real inside.
But storage also going to be for lithium. So my point is, it's going to come from China. We need the US to react and open to the war. And we need to understand that the Europeans are part of it, but they are a very small part of it. And then the challenge is the other developing global South countries, what they will do. They will stick to coal, or we will find prices that allow them to transit.
may I?
Yeah,
It's just
you
that.
respond, Legia, and then
Yeah.
we'll pull David in because I want to get his response in terms of where we are in the demand cycle and how he sees China.
Okay.
Briefly.
No, I was just going to say when I said, well, it's not an obstacle and it's not our topic to discuss, is that for Brazil, it doesn't matter who's leading it. We are enablers. We are here to supply, and we are here to try to bring to the world a new project and in a new product, you know, in Brazilian ways, and that's our thing. So if whoever is being the leader on the EV sector, I mean, we're fine with it. That's Brazilian non-aligned. It's not, we are not there, or we are not dealing with anybody. It's, we are there to supply to anybody.
Well, you certainly have a country that has an abundance of product to supply. David, join this conversation in terms of your perspective on that growth. I mean, your business with batteries, with lithium in China. We've debated every day on Bloomberg about whether EVs are being cut in price, market share, market developments, BYD versus Tesla. You know, you're the front end of this, so give this audience a perspective on that demand in China for the end product.
Sure, and before getting into lithium extraction technology, my background was in battery technology, so that's where I came into the industry. And I think that technology is driving a very bullish long-term scenario. Battery technology is not standing still. Lithium-ion batteries get better every year. The EV product gets better every year. And in the United States, it's almost a miracle that people have bought EVs to date because they have tended to be small cars. Now we're moving into a new era where you have SUVs, large-scale SUVs that can go 400 miles on a charge. Those vehicles need a huge amount of lithium. So although the U.S. is a smaller country than China by population, the people like to have very large vehicles, and that means a lot of lithium demand. The U.S. automakers, the U.S. battery companies have learned some hard lessons from COVID. They've seen what's happened in Eastern Europe, and they want local supply chains or friendly supply chains.
So it's sort of learning from the past 3 years. We've mentioned the Inflation Reduction Act, and I think one thing, it's interesting, living in New York, coming from the Middle East, arriving in Brazil, every global CEO that I speak to out there is so excited about the IRA. The only CEOs that seem to be less excited are those that live in the United States of America. So let's get, I mean, you must love the IRA. In terms of what's going on, Eduardo. You're a beneficiary of it. How much do you love the IRA, and what's it going to do for sustainability in mining?
I think, yes, we have several views on that. I think when you look at the Europeans, they was actually going in a forum like this, not the FII from the desert, but the Davos actually, and the Prime Minister of Finland was complaining about the IRA. And I understand why, because they actually are subsidizing to get the right actions being done. In our case, that we have the innovative technology, we got the grant, we got almost $300 million to go there and implement our briquetting plants in the US. So true, we do love IRA. We see, again, as I mentioned in the beginning, several areas that has, and of course, it adds that the US has competitive gas natural, and in the end, we will have hydrogen at 3. And just to make sure that, because we are in Brazil, I have to push my flag. Brazil is following through because we have the same possibilities because of, I think was mentioned yesterday, the best matrix, electric matrix in the world that has a battery that can run hydrogen. We can, like Sweden, be almost below $2. And with that, when that happens, Brazil is going to be a superpower. And because all this transition actually is about energy. It's where is the energy, where is the cheap, not the cheap, but the competitive energy to translate or to replace fossil fuel. So IRA is a good example. Brazil is going to arrange itself to do the same, and of course Middle East. We heard yesterday from the governor, he doesn't want to rely in fossil fuel forever, and they want to shift for hydrogen.
How much bigger can you become in America? I know you're Brazilian, and at your core it is about Brazil and flying that flag, but how much bigger will you move into, will the IRA enable you into North
Exponentially,
America?
because we sell very little to the US now. We are partnering with the client, so we're going to exponentially grow ourselves there. We can be very big in Middle East, by the way, where we sell only 27 million tons. We can go up to 60, 70 million tons on the Middle East with the mega hubs.
Lucia, he loves the IRA. When you talk about the IRA, what does it mean for you?
So our battle is to keep producing in Brazil. And on lithium, one of the things that is, on the base of being successful is to be a low-cost producer.
Yeah.
So the number is the batteries have to cost less than $100 a kilowatt hour, and in order for us to have mass adoption, hey, Vice President, that's good to see you here, to have this mass adoption, and so the supply, the supplier is going to be successful, but the low cost thing is the first thing, on our master plan. So being in Brazil and on low cost jurisdictions it is very important. That's the Brazilian positioning.
Jose Luis, where will the IRA position the United States of America in terms of the transition and the speed? It goes back to where we started, which was how do you rate your industry in terms of the pace and the capacity to deliver sustainable mining at a very fast pace? You were generous with the numbers, but what will the IRA do in the United States of America? Will it allow the US to globally leapfrog in terms of this transition?
It will. Well, first, we love it. We want to be in. We're screaming, hey, we are being left out.
Subsidy, right?
Because
everybody likes it.
Let's say...
Two messages to the White House. We're not allowed to export our...
Let's say we go wrong in the war and the fragmentations deepen. If the fragmentation deepen, the way of having a reliable supply chain in the Americas is connecting Brazilian and Argentinian critical minerals to the US. So we have to be included. So we love it and we want to be included. Then let's say there is no fragmentation, it will be competition.
Technically, I think, sir, that is, in Ireland we call that a pipe dream. We are in the very embodiment of fragmentation at the moment, and there may be more after November. David, briefly on that, because I want to get a quick response from you all in terms of where your industry is on M&A, and we have the Vice President and a few special guests have just arrived, and I don't want to be keeping people late. David, your response in terms of the IRA, they love it, do you?
Yeah, so the IRA is fantastic for demand, for getting EVs on the road. When the Biden administration was getting ready to roll out this policy, initially the focus had been on domestic production of lithium. And domestic production of lithium is fantastic. The car companies want this. The reality, though, is the size and quality of the resources in the United States are smaller. So our message has been focused on trade, and with Argentina, with South America in particular.
So we have just a very few short closing minutes left, and we saw a massive mining deal fall apart. BHP Billiton and Anglo American. In many ways, what this says to me, there will be a race for M&A, especially in sustainable critical minerals, on a fast response. Don't you say to me 80% of my world is iron ore. I want to know whether you've got FOMO on not doing a deal in critical minerals that we talk so much about.
Very, very, very fast. We are very unique because we have a growth platform in iron ore that is 80% of our business. We can grow from 320 to 350, 360, so that's it on high quality. And we had a deal with Manara, by the way. We already did our deal. We had a partnership with Manara, that is PIF and Ma'aden, for 10% of our base metals business that we want to grow. We want to double our production of nickel and triple our copper production. So we have enough in our plates to do it. We don't need to merge with anybody. We don't need to do like the other ones that have to merge. But if anybody wants to talk to us, we are open.
There you go.
Of course.
There's a message to the world. Lucia, briefly, your response in terms of obviously price pressure in lithium, down 80-odd%, things are tough. Will it drive consolidation in your industry?
Well, I think we're heading to execute our master plan and going on with this expansion, and being nowadays Brazilian's production is Sigma's production on lithium. So
Viva Sigma.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, we're gonna have some other companies that now are developers on Vale do Jequitinhonha, and Brazil is gonna position as the major supplier on green lithium in the world. So it's something we have to be out there and saying. And if there are some strategic partners wanting to come in and fund some of the operations, that's fine. We are very much alike of that.
Boys, play nicely. We've got 1 minute. Jose Luis, you
Very
can squeeze it in 30 seconds, I know.
We're going to go with more M&A. I think we'll do US to be inside. And we believe the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has a big opportunity to be a neutral, credible broker. What they've done with Vale is a proof of that. They are geopolitically trustworthy, they have the resources, and they have the will. So they have a role and a possibility to be a critical, neutral, respectable broker for the industry.
David, industry consolidation, do you have dry powder to do a deal? 20 seconds, go.
Yeah, our focus is to build partnerships in every region globally. Now that we've developed this technology, proven it in the field, we're working with partners in South America, the US, Europe, and looking to expand into the Middle East.
There you go. We've actually got somebody on the panel that did it in 14 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, good to see you. Thank you for arriving. The panel today on geonomics of transition. Let's go. Good. Good. Ladies and gentlemen, before I go, there is one man who's part of the reason why we're all here, why we're in Rio, why we are in Miami, why we are in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, often. It is Richard Attias. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for being here. I will introduce a man in a few seconds with who I had the privilege to meet for the first time a few minutes ago. And he explained to us, with His Excellency Minister Al-Jubeir, why the engineers sometimes, and as an engineer by background, they always need a doctor. So it's our privilege today. And yesterday, President Lula, before he left, told me, Richard, you know what? This FII Priority Summit in Rio is something exceptional. In 2 days, you will have two presidents. Yesterday, it was President Lula, and today, we have the acting president, also who will do a speech. So it's my privilege to invite on stage a man who was the governor of São Paulo multiple times, a doctor, and today, Vice President and Acting President of Brazil, His Excellency Dr. Geraldo Alckmin. Your Excellency, please. The floor is yours.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'd like to salute the governor of the Sovereign Fund of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the president of the FII Institute, and chair of the Board of Administration of Aramco Yazid Al Humayyan. Well, I'd like to greet Abdel Al-Jubeir, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Saudi Arabia, Ambassador Faisal Lam, Ambassador of the Saudi Arabia in Brazil, Richard Attias, CEO of FII Institute. I'd like to greet the mayor of this wonderful city of Rio de Janeiro, my friend Eduardo Paes, and also Gabriel Galípolo, Director for Monetary Policy of the Central Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to come to this meeting. I arrived 6 days ago from Riyadh in Saudi Arabia, and it was a trip of hard work and an important trip. Saudi Arabia is a great partner, a trade partner of Brazil. We have reached almost $7 billion in terms of trade between these countries. we signed there in Riyadh with the Prince, Minister of Defense, an agreement for cooperation in the area of defense. And also there in Saudi Arabia, we had several rounds of trade, and there were 9 investment funds from Brazil who had meeting with the investment funds there in Saudi Arabia. And I even visited a hospital, which is a reference in terms of digital medicine, digital center integrating 150 hospitals all over Saudi Arabia. And we had a conversation that ranged from food, meat, animal protein, and much very important, and also industry services, tourism, culture. And I even remarked the huge Arab presence in Brazil. And even the vice president of the republic is of Arab origin, Al-Khmin. So it is a pleasure to be here. And I understand we can move forward yet much more in several sectors. Brazil is going through an important moment. We had a drop of inflation. Inflation was brought down. We had a fall in terms of the Brazil risk from 254 to less than 180. We had an important decrease in terms of unemployment, and this way we increased the income of Brazilians. It is the highest income gain since the Plan Real. We had a growth in GDP. Brazil represents practically half of the South American GDP. It is a leader in the region, the same way that Saudi Arabia is a big leader and the biggest Brazilian trade partner in the Middle East. Brazil passed the tax reform, which is a reform which cuts taxes in terms of investments in exports. So the studies show that in 15 years, only the tax reform itself can add 12% to the GDP and can add investments by 14% or more and increase in exports by 17%. So it is a structuring reform, an important one. And I would like also to highlight the commitment of President Lula's administration with the fiscal framework. Brazil is a country where there is fiscal responsibility. We're committed to fiscal health and to controlling inflation. Last year, we were the second country that most received investment in the world. We were only lost to the United States. And I am certain that with Saudi Arabia, we will be able to grow even further. And with this important cultural, social, touristic, exchange, strengthening identities, and these bonds of partnership. And in the economy with reciprocal investment and a bigger growth of foreign trade. The FII, the meeting is about the dignity of people. And I remember a sentence in the sense that development is the new name given to peace. Peace, true peace, where there can be employment, income for people, and a dignified life to people. So when we work along we attract reciprocal investment, we move forward in the development, we generate employment, we generate income, then we are promoting true peace.
Brazil has a commitment with inclusive development, not leaving people behind. Unfortunately, we have 30 million people with no food. It's an inclusive development that we are improving a lot. Development with sustainability, we have the commitment to fight against the climate change and the commitment to preserve Amazon. The goal from the government is to have zero illegal deforestation, and the fund, it's very important to move forward to decrease the deforestation, and it was very important, and it's still happening. So our goal is zero deforestation, up to recover the forests. We have the biggest tropical forests in the world, and commitments with decarbonization. I saw here the last debate about electrification. Brazil, it's a country with a privilege. We are the fifth bigger country in the world regarding the territory, and we have since oil, gas, manganese, nickel, niobel, and lithium, as it was mentioned here. The different technological routes, the government from Lula launched NIB, that is the new Brazilian industry, and this new industry is innovative. So all the commitment regarding innovation, we have 66 billion with TR interest for research, development, and innovation. We have a competitive industry. We just approved the accelerated depreciation to renew our plants, the equipments. LCD, it's being launched also for the development of the industry. And Mover, that is the green mobility that mobilized 130 billion of investment in the automobile industry, focusing on innovation and decarbonization with different technological routes. Green hydrogen, hybrid, ethanol, and so on, with different alternatives. It's an export industry. This is very important. The foreign trade, to export, to import, to empower the foreign trade in a green industry, sustainable, so that we can have an important participation fighting against the climate change. And we are focusing also on the happiness from our population. So our biggest love, it's like the love of the mother is the best one that can exist. And what a mother wishes to have a kid growing with health, education, to have a job, and also to have income in the future. I'm sure that this partnership, Brazil and Saudi Arabia, will bring a lot of results, investments to generate jobs, incomes, and a life with dignity for our population. Good work.
Thank you so much to His Excellency, the Vice President and the Acting President of Brazil. Brazil, as he explained, is one of the key hubs to the world. We're talking about 215 million people, $2 trillion in GDP, one of the largest food producers in the world with some of the largest energy resources in the world, and natural resources in the world, and a leader in the global green transition. And now let's watch how they're leading in bioinvestment. And now we turn to focus another critical aspect of Latin America's huge potential, and that is agriculture. With demand for food production rising and traditional agricultural regions facing challenges, how can Latin America attract the investments that are needed to transform its agricultural capacity? How can investment advance the food supply chain? That is the title of our next panel, and it is moderated by Dr. Marcus Yank, Senior Professor at INSPIR Agro Global. Big round of applause, Dr. Yank.
So, thank you very much for this opportunity. I think it's very important for Brazil to talk about what's happening in food and agribusiness. I'd like to invite Fernando Queiroz for this panel. Fernando is the CEO of Minerva Foods since 2007, a company that produces and exports beef and its derivatives, and also operates in the processed fruit segment. Thank you, Fernando. I'd like also to invite Paulo Souza, who has led Cargill's agricultural supply chain business in South America since 2016 and has over 30 years of experience in the agribusiness sector. Thank you, Paulo. So to start this bioinvestment series, how can targeted investments reshape the supply chain to food security? I'd like to introduce the audience with the topic of food security related to trade and investments. We are not going to reduce hunger and malnutrition in the world if we don't expand trade and investments. This is extremely important because there's a difference on the distribution of natural resources in the world, which makes today that Latin America has the largest surplus in agricultural food in the world. So if we look trade, Latin America has a surplus of $170 billion per year altogether, and Brazil has $120 billion. and this is the largest surplus in the world. The US and Europe has balanced the trade, and the big deficits, the largest deficits are in Asia and Middle East of $250 billion. Which happens is that today, the big trade balances in the world are between developing countries, are between the global south, Latin America with exports, and Asia and Middle East with imports, and now more and more investments, crossed investments. So because of this combination of hunger, malnutrition, to supply chains, global supply chains, trade and investments, we have here the two leading companies in South America on exports of grains, which is Cargill, and on exports of beef, which is Minerva. They have been consolidating their operations in the region and making significant investments across their supply chains, reaching clients all over the world. So it's the two best cases in two of the products that Brazil is the leading country in the world, in soy exports, in beef exports, and companies that operate all over South America, consolidating the supply chain to reach consumers in Asia, basically in Asia, but all over the world. So let me start by Fernando. Fernando, I would like you to discuss the Minerva's success story in consolidating and ensuring the sustainability of beef supply chain in South America. And I'd like also you to talk about the specific partnership that you have with Saudi Arabia, especially SALIC, in addressing global security challenges. Thank you very much.
No, thanks, Marcos. Thanks, everybody. Mr. Vice President, Mr. Minister, it's an honor to be speaking in front of such an audience. But I will refer to what you just said. Why South America got to this stage? Because we have unique competitive advantages in terms of how we produce and how we can make proteins affordable. And they are linked to the climate that we have, to the availability of water, to the respect to the nature, and to the availability of technology inside our country. This allows us to take steps on becoming the most efficient producer. The region of South America becomes the most efficient producer. And here I refer to David Ricardo. What's the real vocation of the nations? And the real vocations, one of the real vocations that we have in Brazil, is to produce agri-products. And this goes to food security, this goes to renewable fuel, and this goes with a big conscious on how to do it in a sustainable way. Minerva is a company that is present in more than 100 countries, trading and producing. We produce in Brazil, in Argentina, in Uruguay, Paraguay, Colombia, Chile, and Australia. And from this platform, we are trading with the rest of the world. The Middle East is one of the main partners that we have. And talking about our case with SALIC and PIF, I would like to highlight some things that are very important. I just heard from the minister the importance of being present. Being present is definitely a very important part on building the basis of what makes a relation that's trust, that is developing the confidence in each other. On the top of that, I would highlight the clarity that we have on identifying the synergies. And so how we go deep, how we can build the bridges between our countries, and how we can build the bridges between our companies. And having the clarity on a business plan that produces alignment, it's absolutely vital. So I would say that the story of Minerva with the Kingdom of Saudi, with SALIC and PIF, is based on the trust, in the alignment, in the confidence, and on the synergies that we explore together. This leads us to, since we had the investment of the PIF, we multiplied the company by 5. We increased the geographic diversification, and we were able to implement the business plan that we shared in 2016 that is very aligned with the Vision 2030. That's a great project, and it's a must that we are walking together on this direction. So, Marcos, this is some of the points that I would like to highlight. Thank you.
Thank you, Fernando. And we believe that the case of Minerva is today the best case of trade and investments happening in relation to Asia, to Middle East, and also investments in other parts of the world, like the example of Australia. So together, investing in Australia, investing here in Brazil, and making the consolidation of the supply chain in South America. Paulo, we'd like you to discuss Cargill's presence and operations in South America, which is a very old experience, but very successful experience in several countries. How do you see the current and future potential of this region in the global supply chains, in grains, highlighting the differentiating factors compared to other competing countries and regions?
Thanks, Marcos. Thanks to the FI Institute for inviting me to be here with you. It's an honor. Mr. Vice President, always a pleasure to meet you and to hear you speak. Well, Cargill has been operating for 159 years. We have been here in South America for the last 80 years. We started in Argentina, and we're going to be making 6 years of presence in Brazil next year. We are present more than 60 countries with operations on the ground, and we basically sell products all over the globe. And for us, it's quite clear. We have been having a very important role on feeding the world in the last century, and it's a clear conviction that for us to keep on having this significant position in feeding the world, we have to keep on being super relevant here in South America. We are the biggest corn exporters, soy exporters out of Brazil and Argentina, the two biggest powerhouses in the region, and have significant presence all over South America, with the exception of the Guianas, Venezuela, and Chile for different reasons. Otherwise, we cover basically all the area of Latin America. And what makes the region so relevant, so important, and I would say the future? Fernando summarized that. It's weather, it's land, the fact that we have a possibility to harvest two crops per year, a summer crop, a winter crop in a big portion of the area. And I'll add to what Fernando said, also have a very entrepreneurial farmer who likes to adopt technology, who's an early adopter of good technologies. We see the sizable number of new technology companies showing up here in the region, investing and studying and making research on the field. So there's a big field for that, big adoption of that, and that's quite a differential versus other regions. And we in Cargill, we see that from now until 2080, the globe is going to be having about 2 billion more inhabitants. On top of that, about 500 million to 1 billion people are going to be migrating to the middle, what we call middle class, within the next 6 years, which means significant change on habits of consumption. And it translates to a need of about 45 to 50 million metric tons per year of agricultural commodities like soy, soybeans, corn, wheat. And we expect that Brazil specifically is going to be the one to supply up to 80% of that growing demand. So we have been seeing the last few years, record crops, sizable growth, and that still needs to happen. Obviously, price is not going to be always giving the incentive to have the very, 7% growth, 6% growth like we had last year, but that will keep on happening in the years to come because the world needs it. Obviously, there are other areas of the globe like Russia, Ukraine, Africa that can also help supply that, but no need to say here, each one of these regions have their own challenges, so I won't go that direction. But that puts Brazil in a very privileged position, situation to feed the world, get this role that we have as a country in a very, I would say, also another big advantage that we have politically is that basically we have no enemies. We are a country that trades with everyone, That's something that we need to have as a nation, as a core value, to keep on, I would say, performing on the social global role that we have.
Thank you, Paulo. And one number that's very impressive is that today Brazil is the second largest exporter of agri-food commodities in the world, and the first one is the United States. But we are growing our exports in 11% a year, and the US is growing 5 to 6% a year, which means that in a few years we are going to surpass the US. The cotton belt, the corn belt will not be in the Midwest of the States, but it will be here in Brazil, because we are growing so fast with the double cropping, crop livestock integration. So the potential we have is very huge, and Cargill and Minerva are two examples of very successful companies in this area. So I'd like to make a question for both of you. Today we are talking about many risks, many challenges in a world that's very polarized. So what are the two biggest challenges you see, the two biggest risks you see today in the supply chains you operate? Some risks could be geopolitics, protectionism, climate change, illegality, as the Vice President said, so we are going to zero illegal deforestation. This is a challenge here in Brazil. Productivity, dependence on China, logistics. In your opinion, what are the two biggest risks in your business today?
Well, geopolitics is the major risk for everyone. So there's no way to say that in our field it's going to be different. We know the situation of the world. I just mentioned about the two countries that potentially could compete with us on growth for agriculture. They have their issue that impacts the entire globe. So this has significant importance, relevance for everyone. But in our case here in South America, Brazil specifically, and Argentina, in a minor degree, but also to Argentina, that becomes a great opportunity. So it's the biggest risk for the overall global food system, but for this specific region, it's a great opportunity. And the second one, I would like to highlight, by the way, what the Vice President just mentioned about Brazilian governments fighting illegal deforestation. That's a key thing. There's no excuse for us being so developed on the agricultural side to still be, cutting forests or gaining acreage on top of native biomes. So great to see that happening, and that's a must. Because the other big risk that we have is what I will call eco-protectionism, which is other countries who are also investing on decarbonizing, investing on somehow changing their consumer good products in a way to make it more sustainable environmentally wise. Doesn't make any sense for us to have, I would say, production habits or land usage habits that go against that. We cannot afford to have global customers, even if, just like in minerals, they only consume a small portion of our total exports, but are very relevant, very influential on setting the trends. So it doesn't make any sense for us to fight, hey, why are they talking about land use here? It's our land, we do whatever we want. We share a climate, we share the world. So we need to pay attention and to understand that that's what the world wants, and we are supplying to the globe. So we need to be cautious and aware about the ecological demands that the world currently has. And in case you don't comply with that, they will put protectionist measures against us. It was mentioned here about the IRA and several other, Europe, now the UDR, which they have a trend to be more ecologically friendly, but they can be very strict commercial barriers unless you play it well.
I fully endorse what Paulo just said in terms of geopolitics. And I think this comes the opportunity for Brazil and Saudi. We are countries that we are not taking sides. We are trading with the whole world from one side to the other. And especially in our sector, we are in humanitarian products. We are in food. And regardless of the politics, the conflicts, of the issues, the population still needs food. It still needs to be fed. So I think this leads us to an opportunity for Brazil and for Saudi in terms of being hubs of logistics, hubs in terms of financial, on how we can make the world more integrated, how we can make the world smaller and working together. And definitely the bridges between our countries are vital for achieving that. Just also mentioning and endorsing again, Paulo, the sustainability and the ways that we can produce in South America, in Brazil, are very unique on having a balance between the environment, the carbon production, the way of decarbonizing the environment and producing food. Sustainability is not only about the environment, it's also about giving dignity for the populations that are around. So Brazil can be responsible for playing a much more important role in the global scenario.
So thank you very much. And just to finish, we have still 2 minutes. You just talked about the biggest challenges in eco-protectionism, geopolitics, in sustainability. But based on your previous answer, what's the greatest opportunity that you see today in your business related to international supply chains, trade investments? Fernando.
I think Brazil can make proteins affordable. As the population grows, what happens is that the population starts to eat better, and protein is on the top of the priorities. So working together, the private sector and the public sector, on taking barriers out, having a more free trade with the clear rules of sustainability on how to produce, opens doors and makes food more affordable. And this is, as the Vice President said, peace comes with development, and food is a top priority and a top point for achieving that.
Well, biofuels, or related to decarbonization, is no doubt the greatest opportunity that potentially the entire society has here. So that's a big one for the agribusiness here. There's no way for anyone today to focus only on food without looking at as well on the influence of biofuels on the food chain. With that, we have sustainable aviation fuel, something high possibility for become a commodity to be globally traded someday. It's not going to be happening in the near time, as a great opportunity. And now, talking about decarbonization. We all have also to reduce the decarbonization in our supply chains, scope 3 as we call it. And we are heavily reliant on truck freight in Brazil, which is not as efficient, pollutes more. So investments in infrastructure, be it on waterways, railways, it's a big thing for Brazil. And also, it's sustainable in the point that with better network of transportation, you can actually make the farm price of products be higher in areas already deforested, avoiding further deforestation. And that one, on the project that we have been mentioned here already in this period, is Ferrogrão, which is the railroad to connect northern Mato Grosso to the northern ports. It's a must to get that one built. There's a lot of debate about that because it's crossing the Amazon, but it's needed. It's much better than keep on crossing heavily with trucks in a volume that's nowhere going to keep on growing year on year.
Thank you, Paulo. Thank you, Fernando. It's very interesting to see on the opportunities. 2 things that Brazil is key to the world. First is protein. There's a lack of protein in the world, and there's very few regions where we can have surpluses. And I think that if we look our trade exports, the first thing we see there is vegetable and animal protein today. And in the future, we have the challenge to include biofuels in the global energy transition, because there is still too much criticism on that. But we have a 50 years experience of biofuels, which means photosynthesis in this country. So protein and biofuels, bioenergy, are the future opportunities that we have, the current and future opportunities.
Marcos, I think the key for South America, for Brazil, for the developing countries is the food. And the key for the developed countries are renewable fuel. And Brazil can play a very important role in both parts.
That's it. It's a big opportunity. And to your point, Marcos, biofuels is actually solar energy into different form and shape. And that's something that has a huge potential on.
So thank you very much for this excellent panel. I think we made a lot of progress in the discussion. Thank you, Fernando and Paul.
Gentlemen, thank you so much. And particularly thanks to Dr. Marcos. And it's so lovely to be back here with you now for this session. And we've been talking about the bio-investment. And really, we've had that series, a little bit of mining, a little bit of food, and we're going to move on to the green economy in just a moment. So gentlemen, thank you all so much. Thank you for being with us, and we really appreciate having you all here. But again, we look at, I think in that bio-investment series there, the importance of commodities still in minerals, because there's going to be huge demand. Food, without a doubt, absolutely huge demand. And again, it's very much, it's the nexus of energy, of food, and water. That's really what we're looking at. Now, in this session, we're going to be looking at how investment can then advance the ocean economy for profit and progress. And in just a minute, I'm going to be joined virtually by Her Royal Highness, Ambassador Rima Bandar Al Saud. She will join us virtually on this, and we were going to have a discussion really about what's happening with the blue economy, yes, in Saudi Arabia, the progress that's being made there, but also we'll take a wider picture on that. And let's see how our technical connections are going. And hopefully she will join us in just a moment. I know the anticipation here. Let me just keep an eye on this. So I think it's coming to us shortly. But again, there's so much going on in the blue economy. And if many of you are familiar with what's happening in Saudi Arabia, you can see they're putting it top of the agenda. And here she is joining us. Your Royal Highness, thank you so much for being with us. Please give her a welcome here in Rio, even though she can't be with us. Her Royal Highness, Ambassador Rima Bandar Al Saud, Ambassador to the United States with the Embassy of the USA. So we're delighted you're here with us. I'm going to be joined here in person with the Honorable Gustavo Manrique. He is the former Foreign Minister and former Environmental Minister of Ecuador and the President of Green Awards. Wonderful. So, Your Royal Highness, thank you so much for being with us. We're delighted you're here. And many people, I think, know what's happening in Saudi when it comes to the focus on the green economy, of course, but the blue economy also. And I know your professional and indeed personal passion also encourages the growth of the blue economy. Just bring us up to date, if you would, Your Royal Highness, in terms of why it is so important in Saudi, and also, you know, why it's just a little bit of detail, I guess, about the focus Saudi has put into this.
Well, thank you for having me again today, and it's a pleasure to be with you. As you know, the Kingdom has Vision 2030, which is looking at how do we foster a healthier environment, not just financially, socially, and economically, but also environmentally. You have with you our climate envoy, Minister Adil Al-Jubair, who is the expert at this. You've also probably heard from our Minister of Tourism as to why the Kingdom is focusing on the economic side of the transformation of the Kingdom. But today I'd love to talk to you just about the Saudi Green Initiative. The Kingdom is committed by 2030 to have 30% of its land and marine areas designated as protected areas. And we are, by 2023, we'd already achieved 24, almost 25%. And why? People ask us, why are we doing this? The Kingdom is a desert nation. Our survival depends on our ability to not just green ourselves, but to be a leader in what this transformation of green, not only energy, but green economy can look like. So when you think of green, I would urge you and encourage you to pull the concept of blue around it, because the oceans today have 90% of our global trade. They're responsible for over 3 billion jobs. They are responsible also for, 350 million jobs, but the livelihoods of 3 billion people. So the numbers alone tell you we must protect the oceans. We must protect the seas. And the Kingdom is showcasing its responsibility through an initiative called the Red Sea Project, which I hope John, who's leading it, is in the audience, or members of his team are present. They have a goal to be the most responsible development in marine areas. And what I'm so proud to say is that they're delivering a 30% net conservation benefit by 2040, so much earlier than many of the other plans that you will have seen presented. They're creating 120,000 jobs. They're going to achieve net zero operations by 2030 because they have a firm belief that tourism isn't simply going to flourish in the Red Sea. It has to come through the coral reefs. It has to come through mangrove restoration and conservation. And there's a value to that. There's a financial value, there's a financial return. But more than that, there is a value to humanity, there's a value to our oceans, there's a value to our world. And I would highly, highly encourage everybody in the audience, when you think green, please follow it with thinking blue.
I like that. It is mix them both together. And again, we did hear, we really had an invitation from the tourist minister to all come visit Saudi, and now some of the projects in the Red Sea are beginning to open up. So it's looking wonderful, and I know the big focus is there. Gustavo, talk to me just a little bit about, under your administration, you delivered the world's biggest debt swap, developed a protected marine area, reduced sovereign debt by doing this, issued blue bonds, and really, when you put all this together, gave the blue economy a sense of new life in Ecuador. So congratulations, that was quite an achievement to pull all that together. So just tell us, briefly, how you managed to do that, Gustavo.
Thank you, Edna. Your Highness, good to see you again. Very nice to see you.
You too.
I would like to add two more numbers of the interesting numbers that Princess Rima said, is that one, every 2 breaths we make comes from ocean, the oxygen. 25% of the world's protein comes from oceans. So those, besides the numbers of Princess Rima shared with us, are 2 really important numbers why taking care of the blue economy. Being said that, yes, we accomplished last year the biggest debt swap for nature worldwide humanity has done. Ecuador, let me in some seconds share. We were facing a very ugly political environment. We were in the middle of impeachment. The country risk was in 2,000 points. A lot of different issues. Ecuador, it is the biggest fishery fleet in the Pacific East. So for us, giving up or resigning an area for fishing with basic unfulfilled needs, it is a really sign of maturity, of understanding economy and biodiversity. So we decided to create, together with Costa Rica, Colombia, and Panama, the biggest transborder marine reserve. But Galapagos was the core because of the biodiversity that it's born and raised and what we have. So we decided to create this marine reserve, and the world reacted positively. The US government, through the DFC, gave us a political risk insurance of $656 million with the guarantee of the US government through the DFC. So with those blue bonds, we bought current debt with very high risk of what we were facing because of the political situation, and we bought, with $656 million, we bought $1.6 billion. So we got $1.1 billion in sovereign debt reduction. Besides that, we received $450 million. So that's in an elevator pitch what can rich countries and developing countries can do, because we have local problems that only with global solutions we can solve it. So that was our experience on that.
Quite an achievement, yes, indeed, quite an achievement. And again, I think really showing the economic sense of it. Your Royal Highness, it is about making economic sense of this and making sure that we can talk to investors and that they, get a return on investment. When you talk about protected areas, and it might not be music to their ears all the time, but how do we really get investors interested in making sure that they look at this and they look at the great potential? And I think what you've done, Enrique, too, you can see potential and see results. But what do you think they're waiting to hear? What do they need to hear to convince them?
So I think it's 2 things. Number one, I think there's a great lack of data on the value of the oceans. we know that the value of the natural capital and is not just huge, it's contributing to about $70 trillion to global GDP annually. So how do we translate that big number into actionable items? What we have found in speaking to companies is when we talk to them about if you're a bank, if you're a financial institution, and you're loaning a fisherman funds, he's using that for his schooling of his children. He's using that for his day-to-day life. But if his livelihood, which is fishing, is overfished and destroyed, the whole system is destroyed. The companies that are selling him his boats, the people that are doing the repairs, where he's buying the energy from in order to move his ship, if there's no fish, he has no job. Apply that across the board to across every single marine job. We have to save these oceans. So what we're talking to the business community and what we hope to be presenting at FII in Riyadh is a platform called Ocean Central, which I'm very excited about, which puts this data up there, which shows you the financial impact of the decisions made to the ocean and then the ocean impact to financial decisions. I think it's high time that we take the world of activism and tie it into the sensibility of the world of profit. And I think there's no shame in merging the two together, because we can't shout, shun, and shame people, because the very people that need to make the change are the big industries. It is the people who are answering to their shareholders, that are moving ships and goods across the seas. And what we hope to present to them is there are small hacks that you can do to your business, whether it's noise pollution, light pollution, preservatives, all sorts of things that we can change, small micro shifts that don't destroy your business. On the contrary, it enhances not just your ability to do business, but to stand up in front of the next generation and say, I am concerned about you. You are not just a consumer, you're an individual that has impact. And I think as businesses begin to realize this youthful generation has needs that perhaps are a bit more demanding than the generation I came from, they have to respond. And I hope they don't wait till regulations come out and force them to change. I hope the change happens because they actually buy into the value of this beautiful natural resource that we have. And so what we hope to be creating, and by we, I mean the FII is supporting an initiative called The Wave, which is looking at how can we regenerate the ocean in one generation. It's possible, but it is impossible without the business community. And like I said, we don't shout, shame, or shun. We invite people to come in and see the financial benefit to their sectors in being a part of the climate advocacy program.
And indeed, it is these type of initiatives that will get people interested, it'll get them excited. And I'm beginning to see, I think, a lot of, the big maritime companies and even the energy companies that are, delivering maritime fuel and all of that. It is top of their agenda, and I think this is a great development, and it's exciting. Gustavo, talk to us, I suppose, how countries can actually leverage the possibilities of biodiversity, because particularly in developing countries, you've been an example, but let's spread the joy around and help others.
Sure, thank you, Edna. Let me once again attach to Princess Rima extraordinary response or answer by, again, another number. I didn't knew my president before. I was former Minister of Environment and later Chancellor. And he called me and said, I know you're into sustainability. I need to talk to you and please explain me why it's so important taking care of the biodiversity. And I knew I was in front of a former banker before he was president, so he was a man of numbers. And I said, President, well, he was a candidate by then. Do you know how much it's worth a pound of a marlin in Costa Rica and how much it's worth a pound of a marlin in Ecuador? I said, a pound of a marlin in Costa Rica is worth $750, and a pound of a marlin in Ecuador is worth $3. And his immediate response was, is that expensive, Costa Rica? And I said, no, President. It is because the government created a public policy of catch and release. So they value the life of the marlin for 25 years and related the cost of the rent of the boat, rent of the hotel, the rent of the car, the salary of the captain, the pier, everything that they expend on the country, catching thousands of times to the same marlin, compared to Ecuador, that we catch it and do ceviche. So tell me, President, the biodiversity worth more alive or dead? No, we should leave everything alive. That's why we created biggest debt swap for conservation, and we reduce our sovereign debt in 1.6 million and a lot of other things. But the way you have to convince of the people that have the pen to change things, it is by numbers, not by explaining how much they capture in CO2 and other things.
And my numbers are coming down at the moment, but very quickly before I let you go, and I'll go back to Her Royal Highness in a moment, how do we rally the community? Because this has to be a global effort. And regional, I think, is good, and then hopefully we'll go beyond that. But what do you think we need to be doing? Just a very quick summary.
I can't imagine any project that it's not from bottom to top. So you have to engage the community in order to have a successful project.
Your Royal Highness, again, just when we look at engaging the community, and again on a global level, I think the initiative in Saudi Arabia will have great regional impact. It's having it already. It's waking people up. I think it's waking people up around the world. Here we are with FII in Latin America right now, and we will be in other places. But again, this has to be the big global effort. Do you feel, and are you encouraged that we're getting more positive response on a global level?
I'm encouraged because the young people are asking for this, and I assure you there's more of them than there are of us. I've given up being young a few years ago, but I hear them and I listen to them, and this is what they're asking for. They're asking us to be more responsible. And so the question is, how do we become more responsible? What do we offer them? And I think we need to reignite the joy and the beauty of the oceans. If you remember Jacques Cousteau, he inspired a whole generation of young people to love the sea. And I'm so proud to work with his daughter, Alexandra. But this is what we need. We need to bring the joy of the ocean back. But also, I can talk to every single CEO about how beautiful the ocean is. Unless the business that he or she are leading is benefiting, it doesn't matter how beautiful the coral reefs are. This person still needs to respond to a shareholder. This person still needs to turn a profit and have an ROI. So thinking about all of the people who love the beauty of the ocean, how can we translate that beauty, to my colleague's point, into beauty, finance, jobs, economy, sustainability? Because at the end of the day, we have to recognize our health is interconnected. If we fail the oceans, we fail our young people. If we fail the forests, we fail our young people. So my personal mandate in working in this world, while I'm not a conservationist, I'm not a scientist, I'm simply an individual who understands the value of interconnected well-being, and that's my goal. My goal is to take the concept of interconnectivity, weave it together, and show value for everyone. Show value for why the world of advocates and activists really should work with the business community. Why the business community should just take a step back and make the changes that work for them. It's not against them, it's for them. And I hope if we can create this kind of synergy, this interconnectivity is what's going to change how we treat our world, how we treat our universe. And going back to something we talked about yesterday, it's dignity. It's bringing dignity back into the investments, back into our narrative, and back into our world. And we have the chance. We're here. We're talking about it. And the leaders of the world are listening. And so I think it's possible, and I'm hopeful.
And on that very optimistic note, we thank you so much for joining us. And as we look at the beautiful ocean here every day, we miss you not being with us, but we look forward to seeing you in Saudi Arabia. And again, good luck with that great initiative with the waves and the initiative that you'll be putting together as FII continues. Once again, Her Royal Highness Ambassador Rima Bandar Al Saud, thank you so much. And the Honourable Gustavo Manrique, good luck with all your great work and continue it, because there's much to be done. Thank you both so much.
Thank you.
And once again, I think from what Her Royal Highness said there, I think too, you know, as we think about the green economy, she said, make sure that we think about the blue economy as part and parcel of this. But I think initiatives, what has happened in Ecuador, very creative, very strategic, really putting together so much benefit, I think, with that one big debt swap for nature, has really demonstrated the possibilities in terms of what can be done, what is being done around the world, and a great example of hopefully what we can do in every other country. And that collective, I think, buzz that comes with it, it's not just about one clean ocean. It actually expands to clean health, clean living, a good economy, healthy people. It all comes together and indeed plays into our theme here of living with dignity. Our next panel is now going to take a look at the financing models on global decarbonization, and ultimately looking at decarbonization, reducing emissions every day of the week. This is what we all have to do. So we're ready to get started here. Please welcome our moderator for this session and her panel, Senior Research Analyst from Energy Intelligence Group. Amina Becker joins us and her panel as well. Amina, lovely to see you. Good to see you all, indeed. Some very familiar faces. Great to see you. We look forward to this. Thank you so much.
Hey, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Bon dia. Such a pleasure being here in Rio for the very first time. And our panel today, as Etna mentioned, we'll be talking about decarbonization and the energy transition, which I feel has become a very mainstream topic, but unfortunately, there's still a gap in understanding on what the energy transition is. A lot of people think that you can just shut down one source of energy and skip to the other without going through a process. And we'll be discussing many of these elements with our excellent group of panelists today. Allow me to introduce Musab Al-Mulla, sitting next to me, the VP of Energy and Economic Insights of Strategy and Market Analysis at Aramco. Welcome. Riham El-Ghizi, the CEO of the Voluntary Carbon Market. Welcome, Riham. Leo Yamamoto, the Executive Director of Mubadala Capital. Welcome, Leo. Marcos Bolgeroni, the Group CEO of Pan American Energy Group. Welcome. Musab, I'm going to start off with you. Sustainability is not new to Aramco. But I do want us to, for you to walk us through the sustainability efforts that Aramco is going through and how you allocate finance to decarbonization.
Thank you, Amina, and great to be in the FII. As you mentioned, for Aramco, the capital deployments for sustainability started since the 70s. For those who don't know, the 70s, we have what we call the master gas system in Saudi Arabia, where we capture the associated gas and basically use it for as a sales gas to the whole economy in the country in Saudi Arabia. And at the 70s time, starting the 80s, is where basically the boom of the kingdom economy, where basically power generation is needed, as well as the industry. So gas is very valuable component at that time. But at the same time, when you capture that flaring, this means you are reducing the carbon intensity at very high rate, basically. And this is how we achieve the track record when it comes to the carbon intensity, because the main problem when it comes to the oil and gas is the flaring. And when you reduce the flaring and methane, you are solving the problem on this industry. So when we did our capital deployment since the 70s, we focused on how to minimize our flaring and put our money on that front. It's part of our capital formulas in Saudi Aramco. Then, after that, we decided to also put net zero, ambitious by 2050, and we decided to put interim target by 2035. Mm-hmm. So we did not stop at the level of carbon intensity we are today, which is 9.6 kilograms CO2 per barrel, mm-hmm. but also we are putting a target of reducing it by 15%, going lower to basically by 2035.
Would you say you're on target, Musab, for this?
We are absolutely in target, but also this year, and it's not promoting things, but it's good for the people here in the room to read Aramco Sustainability Report just published 3 weeks ago. We also did a pilot to look to our oil intensity and cargo, basically having a cargo for Arab Lights, which is one of the main grades that we sell to the globe. The Arab Light is a key crude component, and we pilot the concept of offset, capitalizing the carbon credit we purchased from RVCMC in Saudi Arabia, but also we learned through a third-party verification that our oil intensity, which is published in the report, is in the range of 2.4 kilograms CO2 per barrel.
Is that very competitive for people who are
Very
not aware?
If you look to the whole industry today, it's 45 kilogram CO2 per barrel. So you can imagine the difference between 2.4 to the all average industries, which is 45. So this is part of the progress we did, but also moving forward, we have 5 levers when we come to our decarbonization. The first lever that we have, which is very important for the industries to focus, is the energy efficiency. And in Saudi Aramco, we deployed what we call it cogeneration. So we produce power and steam to increase the efficiency of the production of power generations within our facility, but also the steam production. and we have the size of 5 gigawatt of cogeneration, which is like utility scale of assets in the power generation side. The second lever is minimizing further flaring and methane to make it near zero, what we call it near zero, almost zero. And this is a lot of initiatives in that space, which basically to move toward the 15% target that we talked about. And the third one is renewable. As His Excellency Armayan mentioned, 50% of the power generation capacity in Saudi Arabia will come from renewable, and we are part of that journey. We are investing with Aqua Power as well as with PIF on the investment formula renewable by 30%. So that's the third lever. Fourth lever is, which is very important, the carbon capture and storage, because we believe that there will be oil. It will continue to be in the world. So removal part is very important, and carbon capture, we put a plan of 9 million tons CO2 equivalents per year to capture by 2027 annually, which is the biggest in the world. And the fifth lever, which is, we consider it complementary to all these 5 levers, is the offset, which is the conversation about the offsets probably today that maybe Riham will talk more about it in the carbon credit
That's
side.
a great segue, actually, if you allow me to bring in Riham. Riham, I know that you've had quite a big experience in launching the first voluntary carbon markets, especially in working with Saudi Arabia on this. I want you to tell us a little bit about that, because in terms of securing finance for decarbonization, it really starts with pricing carbon. Tell us your experience in launching the voluntary exchange, and where is it going next?
Absolutely, and before starting, I see Richard Athias over here, and I want to say congratulations on a very successful FII over here in Brazil. The conversation, and we saw President Lula yesterday when he talked about climate, how it is important for Brazil, how it is important for the world as well, and how there is a disparity between global north and global south in terms of spending. Let me start by talking as well by the voluntary carbon market in Saudi Arabia, which is going to be a global leader in the global south in specific. The journey of the voluntary carbon market in Saudi Arabia is like the journey of 2030 vision. It is a very ambitious vision, and Saudi Arabia is going day in, day out, exerting a lot of effort in execution that vision, and voluntary carbon market is part of that, is part of the green initiative. The company is 80% owned by the Sovereign Wealth Fund of Saudi Arabia, 20% owned by Saudi Tadawul, which is the stock exchange of Saudi. When we started our journey, it was a year and a half ago, there was zero supply, zero demand. So we started from a purely green field. And when we looked into it, we thought, okay, how do we tackle this? How do we build our own voluntary carbon market? How do we make an impact, first in Saudi and then globally? And we tackled that through first 2 pilot auctions. The first one we have done in Saudi Arabia, where we auctioned 1.4 million tons, which is equivalent to 250,000 family cars driving all year long. And 16 companies has participated in that, including Saudi Aramco. And that established that there is a demand in Saudi Arabia. That was the biggest auction in the history of the markets at that time.
So you created the supply, the demand followed.
Yes, I think the demand should come first. And what we did, and that is very important not to look in Saudi only, because our vision is not only in Saudi Arabia, but beyond. We took the second auction in Kenya, in Nairobi, and the reason we wanted to do that is to draw and shed a light on the African carbon market. And this is how we're making an impact. We sold 2.2 million tons. 75% of that came from African credits. And when we talk about African credits, we talk about communities, about indigenous people, about bringing electricity, rehabilitation water systems. All of that impacts people, and it finances projects that otherwise would have been uneconomic without carbon credit offset as a revenue stream. So this is what Saudi Arabia is doing. We are aiming to be one of the biggest markets by 2030. That is our vision, and this is what we're going to execute and implement. Our vision is not for Saudi, but beyond Saudi, to be leaders globally. And this is a quick snapshot about what we're doing. One last thing, we're launching our exchange later this year. In 4Q, around the time of COP, is going to be the first spot exchange in our region. And then we're offering as well an auction alongside that. Can you stay tuned for the coming auction and the exchange launch later this year?
No, it's very exciting news, and I'm glad you mentioned Africa, because there's a lot of pressure on Africa to stop its upstream activity when Africa as a continent only emits 3% of the world's emissions. So that's something to put into context when we're talking about Africa. Leo, at the end of the day, it's about returns on investment. Are decarbonization projects profitable?
Look, I think the first observation is that the only way to allocate capital at scale, and that scale is what we need to fight climate change, right? It's not millions or billions. We're talking about trillions of dollars that need to go into fighting climate change. And the only way to do that is if the project, the sector, or the company is financially viable. Now, we see incentives and we see tax breaks and subsidies. They work and they help new technologies get through the breaking point. But ultimately, if there's not a substance in the end, if there's not a long-term vision that it will be profitable, we see very little capital flowing through. And given that that's what we need, what we try to do as project developers and allocators, we try to combine the existing technologies, the emerging technologies, the most efficient places in the supply chain, so we can develop projects that can give very healthy returns, taking all the risk of development in that composition. So as an example, here in Brazil, we have a fairly large, fully integrated biorefinery that we are developing in the Northeast. So that's one of the projects that we spent more than 10 years developing it, because we had to find the right location, we had to find the right technology, the right partners. But now we are in a point where we truly believe we can have a molecule in the end of the day that is renewable, that is even captures carbon in the process of growing the trees, and is cost competitive. So there is enough returns there that justifies not only us as Mubadala, but all our partners, our financiers, the local government and federal government to back us up, because we could find that equation. And I think there's, as this example, there's many, many other projects like this that can be developed. And the moment you have that, the moment you can combine technology, efficiency, and supply chain, you can really unlock, substantial capital, and you can drive the change. So I believe that's likely the future for
I
for
think
the
it's
industry.
not about reinventing the wheels to some sense. If we have facilities that already produce energy but require some technologies or investments to clean them up, why don't we work to decarbonize? And if they make money, that's even more incentive.
That's a fantastic topic, and again, the way that we see it as Mubadala Capital, that's exactly the other piece of the puzzle that globally, a lot of people avoid. Because in one front, yes, we can develop new sources of energy, we can develop solar farms and wind farms, and that's going to be green and that's going to make a difference, but that's not enough.
Mm-hmm.
As a world, right, we are consuming more energy than we are able to bring up with renewables. Big numbers, right? We are consuming around 20 petawatts hour of energy in the past 10 years. That was the growth in the demand for energy, and less than half came from renewable. So we are not going to win the fight that we need to win just by bringing in new renewable sources online. We have to fight with the existing industries, the ones that are high polluting, and we have to bring private capital to make a difference. Just as one example there, 4 years ago we acquired a refinery, a crude oil refinery in the northeast of Brazil, and together with our investors, the moment we were doing that acquisition, we created a plan on how we're going to make this more efficient, how we're going to bring this refinery, from the bottom 5% of efficiency globally to a place where you can feel proud about. And the capital that goes there can make an enormous amount of difference and can be as impactful as developing new renewable sources. So I truly believe that as an investor, it's part of our responsibility to find those projects, to find where, money and investments can make a difference to decarbonizing high emission industries, because that's another piece of the
That's
puzzle.
the bottom line here, is just keeping an open mind and investing in all forms of energy because we actually need it. Marcus, I want to bring you in as being the CEO of Pan American Energy Group, and it's the largest oil private company in Argentina. Can you talk to us about your experience and what you've been doing so far in terms of decarbonization?
Okay, thank you, Amin, for the invitation. Let me first address some of the things that has been discussed here in terms of how the industry is viewed and what is the role that the industry should have in this transition. Clearly, the last couple of years, I would say, have been very challenging because there's an extreme vision of where we should stand. But there is no doubt in my mind that I think the industry slowly and very resiliently has shown that we are right front center at the energy transition in terms of our role. I mean, we have to continue supplying secure, affordable, accessible energy for 8 billion people, and we have to do it, and, I underline, have to do it with the lowest carbon content possible over time. So clearly, many of us believe that, that this is going to be done if we look at it as a transition where different technologies and different solutions are going to coexist over time, and they're going to compete, and that's fine, and they should. And in this case, in this context, is that some of these technologies already we know about, solar, wind, some are scaling up, such as hydrogen and others, but oil and gas will be part of this mix of energy that will be given to the world with the objective of lowering the carbon intensity over time and reaching the decarbonization of the matrix. So oil and gas will be part of this. And in particular, gas, I think, is something we should focus on. We at Pan American do so, and I'll get that to in a minute. But natural gas being obviously a very abundant and relatively cheap source of fuel is obviously very important. It also works very well with renewables. I mean, solving the intermittence issue that is very hard to abate. And I would say through the development of LNG, through this global trading vector, it can reach basically all of the different countries in the world, some of which don't have abundant resources, and in particular natural gas, and help them decarbonize and, let's say, replace coal over time, as well as secure, bring them their energy security. So in this context, I think Latin America has a big role to play, as well as the Middle East, but in particular, we have a wonderful shale basin, Vaca Muerta. We have here the governor of Neuquén, which is a protagonist in this basin. And because of the resources, we're talking about 300 TCF of shale gas, we have no other choice but to develop this globally, okay? Clearly, as I said, we are a big player in this space. We're probably the second or third largest producer of shale gas. We produce about 20 million cubic meters a day. For the Anglo people, that's about 670 million scuffs a day, and we're moving into almost 900 million scuffs a day. And this type of resource, this Vaca Muerta, is definitely going to allow, or would say, is going to define a very large LNG export project that Pan American and other companies are working on. So in this respect, placed with natural gas as a source of transition fuel, we also have in Latin America fantastic wind and solar resources which work very, very well. And a lot has been done, I think, in the recent years. Installed capacity has grown tremendously from 20 gigawatts to about 70 gigawatts in the last couple of years. And I believe that that's the way that our region has to lead into accelerating to net zero.
Really a comprehensive strategy there. I hate to be timekeeper on such a rich and interesting topic, but we only have kind of a minute each, so I'm going to combine the last two questions, and if you could just take a minute to reply to them. I want you to identify the biggest challenge in securing finance for decarbonization and give me a solution. Musab.
I will talk about the challenge to be quick, but
Sure.
the solutions it's very difficult. I think the challenge is scale and deployment. The scale, when we talk about energy transitions or financings, McKinsey talking about $4 trillion a year by 2050. It's the unfortunate, that's the scale, I would call it, because the scale is huge, especially that there is still energy addition. There is energy transition, but there is energy additions. So the scale will be very, very challenged to the financing. The second challenge is the deployment today. In 2022, $1.1 trillion being invested in energy transitions, 85% to renewable and EVs. CCUS was only 0.6% and hydrogens of that total transition. So there is an issue on financing on the deployment side. It's focused only on EVs and renewables. It's missing other technology menu that's very important and critical on the energy transitions. The solutions, I think financing should be, especially from banks. Banks will be the financing of projects coming in the future needs to be technology agnostic. They don't focus only on green solutions. They look to all technologies that will reduce carbon emissions. I think that's very important and critical on the solution side, just to be quick.
Rahab, if you have Aladdin's lamp here to help you, advance carbon markets even further, what would you wish for?
Okay, I'll say a couple of things. I'll try to be very quick. Sure. First of all, just to let everybody know, 5% of the global emissions come from the 50 poorest countries in the world, and 99% of the deaths because of climate come from these countries. These countries don't have the means to finance because cost of debt is very high for them. Voluntary carbon market is one of the tools to finance projects that otherwise are uneconomic. Blended finance is needed. I would like to say something else. In Saudi Arabia, we've been very innovative. So one of the things that we came up with is the first ever fatwa to allow for carbon credits to be a backing for Islamic finance. Islamic finance in Saudi Arabia is $500 billion a year, $2 trillion globally between Islamic nations, and we got that from the Islamic Development Bank to enable carbon credits to be used as a backing commodity. One last thing I would like to say, and it's a famous poem, but one of my very favorite poets, which is C.P. Cavafy. He is an Alexandrian Greek poet, and he said that the journey to ethical matters. So a lot of companies have committed to net zero by 2050. What matters, the destination we all know, but what matters is what we do from now till the journey is, till the destination is reached, and the journey matters. Using carbon credit offset as a complementary tool to accelerate decarbonization efforts matters. The destination we all know, but what we do in the journey to the destination, as per the poem, is really important.
It's a beautiful point, Rahab. Short of a fatwa, Leo, what else could we do to secure finance for decarbonization?
Look, we need to create incentives, and we need more players to look at high polluting sectors and take control of those. Because only with responsible ownership, you can drive the change we need. We have to combine all the tools you have. I agree with 100% of the other panelists. Like, those are very important ways that we can drive decarbonization. But we also need private actors to take control of high polluting assets, bring in new capital, bring in new technologies, and make the difference there. Because only by combining those things, we can actually achieve the net zero we're looking for.
Thank you, Leo. Marcus, the last word is yours.
Thank you. So I'll just briefly mention two issues. The number one of the challenges we see in the industry, at least in our part of the world, has to do with infrastructure. There's a bottleneck. The resources are there, but we need to have them reach to the market. And I think in this case, a regional view is very important, because at the end of the day, resources in one place, the demand is in another place, unless we see it in other country, unless we see it as a regional view, I think we'll be missing the big picture. If we see it as a regional view, we'll certainly find the resources to do it. And the second one, really, no big surprises here in our region, have to do with instability, or let's say variability of our macro, and that has to do with our governments. And in this case, I'm very happy that yesterday in Argentina we approved the law that I think is going to be very important to foster the development of these some of the regional infrastructure projects, as well as some of the projects in the industry. So clearly, pieces of legislation, the one that was approved yesterday by the government, will help development of the industry.
Policy definitely plays a big role in this, and I would just lastly say that we should stop demonizing forms of energy and just focus on cutting emissions. Thank you very much to our panelists. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much. Thank you for your great insight and your great contributions and some of the great work you're all doing. Keep up that work. And Amina Bakr, thank you so much for guiding us through on that panel there. Again, so vitally important that all of our energy companies use the latest technology, make sure that they're decarbonizing as they go. And I think we can see that's top priority for companies like Saudi Aramco, for Mubadala, for all of the companies, really making sure that this is actually happening and that they are delivering. Because ultimately, there's a business case here. And I think when we get the business case in place, this is then what makes everybody get down to action. So it was great to actually hear some of the initiatives there, and again, making sure that the financing is there to help us all deliver a cleaner, greener future. And I think we're ready to move on to our next panel in a moment. And in that cleaner, greener future, we're all going to need somewhere to live. And some of us will live in conventional towns and cities, and others, well, we might look further afield and we might look for something new and something different. Many of you might have heard of the great work that's going on in Saudi Arabia with NEOM. We're going to hear more about it right now. So please, I want to welcome back to the stage here the CEO of the FII Institute, of course, founder and chairman Richard Attias Associates. It is Richard Attias himself, and he will be in conversation with his dear friend from NEOM. I'm going to let you introduce Ryan.
Thank you, Etni. Thank you. So this session is really for dreamers. I'm really looking forward almost now every year as a tradition to welcome and to have a conversation with my dear friend Ryan Fayez. Ryan Fayez is the deputy CEO of NEOM. By the way, who never heard about NEOM? Oh my God, everybody, only 1, 2, 3. You see, you are doing a very good job. Only 3 people don't know about NEOM. So Ryan, by background, is an engineer, mechanical engineer from the MIT. He is a former banker. He was a senior executive at Goldman Sachs and also, if I'm not mistaken, at JP Morgan. And now he has this amazing, amazing mission to bring together a project with many of his colleagues, which my wife is calling Planet B, just to give you really the scale of what NEOM is about. And I think it's extremely important to have and to understand, and I'm saying that in total objectivity, without any personal agenda, NEOM is happening, NEOM will happen, and it's probably one of the, if it's not the project of the century. So, Ryan, many people in this room probably have heard about NEOM, as you saw, but not sure they are really familiar with the ambition and the detail of the project. Could you please, just to set the scene, update us about an overview of NEOM in a few minutes?
Thanks, thanks, Richard, and thanks for the invitation to this amazing event, which I always enjoy attending, and I enjoy the conversation with you as well. Similar to maybe in the same theme you asked the audience, I think the level of awareness of NEOM is very high, but people struggle with understanding. And it's obviously our duty to come to these events and try to explain it a little bit more. The name of NEOM actually comes from combining two things. Neo is new, from the ancient Greek new, and M is the first letter of the word mustaqbal, which is future in Arabic. So it's literally the new future, and that's really what's driving everything else that we do. Just to set the scene, it's a 26,000 square kilometer region in the northwest of Saudi Arabia, almost the size of Belgium. It has 5 regional development projects, which I'll walk you through very briefly. And then it also has surrounded by 95% of nature reserve. You'll see that sustainability is a very big theme in everything that we do, and reserving 95% of the land to nature as a nature reserve goes along the same theme of sustainability that is driven by His Royal Highness himself. Sindala is the first island, first project of NEOM. It's an island, beautiful island, opening in a few months, end of this year.
Which will be one of the most beautiful marina and resort in the world. Huh?
Beautiful, has all the amenities of any luxury island that anyone would want to enjoy, a marina, yacht club, golf club, golf course, F&B retail, everything. And you know, I'll skip the advertising for now and hopefully send you the invite to come when it's open. And that's the first, even though it's one of the smaller projects, but in my view, it's one of the most important ones, given that it's the first destination we're going to be inviting people to come to NEOM for. Trujina, which is the mountain destination of NEOM, up in the north, has mountain tops 2,600 meters high. That's where we're going to be hosting the Asian Winter Games in 2029. Magna, which is the latest, actually, announcement we've made, which is the coastal line of NEOM, 120 kilometer of beautiful virgin coast, has 12 low-density, it's going to be developed in a very low-density way with only 12 assets across the 120 kilometers, and the rest is going to be residences on the beachfront. Oxagon in the south is the industrial cluster of NEOM. That's where it sits on an existing port, and it's going to be a center of advanced and clean industries. We're building already the largest green hydrogen project in Oxagon, and we're also building a data center there that's going to be commissioned this year as well. And then we have the line, which is the urban revolution that NEOM is designing. Everything I talked about is the physical, is the hardware, if you will, of NEOM. But what will differentiate NEOM is the software. And the software is the economic engines that will support everything we do. We've identified 14 sectors that are going to be the economic engine, that will be the driver for job creation, GDP contribution, as well as livability in NEOM. The goal of NEOM is not...
What is the philosophy behind NEOM?
So the philosophy is not necessarily, or it's not definitely not a real estate project. That's what I'm saying. Even though people relate and see kind of the advertisement around the physical footprint, the philosophy is how can we build a city of the future starting from where people left off. So every single one of these 14 sectors, we're not developing it in the traditional way. Not having legacy, both limited physical legacy as well as tech legacy, enables us to start really from the highest or the latest technologies and make a step change in what we're doing, whether it's in the tech or digital space or in the mobility space. We've invested in many mobility solutions that we're going to be experimenting and bring to NEOM that hasn't taken place anywhere in the world. Or manufacturing, desalination, energy. 100% of NEOM is going to be 100% powered by renewable energy. Never been done in a scale of this size. And to do that, we really need to think of how do we capture the energy sector of the future.
I have a question that we didn't talk about, but we are so happy to have His Royal Highness in the room, who is leading the whole e-sport strategy. Do you have some e-sports also in NEOM coming?
We have gaming. So we have a joint venture with NBC, a gaming studio that develops games for the, not for NEOM, for the globe. And this is actually based out of the States right now, and as NEOM gets ready, we're going to bring it back to NEOM. And that's going to be the core of our gaming ecosystem.
You are quite often challenged, you know, by people who doesn't like big dreams. What happened since last year? I want to understand the progress that you made since our last conversation in Miami.
So we had this conversation a year ago, and to be honest, it was a very, very pivotal year. It's a year where the perception of NEOM being a project transitioning into a real company with a real business has transpired. On the investment and funding side, we have signed and closed the NEOM Green Hydrogen project. We had talked about it before. It hadn't come to a close until last year. We signed a $10 billion JV with DSV on logistics. This is real dollars, real investment, 5149,
10 billion.
$10 billion. And it's a commitment, capital commitment until 2030. We've also raised about $10 billion of financing, debt financing, commercial debt financing, related to green hydrogen, but also related to Sindala and the corporate, and raise a facility at the corporate level. So more than about $10 billion financing, 60 billion reals, about $16 billion of third-party private sector investment commitments signed, not MOUs, signed and committed around green hydrogen, around construction villages, and around logistics and supply chain. So that happened last year. We launched the NIF and the NEOM Investment Fund and the FII in Riyadh. That was a great success. It's an entity, it's our wholly owned subsidiary that is responsible for making the kind of investments I just mentioned, chaired by His Excellency Yasser Rumayyan, the governor of PIF. And we've made 2.5 billion riyals already of investments. We opened the London office, we opened the New York office. We launched the last region, which is Magna. You know, while I was looking at the things that happened, I actually personally couldn't believe how much has happened in just 1 year. And it just shows you the pace and progress of what's going on in NEOM, moving very, very, very quickly.
Amazing. As you saw probably the past few days, we are talking a lot about environment, sustainability here in Brazil, so, which is, by the way, the home of the Amazon rainforest. So what NEOM is doing to create ecological harmony when you build from scratch? How do you keep the balance on this ecological environment?
One of the key pillars of NEOM is redefining conservation. How do humans and nature coexist and live together without compromising one another? When we look at the sustainability theme, it's driven through two different teams actually within NEOM. We have the environment team led by Chief Environment Officer, and there we've set the environmental strategy around 4 key pillars: biodiversity, climate action, sustainability, and circular economy. That has already been approved by the board chaired by His Royal Highness, and we're already in action. We've already implemented many of what we talked about. We have an environmental protection and monitoring system and program that involves drones, underwater robots, as well as AI to monitor the compliance around, and this is live as we speak. We also have the environmental regulation that is going to be driving that to making it the most advanced and sustainable environmental regulation. We also have the nature reserve, which is the 95% of NEOM. We've done significant regreening and rewilding initiatives. We already planted more than 2 million trees and shrubs, and the goal is 100 million by 2030. We rewilded and brought new species into NEOM that hadn't been there for the last 100 years. And the breeding that we're seeing and the acclimation of these species has been fascinating.
How will you call the citizen of NEOM? Do you know already or not yet? Yeah, because I would like to ask you the question about their quality of life. What will be their quality of life? So what will be the quality of life of the citizen of NEOM?
So basically, you saw all the 5 regions that I talked about, including the line. These are designed to coexist in a way that is promotes and ensures we get the best quality of life for the citizens, for the residents of NEOM. The line itself is an urban revolution. It is designed to respond to some of the global challenges around urban sprawl, around climate change, and it's also designed to be the first really cognitive city. When we think of the quality of life of people living there, when you think of cities, traditional cities have a park in the middle of the city. Hyde Park in the middle of London, Central Park in the middle of New York. The line in its design, sitting in the middle of nature, is actually a city inside a park, not a park inside the city. You have access to nature at a 5-minute walk. It's a 5-minute walkable, livable city. I can go on forever on the line, but more to that to come soon. But supporting the line, not only in terms of just the physical infrastructure, talking about the software, investing significantly, we've done that already, in sectors that are going to be the biggest attraction of people, like healthcare. We built a state-of-the-art hospital in NEOM as we speak, and it's only obviously servicing our residents and visitors, but that will be the core of what will be built going forward. Education. We've already hired some of the top deans and faculty from all over the world, already in NEOM, designing and building the education of the future. And that is one that we can activate actually earlier virtually before the physical infrastructure is done. So many of these sectors are the ones that are going to be attracting people. Obviously, the lifestyle of NEOM, weather, much better than the rest of, I would say, the Gulf, the location, at the center of 3 continents and very close to major population centers, and on and on. And I can go on forever and to pitch NEOM to you as future residents and future visitors.
As you know, FI Priority is always a platform where investors are coming to understand where the money should go in terms of geographies and sectors. So how can we invest in NEOM project, and how can we make money as an investor?
We are at a point now, and you know, when we had this discussion last year in Miami, we were working on bringing together and packaging these investment opportunities. We're fortunate enough to have very, very supportive shareholders in the PIF, as well as the Minister of Finance, financing a significant part of what has happened in NEOM so far. That financing and investment that happened from PIF and MOF, effectively building the basic infrastructure and de-risking the commercial assets that are going to sit on top of it. So we now have a significant number of commercial opportunities that we are in the market with, getting excellent feedback on. It ranges from infrastructure around energy and water. We're building a pump hydro storage, and we have excellent appetite from the market that has come through. It's a 12 billion real project, and some of the global leaders in the field are interested to join. Ports, we're now in the market to look for strategic partners in the port, and the appetite and the response has been great. And this is an existing asset, so we're not building it. It's a brownfield opportunity. Telecom and digital infrastructure, data centers, connect and compute capacity. We already have a data center in place, but it's ideally located for future data centers, and literally every single conversation I have with an infrastructure investor is looking into that, and we're packaging that and taking it to the market. In addition, obviously, to the traditional real estate and hospitality opportunities.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ryan Fayez is too humble, so he doesn't want to promote too much, but I was told that one of the coming big Hollywood blockbusters will be, I would say, broadcasted in NEOM soon. So you are even attracting the big guys from Hollywood, correct?
You never know. One of the guys in the audience may be there to do it.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ryan Fayez, the Deputy CEO of NEOM. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard. Thank you.
So I think now we can make a break for the lunch, and the session will start again at 1:30 p.m. In this room. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch.
Good afternoon. Lovely to see you all again, and welcome back. We're in the home stretch, so to speak, as we just count down the rest of the afternoon. And we have lots to count down. We still have lots of tremendous panels and great content and great information for you. We have a bit of a mini-series on entrepreneurship coming up. You're not going to want to miss that. And of course, later today, we're going to be engaging with many former leaders of the region. So that's a panel that definitely we really want you to have here. And also, we're going to be talking to innovators, to disruptors, and to change makers, just as we always do at FII. So we're just bringing you more of all the good stuff you're used to. But right now, we're going to be looking at a really interesting panel, looking at which innovations in Latin America will actually help to cultivate global investor confidence. Now, we've been talking a little bit about that in the last day and a half, without a doubt, but we now have a key panel absolutely going to focus on it. So please welcome our moderator for this session and her panel. She's the Senior Director for Policy with the American Society Council of the Americas. Cecilia Tornaghi joins us. Lovely to see you again, Cecilia. Look, we're in matching colors.
With a Brazilian flag here.
Hello,
Thank
lovely
you
to see you all.
Thanks, everyone. We're right after lunch. I hope you're all happy here now that you're, had time to eat something. Just want to say this is a fantastic, fantastic event. I mean, I'm just so privileged to be here. I want to thank FII for coming to Latin America and to Rio, of course, where we have several bottlenecks, but a main hurdle, which I would say is attracting investment. Attracting investment is lack of confidence in our region. And to sort of like get the gist of this, I have a very distinguished and incredible panel. So we're going to hear a lot about this, investing in the region and investing in dignity. That's why we're here, a most needed dialogue in the region. So my distinguished panel from my left, Abdul Rahman Bakir, Managing Director Americas, the Saudi Ministry of Investment. He is looking at our region with a keen eye. Eduardo Sirotsky-Meltzer, Chairman, CEO, and Managing Partner at EB Capital, looking from the Brazil side. He has a great insight into the region as well. Xia Sheng, no, out of order, I'm so sorry, Mark Price. I pulled Mark, he is here. Regional Head of Markets, Middle East and Africa for Standard Chartered, and Xia Sheng, founder and Vice President and Executive Director of the Bank of China. And of course, last but not least, Andrew Weinberg, founder and CEO of Brightstar Capital Partners. This is, I'm really, really privileged to be with all of you here looking at this and how we can, find ways or how your vision is on the region. So, Bakir, I would like to start with you. So you are on the front lines of bridging this gap in dialogue and confidence, keeping an eye in the Americas, all the way south. So which sectors in Latin America offer the most compelling opportunities in your view? And do you see any mistakes being done by people looking at the region?
Boa tarde, excelências, senhoras, senhores. Thank you for having me. And Cecilia, just before I answer your question, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge His Excellency Minister Khalid Al-Faleh. When I spoke with him, I told him Brazil is a region, and LATAM specifically, is a region that you need to experience it, feel it, see it, and live it to understand its business potential. And His Excellency Minister led a historical delegation to Brazil in July last year with more than 100 people from the Saudi private sector, visited 7 countries. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it today, but please let's give him a round of applause for helping to make this happen. In terms of sectors, obviously agriculture would come into mind as LATAM being the food basket of the world. But 2 other sectors come to my mind as well are healthcare. In fact, our son Sultan, who's almost 2 years old now, we had an incident earlier this year, and unfortunately we had to take him to the hospital when we were in January. Fortunately, we were in Brazil. We took him to a hospital, Syrio-Lebanese, and the experience from check-in to the quality of the medical devices, the quality of the doctors, the nurses, is just unbelievable, something that I've never seen in my life. And I always said if Syrio Lebanese had a different zip code, probably in the US or in Europe, it would have been in the top 3 hospitals globally. And healthcare is just going to go growing. I see one of the CEOs here, Zivi from True Care, who are talking also with Saudi now in terms of healthcare facilities that bringing home care. So there is a lot of demand when it comes to that sector specifically. The second one is tourism. Obviously, tourism is a major driver for the economy of different countries here in LATAM due to to the contribution of the GDP or the employment rate. It's always driven by tourism here. But I remember when I was in Colorado a few months ago, we were talking to one of the restaurant owners, and he told me that the average tourist from LATAM spends 4 times more than the average tourist from North America in his restaurant. So not only investing here in tourism in the region, but also attracting tourism into Saudi as we open up. And I see our Deputy Minister of Tourism is here with us here today. We need to get more tourists from LATAM into Saudi. So those are the 2 sectors that come into my mind now, Cecilia.
Rio Riyadh, it even, it goes well. It's a good slogan there. Eduardo, you have like a privilege in this panel here from being from the region, being here, born and raised, so you understand our bottlenecks from the start. So what would you say was the riskiest bet you've made? So that would show that kind of like emblematic of this issue of confidence.
Thank you, Cecilia. Thanks everyone to share this time with us. It's lunchtime, so we are not only hungry, but we expect that you guys pay attention to what we have to say, because we are very proud to be here, Bakir. And by the way, Bakir, in the beginning of the panel, he said, let's make sure that we do 60 seconds each one. He took 4 minutes. But it's exciting. It's exciting to be here. Thanks, everyone. Let me tell you, Cecilia, this is a tough question, because just to be a business person or an entrepreneur in Brazil, it's challenging. It's always a bet. But the biggest bet by far that I had in my life, in a professional life, was to found my own company. Brazil, we love Brazil. I'm committed to Brazil. We believe in Brazil. But Brazil is not a friendly country when you talk about being an entrepreneur. The fabric of I would say, the governance system, it's not the most, I would say, efficient one, okay? So it's very risky to start your own company. It's not easy, But my passion resides exactly because of that. I'm committed to Brazil. I believe in the country. You just mentioned some fantastic sectors and areas, and I want to make sure that we release all of the benefits and the potential of this country. Latin America, and specifically Brazil, it's one of the few regions, globally speaking, that you have more opportunities than capital. So why don't people take advantage and international players take advantage of that? It's not easy to play here. You gotta, we were talking before and we're saying, well, we cover Latin America from Miami. That's not the way you can really play the game. The intricacies and I would say, the specificities of this country makes it very difficult for investors to operate here. So we try to position ourselves as the bridge for investors to feel secure to come here with credibility, with market knowledge. Our position in Cecilia is that we have to have deep sector expertise, but have really foot on the ground and understand the market in Brazil. So that's, I would say, my first interaction, and we have the chance to discuss more.
Yeah. It's interesting that you mentioned, that it's difficult. Brazil is not for beginners, right? As the sense
Yeah,
saying.
exactly. Yeah.
But I think that it's a common ground for Latin America. Like Latin America in general is not for beginners, and there are several idiosyncrasies, but also peculiarities. And Mark, I want to go to you because there is one of them is that SME, small and micro and medium-sized businesses are a major component of the economies across the board in the region, but also they probably have the hardest time in financing, finding financing and being funded. So how do you bridge that gap?
Thanks, Cecilia. It's a real pleasure to be here, so thank you for having us today. So I sit on the banking side of things as opposed to the investing side of things. And you're right. The challenge that I see is that in Latin America, very similar to Africa and the Middle East, the area I cover, the challenges around how do you get the funding into the small, medium, micro-size enterprises. And that's something that the banks are no longer set up and capable to do. Standard Chartered, the bank I work for, in its past, was very deep locally in the markets, providing capital, but in a way that we just cannot do with the current banking capital requirements, post-GFC, et cetera. So we've had to morph our role to look at how we connect pools of global capital to get that capital onto the ground in the markets that we still cover. And I think that's where the partnership, I think, needs to be built between the investment community, the asset managers, the end investors, and the banks to try and really think about how we get that capital to those SME businesses. We do it in the developed markets. We see those funds or we see those securitizations in the West, but we don't see it in the emerging markets. So constructing those investment opportunities, attracting the investors in a way that means that the SMEs can get their financing at an attractive enough level for them, and the banks can provide the financing to the funds in a way that gives the leverage to the funds that means that the investors get the returns they want. It's that partnership, I think, that helps us bridge that global investor wanting to get involved, but in a way that makes sense from their returns perspective, but also makes sense to the people that need the capital. Because if we price it too richly, then it doesn't help them, and it doesn't build the economic growth that these communities should be looking for them to propel.
Yeah, it would be great because you have a vision from a region that has several similarities with Latin America, so it's a great lesson to hear. And Shank, we were talking before the panel when you mentioned that more so than also within the challenges is actually deepening connection. So can you tell us a little bit about that? I mean, because we see Asian investments in the region growing, but this connection that you're talking about, if you can tell us what your thoughts on that, they were very interesting.
Thank you, Cecilia. I think when we talk, if you look at the previous section, many very successful cases of innovation, basically in the modernization of a very traditional industry. So for Asian investor, specifically Chinese investor, when they come here, probably they are looking on the very niche, we call the niche, only the field where he is very specialized. So if you look at, for a Chinese bank, for example, we are very, very good, for example, to help company to do the modernization or upgrading their machinery, the whole supply chain. As we saw in the morning, that team, I think the telephone company team president said that the world changed. Now you have things connect to things, not only the people connect to the people. And we also said we also can realize that a lot production process need to improve. So there are a lot of possibility and opportunity for funding. So that's what we do, and the Bank of China do pretty well, has this purpose to help Brazilian company and Latin American company to do this modernization. As our Vice President, Mr. Alckmin said in this morning, Brazil is running the new industrialization. So that's a huge opportunity, not only for me, but that's also for Brazilian player and the international player, not only in the very innovations field, but also the traditional field, to help this company to do the transition to the renewable energy economy. So I think this.
Yeah, that's Eduardo said. We are the land of opportunity, not necessarily the land of capital. So I'm happy that you guys are talking about having capital come here, and but the difficulties of making it happen, right? So Andrew, how do you see that? I mean, in your view, is there a major hurdle, or do you see like a policy change or an infrastructure initiative that could increase this confidence in the region in actually coming here?
Yeah, thank you very much, and thanks for having me today. I'd say I'm not an expert on policy. Obviously, we benefit from having so many policymakers here. I can say a couple things. So we've chosen in the region to really have the right partner, and I think Eduardo and I share a partner, Marcelo Clare, and I've worked and invested with Marcelo for 20 years, and 20 years in the region, and observed a couple things. You mentioned policy change, but obviously for those who are experts, it's not one region, right? It's not one place, okay? We group it together because it's 7 to 8% of the world's GDP and 7 to 8% of the world's population, and makes it convenient, but obviously operating, it's many different countries, many different policies. I do think there is a common thread. I think the energy transition is something that we've chosen to lean into. We recently bought a services business around minerals and metals needed for electrification. So we've chosen not to be the asset owner because that can be very specific to a country in terms of policies around that. But the service umbrella actually is something that has been open to all players, and we're able to bring the best expertise from the entire region to each opportunity. And if the region thinks about, look at the Australia model, 2% of the world's GDP and maybe 0.5% of the world's population, if you can get a ratio of, let's say, 2 to 1, not 1 to 1, I think that affords more investment opportunity. I do think the maturation of the capital markets continues. Again, we've invested here for a long time. The cost of capital, thanks to folks like Mark, keeps coming down with familiarity with the region. And I think the more stability we see on a geopolitical basis affords the ability to lean in more.
Bakir, I'll come back to you because you've been observing the region, right, and looking at it from this eye of, like, increasing this connection and this growing connectivity with the kingdom specifically, but with the eye on what's happening here. So I want to ask you, what mistakes have you seen being made on people that want to come to Latin America?
So, Celia, I remember when last July, when we did the visit with Minister Khalid Al-Falih, we had around 100 people from the Saudi private sector. And as soon as we started to review their investment strategy, I noticed that they just developed one strategy thinking it's fit for the whole LATAM. Frankly, doing business in Sao Paulo is totally different than Bogota or Buenos Aires, so they can't just have that assumption. And that's the most common mistake, and my advice is to really invest in local know-how, have boots in the ground, try to understand the market dynamics, and then your investment will be more fruitful. But just having that assumption without trying to understand the market dynamic would actually make also further mistakes into you. One important point I want to mention, at the ministry, we went one level even down at the country level in Brazil. We started to understand the market dynamics within the regions. So also doing business in Sao Paulo is very different than Rio or Porto Alegre or Minas Gerais. So that will also really help the market. Last tip I want to give to my Saudi colleague, make the most out of being here in the FII. Richard and Florence always bring the right people together. So for them bringing the talent here, you will find people here, talent here in this room, in this hall, to help you and understanding the local dynamics and market, what's happening in the market, so you can hire them when you want to expand into the LATAM region.
Yeah, I mean, I want to second that because it's just incredible. Just the conversations I've been having, and I'm not loaning money to anybody, I'm not investing myself, but the conversations have been incredible in learning about, you know, the different dynamics in, across the region. Eduardo, you are in this sort of like doing this bridge for investors coming here. So what do you say when people come to you is you know, a common mistake or misconception that you would like to clear?
Yeah, I think, you know, you kind of touched that before, which is you cannot invest or understand this country specifically by the headlines, okay? Headlines are important, but they just show a picture. This is a long-term country from an investment perspective. Brazil is fantastic from its, I would say, solid institutions. Capital markets are maturing a lot. It's a huge country, you know, in terms of consumption and population. And as a Brazilian citizen, I feel sorry for the inefficiencies of the country, but those inefficiencies are the most valuable business opportunities. Because when you have the ability with investments, with know-how, with the right partnerships, to help solve those inefficiencies, you're creating an amazing business opportunity, fantastic returns, and also helping to develop the country. So that is my passion running my company, okay? But the biggest mistakes, Cecilia, that international investors do in Brazil are the mistakes that you learn really early on in your career that you cannot make, which is you invest when it's high and you exit when it's low, because you're afraid. You cannot be afraid. You have to partner with the right people, but you cannot come when everybody came or everybody's coming and leave when there's a hiccup, because Brazil is a cyclical country. But you have to have the ability to hold on, you know, fasten your seatbelts, and in the end of the day, it's going to be great. And we are here for several generations investing in this region, investing in Brazil, and you can see that. And one last thing, I've seen here in this room several really important business people from Brazil, guys who own, you know, like third, fourth generation, fifth generation of fantastic companies like Klabin, for instance. And these are like huge global companies, you know. So there's fantastic rooms in these, fantastic opportunities in this country.
Right. Need equals opportunity, right? Especially what we were talking about yesterday, the region has a chance to leapfrog in certain areas just because there's nothing there, right? So it's an opportunity. Mark, I'll go to you on your experience in a region that has similarities but differences, but with the similarities. What, in your experience, would be a learning that you think would apply to Latin America from your experience in Africa and Middle East?
So I'd certainly echo what Eduardo just said. We've literally just opened a branch in Egypt in January of this year, probably at the lowest and weakest point in terms of that country for a very long time. And we did a little bit of internal second guessing, is now the right time, and just had to push straight on, and hopefully, you know, we're not there for the next 5 minutes, we're there for the several generations that Eduardo mentioned. So I think you can talk about market timing, but I think you just need to decide, are you in or are you out? And if you're in, then you're in and you make the best of it. When I look across Africa and the Middle East, it's a very challenging region. You have the haves, we know who they are, and you have the have-nots. And we work more closely, perhaps with the have-nots, because they need our help more. And we can do that by being present on the ground. So I'm going to probably get told off, but you know, we consider ourselves to be a global emerging markets bank, but we don't really have a big presence here in Latin America. And that's something that I think we intend to fix over the coming years, because we can't lay claim to that title unless we have a greater presence here. We do have an office here in Brazil. But come on, Brazil is not Latin America. But you know, we hope to build our credibility here, and I look forward to partnering with many people in the room when we do.
I'm sure you're going to be welcomed, even by the competition. I'm sure you will be very welcome to him. Cenk, we've seen also in terms of like the connectivity we were talking earlier, and also bridging these gaps of confidence, initiatives such as the BRICS Bank, the New Development Bank, and another sort of a deeper dialogue. How do you see that helping bridge this gap?
I think Bank of China is a commercial bank. And I think the BRICS Bank is a different player, and they focus on the development and the social needs. So it's very complementary. So, for example, Bank of China cooperate with a local bank, Itaú Bradesco, all the private bank, and we have our focus on usually is focused on the trade finance and the supplier finance, and transition energy finance as well, sustainable link bonds. But when you turn to developer bank, it's totally different. They have a much longer, more than 10, 20 years, and their purpose is totally different from the commercial bank. And they got a tax benefit that we don't have. So I think this is all complementary, and we know that to help business to develop very well in Brazil, you need both, not only from the micro, from the entrepreneur side, but you also need very nice infrastructure to help to reduce the cost, as some of them mentioned before. So they are complementary. Sorry.
And Andrew, you mentioned earlier 20 years in a partnership in Brazil. What have you learned that you would impart as advice?
Yeah, so to echo, I think a couple of themes we've heard so far, being local matters, having boots on the ground, critically important. I'm going to add a couple as well. Don't underestimate the fat tail risk of a shock, because a small ripple can create a big shock. And that's the second lesson, which is if you're not prepared for that shock with both know-how and capital, it's hard to kind of see the other side and see that opportunity in a high growth region. What do I mean specifically by that? At our firm, most of us are both investors and operators with global experience and able to bring those best practices. And the same solution will likely apply to a business in Brazil, to Mexico, to the US, to somewhere in terms of a specific issue. The second one is having long-term partners like the Ministry of Investment or others who think more than a few years out. If you know that your capital base and have great partners like Standard Chartered, if you have partners like that, you can actually move a business forward without having to sort of watch your back. And so I think setting up a business for success is critically important, and a lot of lessons learned over time about not having that runway.
I want to have money to invest in Brazil with you guys. So, Bakir, I just wanted to give you the parting thoughts here, because I think this is I mean, in terms, it's an exciting new relationship that is sparkling. So you're looking at the region as a whole, so just your last thoughts on you already mentioned sectors and all that, but what do you expect this relationship to become in the next 5 to 10 years?
I think we've done a great momentum with the government relations, signing bilateral investment treaties, agreements, protection. In fact, a lot of the Saudi private sector, when they go to Latin America, they like to tailgate with the government just to feel that they can understand the market. But what I see it in the next 5 to 10 years is for the private sector, especially the family offices, to come together and they speak the same language together. That's the magic of putting those two together. We signed an agreement with the EB Capital in Riyadh just 2 weeks ago with that focus. The lasting of that will be for decades and more. And we need to emphasize on building that bridge of the private sector together.
Next, officers, are you guys want to do, you plan on branching out of Brazil?
No, I think we have so much to do in Brazil that we want to help bringing, investors and bringing people to this country, so then this can be a really global opportunity, But I also think that Brazil has to, increase its self-esteem and be able to, have more like a global ambitions. Brazil is huge, and this is a gift, but it's also a curse, because a lot of the Brazilian companies end up being satisfied or fulfilled with what we have here. And we have state-of-the-art companies that can be playing globally, you know. So that's something, when we talk about bridge, that's what I think we should do.
We just need more of those, right?
Exactly.
More companies going out. Well, thank you so much. This has been incredible, great learning, and thank you all for being here with us and sharing your energy. I invite you to stay put because there's a lot more coming. This is a fantastic conference. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cecilia, thank you so much. Thank you all so much. Gentlemen, I'd love you all to stay, but I need you to leave us. Lovely to see you all. Thank you so much. Thanks for all your great insights. And again, staying local, looking global, it works every time. It's really about making sure that we have the innovations that are here, the products that are here, the products that are in demand. And I think, again, we found out there some of the tremendous opportunities that are within the Latin American continent. And many of them, of course, here in Brazil. But when we look at it, there's so much more to play with. Let me get my next panel up here, because I told you we like to talk to disruptors and innovators. And now we're going to talk to the rule breakers. But let me get our panel moderator up here. Wenyi Kai is our moderator for this, the founder and CEO of Polymath Ventures. So Wenyi, if I can have you over there. Marcelo Claure, lovely to see you back here again. So lovely to see you. Sir Martin Sorrell, I get to meet you all again and again. And of course, Patrick Jean. Looking to see you great from M31 Capital. Have a lovely discussion. I leave it in your good hands, Wenyi.
Great. Good afternoon. I'm sure you're all here to see me.
Chinese twist.
So we have an amazing session today. We're going to talk about the mega trends going on in the world today, but we actually called this session Rule Breakers because each of the panelists here have been known to make provocative business decisions and break some rules of their own. So let's start off. If each of you can tell us about some of the rules that you've broken and how it's turned out. Marcelo, maybe we can start with you.
Marcelo instantly looked at me. Why did you look at me like?
You've been around a little. You've been around a little longer than me, so you have broken more rules than I have. What a terrible name, our rule breakers. We try not to break the rules. We try to play by the rules, but once in a while we deviate. I think my biggest rule breaker was when I was the CEO of SoftBank, and we were. Well, first of all, we're breaking every rule in the world of venture capital when we had the largest technology fund ever created, and we were investing. We were larger than all the venture capital funds put together. But the biggest rule that we broke was there was no interest in SoftBank in Latin America. And it bothered me tremendously, being from Latin America, seeing some of the world's best entrepreneurs in our offices in Tokyo, and they were all Chinese, some amazing Chinese entrepreneurs that now founded TikTok, Alibaba, and so on. We had incredible Indian entrepreneurs who completely disrupted the Indian tech ecosystem, and we had some amazing American entrepreneurs. And we never had any Latin entrepreneurs come to visit us from Latin America. And the biggest rule break was, I went to my boss, Masa, and I asked him, what is the GDP of Latin America compared to the rest of the world? Now, it depends what book you read. At the end, we agreed it was 8%. So I said, great, so why don't we grab 8% of the $100 billion that we manage, and we launched the Latin America Technology Fund. And that was a big rule break, because people were not used to, especially Latin American entrepreneurs, were not used to playing the same game that other entrepreneurs have done. And to me, probably that was one of the most important things that I've done in my life, and probably the ones that brought me the highest amount of satisfaction to be able to launch the SoftBank Latin American Fund.
Yeah, and I think those of us in the tech ecosystem in Latin America really have you to thank to put Latin America on the global investors map on that front. So I agree with you. Sir Brunton.
I don't think I've broken any rules. It's a bit,
Right.
a bit like asking somebody if we've broken any laws. You wouldn't publicly admit it. So not rules. I think we've disrupted, and I say we because it's not just me, we've disrupted things. I remember, in answer to your question, that when I joined Saatchi's in the late 1977, it shows you how old I am, that one of the practices, conventions, was that advertising agencies didn't, if they belonged to the IPA, which was the Association of Agencies, they didn't pitch each other's clients.
Mm-hmm.
There was a sort of, it was gentleman's rule at that time not to do it. So that was one sort of disruption. A second disruption would be that we grew by acquisition in a people-based industry, and we did that we built Saatchi's with the Saatchi brothers, Tim Bell and others, into the world's largest group, and then did it again when we started in '85 with WPP. So that the unconventional approach there, the disruption was that you could disrupt what were private partnerships in America, which were run in a very sort of closed circle. And then with S4, after 33 years at WPP, building it to the largest agency group in the world, it's starting with a digital-only, data-driven, faster, better, cheaper, unitary model, one-brand model as opposed to multi-brand. In terms of the biggest sort of disruption, or maybe it was a rule break, was that we executed at WPP 2 major hostile takeovers. And hostiles in a people business, the conventional wisdom is that the assets go up and down in the lift and in and out of the office every day, and therefore how can you do something that is hostile? What people don't understand, and you see it in the fashion industry, there was a documentary about Bernard Arnault and Francois Pinault. I think it's on the BBC iPlayer if anybody, it's 2 or 3 hours, it's worth watching. What Arnault understands is the strength of the brand. It doesn't matter who the creative director is, Lagerfeld at Chanel, Tom Ford at Tom Ford, whatever it is. It's the strength of the brand that is important. In the case of agencies, again, it's J. Walter Thompson was a venerable operation. Again, it was a hostile. Ogilvy was venerable, been in the business for 50, 75, 100 years. And what people have to understand is that global brands have tremendous strength and connection. And it's not about the individual. The brand is much more powerful. And in fact, a hostile takeover, it was a famous pirate, actually, an investment pirate, asset stripper maybe would be a way of describing, called Jimmy Goldsmith, James Goldsmith. And he always said, a hostile takeover is not hostile, it's only hostile to one person, that's the CEO of the target company. So I think that would be the area that I would say pick out.
Patrick.
Well, I think for me, and the rule here is conventional thinking, I guess. And all 3 or 4 of us, I mean, in every day what we do, and we're trying to disrupt the traditional conventional thinking. So recently I spent a couple of days and stayed at a very famous chef's house in Massimo Bottura in Italy, and we stayed in his house, so he cooked the breakfast, lunch, and dinner and for us. And in the world of cuisine, we have Japanese cuisine, Chinese cuisine, Italian cuisine, Latin American cuisine, but there's also something called fusion. If you're the best chef, you have to figure out where the good ingredients are, and then with your imagination, and you're trying to cook something, not just to be fancy, but also palatable to your customers who are going to taste your dishes. I think all 3 of us, and I think we're in that world, we look at the world, we see a lot of times there are just dislocations. And unfortunately, that becomes some sort of conventional thinking. Today, if you look at the media and people talk way too much about geopolitics. Of course, geopolitics is the most serious issue we're all faced with. But somehow that's also having such a overweight influence on everybody's mindset. And only until like 4 or 5 years ago, people were still embracing globalization. Now people said, okay, I'm just modeling this thing, and the world is going to be doomed for anybody who's going to talk about globalization. So talking about the real action I took recently, that was just 3 weeks ago. I brought 20 Chinese CEOs, so BYD, Xiaomi, and all these guys, and they came with me. They're all private entrepreneurs. They're the best in the world for whatever they do. We showed up in Europe. So we met 110 European CEOs. The Chinese side, in terms of market cap, represent about 2 trillion RMB. The European side was 2 trillion euros. And also all the investors that showed up represent about 20 trillion US dollars under management. So 3 groups met over the course of 8 days and 58 events. What happened? Nobody was expecting this thing is going to have a big impact on how they think about everything. But when you are under the same roof, it's like 4 of us are having a real conversation with everybody, and you start to look at that person, that's a real person, that's a very smart person. There's so much I can learn from this person, and can we do something together? So I think in this very much divided world, and being someone who's trying to, I guess, breaking the rules, is you do something with the action, and you let smart people meet, and we come up with good stuff. So that's also Marcelo and I were talking about this, and before coming on the stage, I think it's important. And the good ingredients, they're just scattered in different parts of the world. The Europeans are looking at China, no longer just looking at China as big market. They also look at China for access to supply chain technologies. They think the Chinese are the best today.
Great. I mean, we're sitting on the stage with some of the most global operators and investors out there. Walking back a little bit from geopolitics, which seems to be so much at the forefront of conversation, but really talking about those underlying megatrends, right, that are actually probably more important than the short term in terms of what's happening geopolitically. Maybe, Marcelo, we can start with you, and you can talk about, I know we've had discussions about longevity and aging and how that's really going to change things at a very fundamental level for society and for business.
Great, thank you. So before we talk about rule breakers, and he's going to get mad at me, probably a big rule breaker that I have here in my friend Richard Atias, who took the risk of bringing this conference to Brazil. And we were 6 months ago basically saying, should we do Brazil? It carries a high level of risk. And I haven't had a chance to thank him for taking this leap of faith, so thank you, Richard. And I do truly appreciate that. Now let's talk about the big mega trends that are happening today, right? I have 3 big passions in my life. One is AI and what is AI can do. Second is the world of football. And in this case, what can AI do in the world of football? And third is Latin America. And I try to combine them because I love those 3 things. Specifically in the world of longevity, we're living 2 very interesting points. I mean, you have an exciting world in the demographic transition that we're living in the global south, right? You have Africa, you have Saudi Arabia, in Africa, Nigeria, you got Brazil, in which you have a very young and vibrant population that reminds me a lot to the China that we knew 10 years ago. And you see it, you see the vibrancy and all that, and you see the more mature economies, you see the US, you have Europe, you have China, you have Japan, who now have a problem because the aging population keeps on growing. And for the first time in history, we have more people that are over 65 years old than under 5 years old. So that can bring a whole set of new challenges or new opportunities. I like opportunities in the world of investing because we got to develop new products that are going to cater to this aging population. At the same time, you got to deal with the global south that feels like China and India, etc. So I said a lot of exciting things. What I love is what can AI do? What happens when biology and technology get combined? Like, what can we expect? And there's a lot of fascinating things. I mean, if you look at the cost of genome sequencing, it is going down tremendously, at a tremendous amount of speed and cost. And what is that going to allow us to do? It's going to allow us to recreate the human body in the next 3 to 5 years, molecule by molecule, which means we're going to have a software version of our body, and we're going to be able to test what can we do, how do we treat disease, how can we apply medicine better, and that's going to bring a tremendous amount of preventive medicine. One of the things that I'm incredibly excited today is about 2 things. One is I'm a big believer that in the next 1 to 2 years, we're going to have the first set of vaccines for cancer. Cancer kills so many people. I don't think there's a single person in this room who hasn't had a relative who have not died of cancer. And that's going to be huge because we're going to be able to understand what is the cancer that you have and be able to send you a vaccine that has been proven on software that's going to be sent to you and is going to be able to cure cancer. That's one. Then the miracle drugs, Ozempic, Mounjaro, and all the GLP-1s are, for the first time in the history of the United States, Walmart said that the sales of food have started to slow down. They have gone down. And only 8% of the US population has access to this type of drugs. Imagine once these drugs become prevalent, and if you walk in the US, you will see that the rate of obesity is so large. And obviously, obesity leads to cardiovascular disease, and you have a tremendous amount of people that are dying because of that. So I'm a huge believer and huge proponent that those drugs, once they become a pill, are basically going to bend the obesity curve in the US. That for all of you who, I had a chance to go to Disney World a couple of weeks ago, take my kids, and I sat down, and about 80% of the people that you see walking by you are obese. And that's a problem, not because there's a problem with being obese, but it actually affects your heart. So that is a huge problem that I see that's going to basically change. And I think another huge advance that we're seeing in biotech is the ability to recreate organs. The ability today, whether you have the ability that we're going to be able to recreate a liver, a heart, a knee, and all that, and we're sort of going to be like used cars. When something is bad, you're going to be able...
Can I take you up on that? Can I take you up on that? So I had a conversation with a NASA space engineer in Dublin, of all places, about 10 days ago, exactly on the digital twin thing. And he was talking about the ability to reproduce my body. I mean, I suffered from cancer last year, and I had 6 months of chemotherapy, so I know personally, apart from my father, my grandmother, my lawyer, who've all died from cancer, so I've been intimately involved in that, and you're right about the solutions. But the digital twin will enable you to analyze your body now, and it will do one other thing, which is really interesting. It will be able to forecast if you carry on living the way you are as to what happened. I have type 2 diabetes as well, and how do you do? I take the weight loss drug. That actually has...
You look very good, by the way.
Yeah, but that has an impact on your kidneys as well. It improves the efficiency of your kidneys. But the point of that conversation was, he said, you're going to live till you're 120. And that's where the real problem starts to work, because he said also, Henry Ford created the 5-day working week. They go back to the 1920s. Today, there's been a linear progression in that. COVID accelerated, I think, the attitudes to work and work from home, work from anywhere. And obviously technology, the internet, and now AI in particular, quite apart from quantum and blockchain and everything else, and metaverse, are going to accelerate working from home, working from anywhere. What are we going to do for if the average life expectancy is now 80 years, or even less, and we're going to live to 120, what are we going to do? And I think that's this is a theoretical existential issue, but that's the real issue. John Maynard Keynes, just one finally, wrote in 1933 a treatise after the general theory about the effect of automation on employment. And he said automation would mean we'd have more holidays. We're going to have, my view, AI, tremendous benefits like in healthcare, but some real existential issues about work-life balance, and the things around it. So I think it's a very complex issue.
We are in an incredible race of adapting, right? And I'll let you finish your thought. There's one philosophy that says by 2045, death will be an option, which means if we're alive by that time, we're going to be able to choose whether we want to die or not. And so just think of the consequences as it relates to that. So I am a huge believer that all of our kids right, are going to be able to live in excess. We're going to create the first Centauros population where the life expectancy is going to exceed the 100 years. And then I will...
You know what? I mean, and a couple of years ago, I heard you talk about this, and I took it very seriously. And you know, most of us think the rule today is, you know, when you're 60 years old, you're old, and so you're going to retire. But that's like, in the old days, people are only going to live to 70 years old. 6 divided by 7, that's about 85%. So I think in the new era, when you can live to 100 years old, you have to think about, can I be productive until 85? I have a role model right here. And so Richard is a close friend, and he just always not just busy, just extremely busy. He calls himself a robot. I call him a bulldozer. And I think it's just how much intensity there is in your life. You're creating something new every day with all the hard work you put it in. You're changing the world. You're making a big impact. That's a model we should all learn from. I mean, there's a lot I want to learn from you. And I think, how can we make our life, if you got 25 years, extra years in your life, and make that productive? And people always talk about, and the future lies in the hands of the youth, of course. But if all of a sudden the world's, you know, the population, especially for most of us who are in this audience, you've done a lot of things great in your life, and all of a sudden you got 25 years, bonus time. What are you going to do?
Yeah.
Right? I think that's a lot of interesting stuff going to come out of this. It's health, but it's also with 25 extra years. How much more productivity you potentially can bring to this world?
Getting back to the highlights of this session, I mean, the interesting thing about that, in our industry, in the advertising and marketing services industry, which probably employs, I don't know, I was going to say, let's say 500,000 people. There will not be 500,000 people employed in our industry in 3 years' time, 4 years' time. It will be significantly less. And the redeployment, retraining, the outputs that we get as a result of AI will be much better than the outputs we get currently, and the human beings will be able to interpret them in much more effective and efficient ways, for example, in media planning and buying, but there are going to be fewer of them. And this issue of work-life balance, what we do with longevity, I think is the huge issue.
The way I look at AI is, and I'll give you my vision of AI, right? When you look at the internet, what happened? Basically, the cost of information went down to zero. The browser got invented and all that. And what really got disrupted? This man's business, right? The advertising industry completely. Martin Sorrell went digital, right? That's what really happened. Your Facebook, Google, and all that. Traditional advertisers basically are out of business. And then e-commerce basically came in and disrupted retail, but nothing else changed. Look at the world. The way we treat patients is the exact same thing. The way we educate our kids is the same as the 1800s. The way we manage logistics, nothing really changed. And the beauty of the AI revolution, what I call, is that all these other industries that were untouched are going to be completely disrupted. And why? Because the internet basically moved the cost of information to zero. What is expected of AI are 3 things are going to go down to zero: the cost of cognition, the cost of creativity, and the cost of problem solving. And why do we hire employees? We hire them to be creative, we hire them to think, and we hire them to problem solve. So what we're about to experience, I think the world has been very lucky in terms of we have adapted to every single previous revolution. And I think this one is the one that has the ability. And if you look at some studies, it says that potentially 44% of people in the next 5 years, their job is going to be eliminated, or they're going to have to find a new job. And if the promise of AI actually comes true, whether it happens in 3 years, 5 or 7 years, this is the first time where we will replace...
the thing I'd add to that is transparency. The power that AI unlocks is transparency. You know, I somewhat pretentiously call it the democratization of knowledge. But with AI, we will expose inside a company, we already see it with NVIDIA, and we've touched on this before in other sessions. You see a transparency of information that enables you to flatten and elongate spans of control. And transparency in the systems. You know, for example, in our industry, if you go to Japan, Dentsu and Hakuhodo control 85, sometimes 100% of TV time, even in traditional media, and clients still don't know what the price of the spot is they buy. This will be eliminated by what AI is going to achieve in terms of spreading information.
And let me just interject quickly here because we're running out of time here. But you know, all these mega trends, what are the implications, particularly for this region, right? For Latin America, what can Latin America offer to the world? What are the specific implications that are going to be a little bit more salient here than elsewhere? Maybe we can start with Patrick and move back.
For quite a long time, I think people have the wrong thinking. People use labeling a lot. And at the end of the day, the greatest companies, for example, Shein, right, is one of the names you just mentioned. It's essentially a global company. You just can't put it in one camp, say this is a Chinese or Singapore or American company. And so what I'm trying to advise here for our friends in Brazil is when you try to do something new, try to do it for the world. You must have a big impact on the world. You have a lot of talents. And that's where the starting point is. Just don't do it only for your own nation. Do it for the world.
Sure,
well, when I first came to Rio was in February of 1969, actually for Carnival. And I remember reading a book by Rostow, who's a famous economist who had a theory around, a model around 4 stages of economic growth. And the first stage was takeoff. And I remember it went back into the history of Brazil and indeed Latin America, the explorers that landed, the economists that looked at the continent, and Brazil or Latin America was always going to take off. And as we know, in many respects, it still hasn't taken off. My view of our 7,500 people, about a half are here in Latin America, principally in 5 Latin American countries. And I see creative capability and technological capability, and we've talked about the companies like Nubank, like Globant, like Mercado Libre, that epitomize what I'm talking about in terms of creativity and technological. And Marcelo, what he's done from an even more sort of a country, Bolivia, which we don't even more focus on as much as we should do. So I think what is going to be unleashed is the potential, and Marcelo mentioned the youth profile here, as opposed to the age profile. I mean, one of the projections for China, by the way, is there are 1.2 billion people today. By the end of this century, because of the decline in the birth rate, will be about 740 million. These challenges, and we see it in Russia as well, these challenges to the age composition unleash a huge opportunity in Latin America. So the growth of technology, the fragmentation of the world, which we've touched on in previous sessions, these, I think what we're about to witness is the unleashing of the creativity and technological potential of this continent. So my hope is, and my view is, that we'll see an even more vibrant Latin America. But by the way, one final point on it. If I was trying to run a country here, whether it be Brazil or any other country, I would play both ends off against the middle, i.e., I would be seeking to get the best deal for my country in a world that is increasingly fragmented. I would play off the West against the East. I would engage with the Chinese. I would engage with the Americans. I would have some doubts, I have to say, engaging with the Russians, but I certainly would engage with those 2 forces, because those are the forces that are going to be, whether we like it or not, increasingly competitive in the world.
Yes.
Finish?
Yep.
So
quickly, Marcelo.
I think Latin America will contribute to the world of AI in something that is super important, and that is energy. You know, Latin America today is this country, Brazil, is a large producer of hydro, produces more excess energy than what it takes. and there's no reason why the whole world needs more clean energy to power that. And what Latin America is going to take, I look at AI as a great equalizer, and we're going to be able to bridge the tremendous divide that we have in education and the tremendous divide that we have in healthcare in comparison to emerging markets like Brazil to mature markets, because we're going to be able to bring AI to solve the educational problems of this region and the healthcare issues. So we'll provide the energy to power AI,
Yes.
and we're going to be able to take the technology to equalize this huge difference that we have with mature markets.
Closing the loop. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. What a fascinating conversation on the mega trends that are influencing investment strategies, and as we just saw from this panel, how some rules are meant to be broken. From that, we now move on to the entrepreneurial landscape in Latin America, the startup landscape, and how we can continue to support our entrepreneurs and to bring their ambitious ideas to life. That is the first part of our Future of LATAM Entrepreneurship, Part 1, Idea to Application. And I'd like to welcome to the stage our moderator, Maria Teresa Acevedo, Investment Director at SoftBank Investment Advisors Latin America Fund. She is joined by her speakers, Mauricio Teixeira, CFO and Vice President of Governance, M&A, Facilities and Communication at Unico, Lara Lehmann, General Partner of Maya Capital, Rubén Zanelato, co-founder at Motu, and Florian Hagenbuch, co-founder and Managing Partner at Canary and Managing Partner at Loft.
Thank you, everyone. It's a great honor to be talking with such a distinguished group of panelists and audience. We're here to talk a little bit about venture capital. And in Brazil, we have fertile soil, but not only as a commodity power, also with all the ingredients for a thriving VC ecosystem. We can talk about talent, digitization, big problems to solve, technology adoption by the population. But yet, when we look at total private equity spending as a percentage of GDP, it is still very negligible in the region. So I would like to start this panel asking Floria and Lara if they can comment a little bit how they're seeing the risk-reward balance when we put opportunities and how to overcome the hurdles and also to face resistance of investors in the region.
Go ahead, Lara.
Thank you, Florian. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation to be here. I always start talking a little bit about the main components of a healthy VC ecosystem. The way that we see it, Teresa, you mentioned it perfectly, it's talent, capital, and exits. And in the terms that we see it right now, in terms of talent at least, Latin America has never seen such an abundance of talent in the ecosystem, flooding the tech ecosystem. And that's both because, well, I mean, tech talent graduation rates have increased 3 times over the last years. The success cases like Nubank and Stone and even some of the cases that we've seen here today are graduating executives into the entrepreneurial path. And that talent then coupled with capital, which for the first time we see a complete capital cycle, both all the way from seed up to Series B, that's local, of course, still complemented by international capital. And I think the fact that this event is being held here is perhaps one of the best examples of economic interest in the region. I think those are 2 of the main components that definitely are big opportunities and that will continue to further the VC ecosystem here. The big hurdle that we still see are definitely exits, successful exits. And I think for that, we'll still need to see more mature capital markets, even local M&As, local capital markets open for IPOs. But at the end of the day, I think the biggest component and the base of the entire ecosystem is the fact that there's an infinity of problems to be solved. And these problems are massive problems, right? We're not talking about the AI application for some niche industry. We're talking about solving financial systems, education systems, healthcare systems, and so on. And so I genuinely believe that it's not a matter of if there will be this next success case like Nubank or Stone were, but much more a matter of when. And these companies probably already exist, and I think we have some great examples of them here with us today.
Perfect. Yeah, I think those are great points, Lara. Maybe to give a little bit of color to some of the things you said. We've been doing venture investing for almost 8 years now as Canary. If you include my time as an angel, almost 10 years. So I've seen my fair share of the evolution of the ecosystem. About 50% of founders that we back today at the early stage are repeat entrepreneurs. So definitely you're seeing some of that talent flywheel at the founder level kind of kick in. And on the capital side, it's very interesting as well. I agree on the local capital is a new component, was a big risk maybe 7, 8 years ago, but definitely feels de-risked now. And even when you look at total VC activity in 2023, we're about 6 to 7 times up versus when we first started Canary in 2017. And despite the boom year in 2020 and 21, we're up versus, for example, 2019. So definitely seeing that talent and capital flow. On the exits piece, I think I'm a little bit more optimistic. A stat that we'd like to share, you've had 11 exits above $1 billion in Latin America already since 2017. That's, by the way, more than in India or Southeast Asia. To give a little bit of a global perspective, where you've had 7 and 8 exits, respectively. So it certainly feels like the ecosystem is at this maturity point where some things are proven, some things are still yet to be, proven, but certainly a lot healthier than when, things first started a couple years or decades ago. So we're excited and looking forward to solving all these problems.
If in one hand we have capital more expensive now, in the other we have AI as a potent tool to unlock value, to drive efficiencies. And SoftBank is very bullish with the AI opportunity for LATAM. And it's very good to see companies like Unico, Mauricio, that have a very clear AI angle, be it in the core of the product or as a tech enabler. It would be great to hear a little bit from you on Unico's strategy, and how do you think AI can really unlock value for the entire LATAM ecosystem?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Teresa, and thank you for having me here. AI is the hot topic. Everybody's talking about AI, not only here, but in all the conferences that I attend. But the joke that I like about AI is that AI is like a young person or a teenage talking with the friends if they are dating with a beautiful woman. Everybody says that is doing. Almost nobody is really doing, but the few people that really are doing, they don't share information. And people use AI for efficiency. There are some proven uses of the AI, like customer service and like helping coding, that everybody is using. It's very natural to use. But in terms of full usage of AI to help the products and to solve problems, is not being fully deployed in what I see. And at Unico, what we are doing is that we are using AI even to detect AI, because we have the identity solution. And AI is a threat for us in terms of frauds of people using AI to use a false identity. And you use AI to detect AI and solve the problems caused by AI. So they're very powerful, and we are using our products to enhance the security of the product.
Yeah, it's amazing to see how we can see AI being actually a moat for a LATAM company. So, but beyond that, we're also seeing as an enabler and as a very important efficiency drive, be it on the CS and other drivers. The thing is that efficient capital allocation is the name of the game now. Entrepreneurs were forced to extend runway, to streamline their business while maintaining growth. And some of the successful companies, we're actually seeing them reach a break-even even before raising a Series C, Series D, and so forth. And I think, Rubens, it would be great if you can share a little bit how Motu was able to get to a very fine balance between growth, impact, and at the same time, profitability.
Okay, at Motu, we are a motorcycle rental company, and that we were born to serve the unserved. So our customers, they need to have the product at the cheapest price they can. And as a capital-intensive business, we need to generate return on capital. So from the beginning, we really were focused on how to generate return on capital, and it took 1 year to get to 1,000 motorcycles rented out. Now we are getting to 100,000 motorcycles rent all over Brazil and in the main cities of Mexico. We are more than 3,000 people in the team. And by the end of the year, probably we are reaching $200 million with the company not only EBITDA positive, but net income profitable. And this gives us the conviction that we are in the right way and that we can really scale the company without raising that much money.
Impressive. The theme of this conference is Invest in Dignity. And I'd like to ask Lara and Florian how they're seeing the investment opportunities in LATAM beyond the fintech and financial inclusion that we know captures more than 50% of the investments in the region. But when we combine those large problems that Lara mentioned with the AI tools that will be and are already available in education, healthcare, climate, green energy, what opportunities are you seeing there to go beyond financial services? And as a spoiler, I know the three of us invest in Alice, which is in the audience, but it would be great to hear more from you on that.
Yeah, I think healthcare is a very big opportunity. I think one of the characteristics of the Brazilian market, at least, it's a very insular and isolated market from abroad, which is both a positive and a negative sometimes. And naturally, you have some companies that develop globally from Brazil, but that's probably not the base case for most of us doing early stage investing. So healthcare naturally is one of those markets that has sufficient size and substance and problems. You know, you mentioned Alice as one of these companies tackling these issues, but we see that pretty consistently throughout the last few years that entrepreneurs are tackling problems in healthcare, whether that's Genial Care, which is a company tackling the autism issue for the healthcare plans, or even a recent investment of ours in Arvo Saúde, which is tackling a fraud problem for healthcare plans. So healthcare is one of those areas where you see a lot of opportunity. Naturally, I think AI is getting a lot of attention, as mentioned here on the panel. We don't really think of that as a separate category. We think it's a way of building product, developing software, and enabling businesses that weren't able to exist before. Whereas I think in developed markets, it's very much of an efficiency and productivity story and something related to labor shortage. And I think AI comes as a solution at an interesting point in the developed world. I think in Brazil, it's a lot, or LATAM, it's a lot about access and cost to serve, and a little bit what Marcelo was mentioning earlier, giving accessibility to things that were not accessible before. And I think healthcare is one of those. I think you do see it in financial services as well. But in general services, I think through AI is something we're very excited about.
Yeah, the only thing I'd complement to that, I think within the theme of invest in dignity, of course, financial inclusion is something that we've spoken a lot about, and fintech is the best success case for Latin America, from things like Nubank in the private sector to things like Pix in the public sector, which is our instant payment network. But within our portfolio, for example, we invest across the seed stage in Latin America. There are 45 companies, and these are spread across 12 sectors. So everything from health to education to logistics. And I think at the end of the day, what we see is that the nature of problems in Latin America, given the nature of these problems and given the solutions and the scale of the solutions that the entrepreneurs are tackling, most of them at some point will end up having some sort of financial inclusion impact. And I think that's clear in many cases in our portfolio where, for example, Covey, which is a car rental solution for ride-sharing drivers, which obviously provides access to cars to Uber 99 drivers that previously wouldn't have had cases. Even Rubens, we were talking about your case, I think, is an exceptional case of where the base wasn't a fintech, but at the end of the day, the solution, the primary impact of that is financial and financial inclusion for its drivers.
The Brazilian market has a lot of regional nuances, but at the same time, the problems are somewhat universal, and we're actually seeing some category-defining business being created in the region with with a lot of room to global expansion. And for example, WellHub is one of them. I know they're talking on a later panel. But we also have two companies here, like both Unico and Motu, that are already engaging with some international expansion plans and aiming to become global companies and bring those solutions global-wide. It would be great to hear a little bit from you on how is your global strategy and how is the Brazilian product and services and teams being accepted elsewhere?
You go first.
Yeah, I can start here. The problem that Unico is solving in Brazil is a reality in other countries of Latin America, not only Latin America, but countries in Asia and Africa, because we are identifying the identity frauds in onboarding of financial institutions or e-commerces. And the product that we developed in Brazil is proven to be usable in other countries. We're doing a pilot in Mexico right now, and just with 40,000 documents and faces, we found more frauds than we had when we had 1 million documents in Brazil. So the percentage of frauds are higher than in Brazil, and we believe that with our solution, we can address these markets. So we are creating what we call the global ID solution that will be a global identification that can be tested anywhere in the world, starting from Latin America.
In case of Motu, I think that we are creating the category of providing the motorcycle as a service in a way that people will have the asset with the lower cost of ownership as possible. And this disrupt as is the traditional market, whereas like the OEM sell to distributor that make a margin, the retailer make a margin, and people also make money on spare parts business. By controlling everything inside our ecosystem, I think that we can provide our service in most of the countries where interest rates are expensive for low-income people, where there is a monopolistic market. But even so, we are in the two major countries of LATAM, and I think that there is a lot to do. We are also testing like microcredit and other business units that can be enhanced by our flywheel. So I think that the potential of the business is very large, and we are building a sizable business.
We mentioned a little bit earlier about exits and having clear liquidity paths is usually the biggest hurdle that we see in this space. But beyond Nubank, Mercado Livre, Vitex, we're seeing some successful US IPOs, local IPOs, but also some relevant strategic deals. I can highlight, for example, the Pismo Visa $1 billion cash deal that was announced last year. How are you seeing exit paths, and how do you see the startup environment actually being a potential target for the traditional incumbents that might be too late in adopting AI and using all those emerging technologies? So overall, what are your views on exits, and any predictions as the IPO window starts to open? We are very excited about some prospect future listings, so it would be great to hear from you on that as well.
I mean, in our case, the way that we see it for our portfolio, and Florian, I'm super curious to hear about you. But I think historically, the goal for many local entrepreneurs has been to IPO in the US. But the reality is that, of course, those are the kind of that's the target, and that's what we all hope to be investing in. But the ecosystem will never be completely mature if there isn't a local scenario also for these kinds of exits. So local capital markets, local IPOs, and then of course local M&As. In terms of M&As, what we see as the most interesting path to exits is eventually US companies that want to be very active here locally, but want to come in and want to set up their operation, but realize that they can't do so just because the market is so big and so fragmented and so different in its own way that it's easier to acquire a local player. And I think maybe Visa and Pismo example is a great case for that.
I would say part of the reason why people are more fintech focused is because you've probably also seen the most strategic activity within fintech. I used to joke that a couple of years ago that we wouldn't see venture capital really taking off in the region until incumbents started paying for either technology or innovation rather than just doing pure profit focused kind of deals. And so far you haven't seen much of that. So I agree with Lara's perspective that it's mostly about foreign companies coming in. But I'm rather bearish on the strategic exit side, except for fintech. Although I do think that changes over time. I think the whole new bank versus the incumbent story was a really tough story for the incumbents, and we'll see how in other market cycles they might react and in other verticals. And I agree that we need a local IPO market to develop at some point for the ecosystem to really be able to flourish, because the reality is that listing in the US is becoming a harder and harder kind of goal. And while we are in the power law business, right, so we actually look for those types of outcomes, I think betting the farm, so to say, on that is a tricky proposition at the moment. So it's an interesting period on that side, I think, for the region, and we'll see how it develops.
Yes. Well, as we wrap up, I'd like to get some of insights from you on what would you advise future investors in the region, if you have any final comments on what to look for if you're interested in coming to LATAM.
Other than motorcycles and identity solutions.
If I may start, I think that the problems in LATAM probably are very different than other places in the world. So I think that people really need to look into the details of the opportunities. I think that people that are creating categories like us and even giving credit or with very low income people, etc., people need to really get time to deep dive and understand how we are solving the problems that there exist here.
I think that the same as Rubens, that the problems that exist in Brazil and were solved by companies like the companies that are here can be replicable in other countries of Latin America. It can be a platform to go to other parts of the world. So that's how I see.
Yeah, I think the only thing I'd compliment, maybe also riding off of Rubens' answer, is since the local dynamics are so specific and so unique, it often makes sense to have local partners and be investing with the local players so that you have some sort of access to, more privileged access to information than otherwise.
And I will add to that, I think the most common mistake I see with foreign capital is coming in very strong and then leaving altogether. I think Brazil, Latin America, it's a volatile region. I think one of the ways to smooth out the volatility is to have some sort of a consistency across time, and that's something I generally advise people who are interested in the region to do.
Yes, no, I totally agree. I think this is a long-term game. It's patient capital and consistency. Thinking not on the very, very short volatility is going to make us all thrive. We continue to be super excited about the region. Well, thank you so much for your time and for being here. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask you to exit stage left. What an amazing conversation and what great representation of what is happening in our region. So Latin America's entrepreneurial ecosystem is experiencing a surge in activity, as we have seen, with a new generation of innovators who are transforming ideas into impactful applications. How are they going from local to global? That is our second conversation on Latin American entrepreneurship, and this conversation is going to be moderated by the amazing Shu Nayata, founder and managing partner at Bicycle Capital. A big round of applause for him and his speakers, Joao Barbosa, VP of New Ventures at WellHub, Sergio Furio, founder and CEO of Creditas, Dr. Paul Judge, Chairman and Managing Partner at the Open Opportunity Fund, Sebastián Mejia of Rappi, Luis Silva, founder of CloudWalk, and Andres Street, founder of StoneCo and Theia UK.
Hello. 3 p.m. is a tough slot because energy is starting to go down, but we will keep it high. So we're going to take you on a journey from Latin America to the rest of the world. And with us on this journey are 6 incredible founders representing tens of billions of collective equity value. The thing people don't understand about Latin America companies is they get pretty big and valuable. So we literally have tens of billions of equity value on stage. And first we have João Barbosa, who is the founder of Gympass. Gympass is a global leader in wellness, and they've become a company that's headquarters not just here, but in New York, with a co-founder in Connecticut, which is where all successful founders, I think, want to live. We have Sergio Furio, who came from Spain to build in Latin America, to build in Brazil, because Brazil is arguably the most sophisticated and interesting place to build a financial services company. We have Paul Judge, Dr. Paul Judge, who is finding Latin American entrepreneurs who are operating outside of Latin America, specifically in the US, and he's going to tell us about why those founders are so special and they have all the ingredients you need to succeed. You know, if you can succeed in LATAM, if you built here, you can make it anywhere. We have Sebastián Mejía, founder of Rappi. Rappi is one of the iconic companies from Latin America. Rappi started in Colombia, expanded to Brazil and Mexico and elsewhere, and now has the incredible privilege of having an executive team that is truly global. It's a very America's executive team. A lot of American executives decided it's much more interesting to build a company in Latin America than be another nameless senior executive at a company in Silicon Valley. So that's a pretty interesting story to tell, and I think it's enhanced Rappi quite tremendously. We have Luis Silva, who is a true visionary in payments and is creating a company that is truly technologically based, truly powered by AI. I think your vision is you're going to provide payments to the planets beyond Earth and the universe and overall. So instant payments on Mars for Elon Musk will be built by a Brazilian. And at the end we have André Street, who is in a sense a bit of a godfather to this whole group here, because Stone, which is the company that André founded, was one of the first big successful outcomes after the crisis in Brazil in 2015. Incredible culture in that company. It's known for its culture. It's also a payments company that completely changed what people believed was possible from Brazil entrepreneurship and established Brazil as a leader in financial services. 25% of the world's fintechs are from Latin America. Brazil is arguably the most sophisticated market in financial services innovation in the world. And so here you have a pretty good representation of that whole group. So please welcome all our distinguished guests. And I'll start with a few questions, and I'll start with you, André. So tell us what you learned building Stone. And now you're moving to the UK, many years after Stone went public, to kind of do the same thing. So talk about those two journeys, the Stone journey and why the UK and how Stone prepared you to conquer the United Kingdom.
Very good, thank you. Thanks. Pleasure to be here. Pleasure to be with my colleagues here that some I know for many years. So we started Stone in 2012 when the market in payments were getting deregulated somehow. There were two monopolies, one for MasterCard, one for Visa. It was a difficult moment for payments, no competition, and we decided to challenge that status quo and start something from scratch. Created a distribution channel that disrupted the way things were done in the payments industry. It was a long journey. After 10 years that we've been working very hardly on building the company, there was no venture capital in the beginning. Venture capital started coming in 15, 16, so it was not easy to get funding to finance such an endeavor. It was something that we need to raise a few billions of dollars. So it was definitely something very challenging for the moment. But the Brazilian market is very big. Now we have in Stone almost 4 million customers, 4 million small, mid-sized merchants that transact with us. So the market is here. The Brazilian market is very, very big. The problems are big. So once you figure out something to resolve, you have a big addressable market. So after a while, and after this was consolidated in Brazil, we saw that this situation that we found in Brazil in 2012 was somehow similar to other places. Payments industry was basically dominated by the incumbent banks, and they were used to play in the same way, not using so much of technology, not using alternative distribution channels, not going directly, using the branch offices as the main channel for the customer interaction. So we found a more efficient way to resolve that problem, and we saw that it is completely applicable to Europe. So that's why we started a new company called Teia.
Are you saying Europe is an emerging market?
It's not an emerging market, but somehow there are some characteristics that made the market in Europe be somehow similar to what we found in Brazil. In Brazil, we had at the time lower penetration of credit card, growing very fast. There we have a much more penetrated, but we have the same incumbent banks competing, not using technology to help the customers and not going directly. So we figured out that the Brazilian experience of making a financial service company very customer-centric could be applicable to there. And in that region, we are based in England, but we work in different areas of Europe, in many different countries there, and we pretty much see the same thing. We have a culture, we created a culture in Brazil that is very, very customer-centric. Everything that we do, we put the customer first, and we try to work around their needs and create features and products for them, and trying to think with their shoes. So we are trying to replicate that in Europe. It's doing pretty well because, again, the banks are not used to think like that. So I think it's an exportable know-how that we created that started in Brazil and can be replicated.
And in many ways, Luis is the successor of that movement. So a next-generation payments company that's truly built on a technological substrate. And you're going to the US. In fact, you are in the US. We were talking backstage how the places you are most often are São Paulo, New York, and Palo Alto. So talk about CloudWalk and what you're building with Jim in the US and what it means to build a technological payments company.
That's a great question. So thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you. So in Brazil, we provide payments and banking services for sellers. We have 2 million sellers in Brazil right now. The company is growing like really, really fast. We are crossing $500 million in revenue, high double digits growth, profitable. And we decided since the foundation of the company that we wanted to use technology, a lot of technology, to help like humans to work better, to be more efficient, and serve all the customers. So I think like the customers, especially in Brazil, they need to have the best product, they need to have access to technology. And when you provide the best product for these customers in Brazil, we realized that they were pretty happy to use technology and paying the prices, nice prices, that they could like accept payments, borrow money from us, and do everything. But to be like truly efficient for all these 2 million customers, we have more than 5,400 cities. We needed to have more, so we implemented a bunch of AI stuff to automate the process, to do digital distribution. Today we have the 3rd biggest TikTok account in Brazil for the sector, the highest NPS score, one of the highest scores in different surveys about customer experience. And we knew that this formula to give the best product in the most efficient way to SMB sellers, we could replicate to other markets. So we went to US. In US, we launched a product called Gene.com. So basically, Gene.com enable the micro sellers, the nano sellers, to accept payments on their smartphones through Tap to Pay, receive the money in real time through instant settlement, and that's pretty new as well. We use a bunch of blockchain, we use a blockchain ledger to enable that, And there is an AI agent, that's Gene itself, that helps the customer to sell more, to buy stuff in a better way, to get more money. So in the end of the day, we are here to serve all the sellers in Brazil and US. And the vision of the company is to create a global payment network. Not just in Brazil and US. Brazil, we are growing pretty fast. US, we are starting right now. Pretty soon, we are going to be in other countries, other regions. And sometimes I joke that in the future, after we build a network in the planet Earth, we are going to other planets. So that's one of my jokes. But also, we are seeing how the impact of AI, especially Gen AI, is shaping how we manage the business, how we create business, and how we grow. So today in Brazil, for example, I can give like some numbers. We have 2 million customers, and 75% of these 2 million customers are supported by AI agent called Claudio. It's a joke with the word CloudWalk. And there is a pretty funny story. One day, Claudio fixed the problem of one of my customers, and the customer was pretty happy. And the customer said to Claudio, "God bless you and your family." And we were kind of, what's happening here? So there is a human blessing a machine.
And the machine's family.
Yeah, and we were, who is the family of Claudio? And Claudio, God bless you as well. So at that moment, we saw this, I think this friendship or this communication between humans and machines was just in the beginning, and we knew that that would reshape how we manage business, how we do distribution, and how we create and grow our companies worldwide. So
amazing.
Yeah.
And I'll jump just to Sergio for a second to stick with this fintech theme, because Sergio is in a different part of financial services and came all the way from Spain through New York to Brazil, again, because there's this interesting dynamic here that makes it a really wonderful place to start these disruptive financial services companies. And Sergio will say a little more, but Creditas, his company, effectively helps people extract equity from some of their most valuable assets, cars and houses. And his joke is, I'm going to make Brazilians Americans. So tell us about Creditas, why you came to Brazil to build it, and what the progress has been so far.
Yeah, thank you. Pleasure being here as well. There's this old saying that history doesn't repeat, but it rhymes a lot. If you think about it, Santander, BBVA, Telefónica, the large Spanish corporations, they made the money in Latin America. And the reason is because the Spanish market is quite small. So you want like a large market, inefficient, where you can go and stay there forever in some cases. So that's what attracted me to the country. I was looking at a country with $650 billion in outstanding debt that was priced at 35%. And I remember when I looked at that number, I said, this cannot be true. And then everyone was saying, well, but that's just temporary. It's going to change. That was 12 years ago. Today, the average rate that consumers pay is 37%, not 35, but 37. It took us 12 years, and we're still paying the same type of money. And essentially, there were like two angles that we were looking into. One was digitalization of the Brazilian population. The branch experience was terrible. It didn't make like any sense. Smartphone penetration at that point was very low. And it was a no-brainer. Something was going to happen. And then you have the Nubanks, the Creditas, the Gene Passes of this world. And then the second angle is something that was astonishing. 75% of the residential real estate is unencumbered. People own their properties outright. And at the same time, they're taking personal loans at 120, 130% APRs. So we said, okay, so let's build technology, improve it over and over and over, go together through the customer journey, and let's make sure that they can access instantaneously to the value of their home, to the value of their car, even to the value of their salary, because they stay in the company for a while. So over the last decade, if you think about it, we have seen many things changing in the customer behavior, but this opportunity is still completely untapped. Then you would ask, okay, so why is it that that continuously happens? And this is one of the things that probably foreigners don't get right about Brazil, if you think about it. It's such a complex market that people get scared about it. And in reality, embracing that complexity is what's going to pay your bills for a while. It's crack the code on that, build your competitive advantage. If you think about around the table, these companies, what they are doing is they are figuring out a solution to a very complex problem, and then improve the technology over and over and over.
Great. And from explicit fintech, you can never run away from fintech in LATAM. You go to embedded fintech, and I'm going to go to you, Sebas. Because Rappi is not DoorDash, it's not Instacart, it's like a very Latin American thing. And you built it first here, but now you've gotten all of these foreign executives to come and support you in building here. So talk about the initial journey of Rappi, how it's different from what people might analogize to other parts of the world, and then how you've extended the platform to these really high-quality executives to come work with you here.
Yeah, Rappi is I call it a pretty accurate representation of the culture of Latin America. This idea that you're going to use a service that is flexible, and it's a service that's going to allow you to get things and products delivered to you in a pretty efficient and magical way. I think that's very unique. When we started the company in late 2015, the product evolved very quickly into this multi-category product. The bulk of what we do is still restaurant and groceries. But it was us listening to customers, us taking their feedback and incorporating the product. It wasn't us looking at a company in China or in the US. It was a real conversation with the consumers. And for us, the journey, I'd say, maybe all the way through 2021, we were realizing that this is a very hard business to build. As you think about it, we operate in 9 markets. It's a very large consumer ecosystem. We do logistics. It's a low-margin business. And that inherent complexity of a business like this is quite large. And that's when we started thinking, OK, if we want to really change this, we're going to need to go and partner with some of the best people and operators in the world. It was pretty unheard of. I think there are very few companies in Latin America that have accomplished this. And we set ourselves to go and partner with some of the best operators that we could find. Talent is a personal passion of mine, and I was investing a pretty significant portion of my time into this. And today, what Rappi looks like is a business that has a very profound entrepreneurial culture that is very local, deep understanding of our markets, our cities. That's very important in a business like this. But also the experience and method of some of the world's best operators that decided to actually come and build in Latin America for their first time. And these are not just logos on a deck that many companies put. These are people that are really on the ground operating a pretty intense business. We also changed the culture of the company to be able to bring these two types of worldviews together. Everything we do in the company is in English. We plan in English. The meetings are in English. We get together, even though we have 35 people in the US, we get together every month. We travel to one city in Latin America. We get the extended leadership team together every 3 months. And I think this is one of the most interesting things that are happening in Latin America. I think that compounding of knowledge that we're seeing is incredibly profound. And this idea of bringing the Americas together, first, 3rd largest economies in the world. If Latin America was a country, it would be the 3rd largest economy. It's happening with capital. It's happening with products that are going to the US, but it's also happening with talent. And I think that's going to profoundly change the way companies are built with a very high degree of excellence and quality in these companies.
Latin America has world-class founders, but it also has world-class problems. And world-class problems attract people who want to solve really tough problems wherever they are, right? So I'm sure that's also compelling for the people you're talking to in the US. Let's jump to you, Joao, for a second. So Gympass started in Brazil, but now it's truly a global company. I mean, you'll say how many countries you operate in, but talk about that journey, because uniquely you've been able to become, and from Gympass now to WellHub, so you've rebranded, you've globalized, your CEO is in Connecticut. So talk about that journey of globalizing and how you did it from building in Brazil first.
Great. Well, first, the new chapter of our history, the journey of building this company now, WellHub, that comes to represent and with the mission to support every company to become a wellness company. So basically, when we started 12 years ago, we saw the opportunity to how to support people and employees to become healthier. And when we saw this is not only a trend, but mainly after the COVID, like the well-being, the concerns, and the protagonism of the companies to be a principal actor in those changes and the improvement of the health of their employees. It's not a trend, it's a need. And when we saw the opportunity and we started, we changed it, we pivoted our model like at least 5 times until we find the right model. We were trying and error. we saw the opportunity that was no global player or anyone doing that, or creating or building something relevant in this space. And starting in 2014, 2015, we started our global expansion, and now we have operations in Latin America, Europe, and US. We're a global company, global leaders in this sector. We created this segment of corporate benefits or well-being benefits. And I think like one of the success factors that we had, we always choose very well what not to do. Because when you create a product, you have a lot of challenge, and the trend it is try to tropicalize and build custom things for every country. What we did, like we tried to prioritize a lot, reinforce a lot our culture, our execution, and mainly to choose what will be our main battles and guarantee that we execute very well in order to gain scale, get the muscles, to diverse and create new verticals afterwards. So building the effort to build the product here in Brazil, gain scale, understand what will be the 80-20 rule that with this product, with this methodology, and with the culture and the right people in the right place, we'll be able to scale fast. And I think this was one of the most successful pieces that supported us to scale so fast, guarantee that we got the global leadership in this segment. And now, looking ahead, it's not only a corporate benefit, but also what we are aiming. We have a huge challenge worldwide, and mainly Latin America, US, with our health system. How we can support them to be the main tool to support and help to work directly on the prevention side. Because if you ask everybody, do you want to be healthier? You want to eat better? You want to be happier? Everybody will say yes. The challenge it is why you don't do it. Why we have so few, not as many people as we wish doing physical activity and other stuff. And now our challenge, it is to push this button to personalize our product experience and make everybody healthier, happier, eating better, sleeping better, that it will solve a ton of problems, not only for the companies, for the health system, and also to improve lives.
Excellent. And one theme, which we'll get to with Dr. Paul Judge in a second, is if you can crack the code in Brazil, it's a really good petri dish to refine your product, to refine your approach, to really get things right. And if it works here, it's more likely to work in other places, because this is a really tough market. And Dr. Judge, you support founders from Latin America building in the US. So they're based there. They're not building companies here generally, right? They're building companies outside of Latin America, but they were forged in the fire of Latin America and understanding what it means to operate here. So talk a little bit about Open Opportunity Fund and how you see powering Latin American talent to be such a powerful idea.
Yes, certainly. So Open Opportunity Fund is focused on investing in minorities, Latino and Black entrepreneurs. And like so many great ideas, it started with a text message from Marcella that said, we need to do something about this and create a $100 million fund focused on Latino entrepreneurs and Black entrepreneurs. And actually the next day I met Shu. So even though he's moderator now and founder of Bicycle, we worked side by side. So much of what I'm describing with Opportunity Fund, Shu shares responsibility in that success. But what we saw is 30% of the population in the US is Black and Latino, but only 3% of the capital goes to those entrepreneurs. And there's such an imbalance that means about $40 billion a year that should go to Black and Latino entrepreneurs is not showing up. But there's so many exceptional founders that should be backed. And we've now deployed $100 million into 75 companies, all founded by Black and Latinos. And there's a few key observations. I mean, one is, a minority entrepreneur naturally has the attributes of a world-class entrepreneur. Like there's the courage to take the risk to get started. There's the perseverance to just not quit when it gets hard. And also because of the traditional lack of capital, there's a resourcefulness and a scrappiness to keep going and to figure out how to get further with less. And we see that with people like Ricardo, who's the founder of Lumo. He's from Colombia, and he has grown 100% every year since we've invested. There's customers in about 15 countries in Latin America. So even though the company is headquartered in the US, they've already figured out how to expand internationally. The second thing that we see is, you mentioned kind of finding ideas here and expanding them globally. And this is something that someone mentioned to me years ago about Atlanta. He said, hey, you have real companies here. You have real industries. And so in Latin America, obviously, there's mining and manufacturing and agriculture. But those real companies, there's real problems that need to be solved. And those problems can be the solutions that are the core of tomorrow's startups. And we see people solving those problems in HR and payroll and finance. So there's companies that we've invested in, companies like Howdy that helps corporations figure out how to build a workforce in Latin America. And so there's locations in over 5 countries in Latin America that allow you to build finance teams and engineering teams. Also companies like OnTop that allow people to, in a globalization environment, how do you do payroll? How do you manage your team? And so they have clients, 1,000 clients in over 150 countries. And so again, like building the picks and shovels to enable solutions for tomorrow's problems. And the last thing I'll mention is there's this advantage that so many companies want to be in Latin America and haven't figured out how to get here, haven't figured out how to integrate. And so if you're building a successful company here, there's so many potential acquirers that want to make you part of their family. So for example, we invested in Arcus, and a year later, MasterCard acquired the company. And in the headline, it said MasterCard acquired Arcus to have access to the Latin America ecosystem, to have access to the Latin America financial system. And so these are just some of the attributes that show time and time again why minority entrepreneurs is actually an advantage to be different. And if you really enable that in the right way, you can take this entire ecosystem to the next level.
Great, thank you. And I'll ask a quick fire round. We're sitting here 10 years from now, so it's 2034, FII Rio 10. And what are we saying about the Latin America founder ecosystem? Andre?
Still promising. I think much more balanced, with much more capital coming in, lots of successful stories. So much more like US, I think, with successful stories, with many great technology companies, but it's still promising. I think it will take a while. But Latin America, as we said, is a place of lots of different problems that needs to be resolved. So we need great entrepreneurs. So I think 10 years from now, things will be much better.
Luis, what are we saying 10 years from now?
I think you are going to be leaders in the world in fintech. You are going to be the #1 country in fintech. I think you are going to be the #1 country in renewable energy, all the technologies. I think you are going to be the epicenter of the whole planet Earth on the next 10 years, to be frank with you. And
small ambitions.
Yeah, because we have I think we have the right DNA. We have a lot of resilience, grit. We have big dreams, and I think it's time for Latin America to get to the world stage and be #1.
Love it. Sebas, what are we saying in 10 years?
Let's say 3-4 million highly qualified engineers that have seen scale. I would say a breed of operators that have built products and have worked with incredible people that are off to launch just higher quality businesses. I would say successful companies, but with a nuance. I think the companies that we're going to see in Latin America are going to have a lot of capital efficiency in its DNA. It's a survival. I don't think companies are just going to be dependent on capital flows, and I think that resilience is going to be embedded in the business models, and as a consequence, I think we're going to see just better businesses.
Paul, what are we saying in 10 years?
I think that Latin America will leapfrog and become a leader, and there's so many trends enabling that. I think the democratization of technology, AI enabling codeless infrastructure to be built, education and broadband to catch up, and then events like this. When I see the government and academia and corporations coming together, that allows things to happen in years instead of decades and weeks instead of months, and that's going to allow Latin America to leapfrog a lot of places.
Sergio.
Yeah, the partnership of Rio de Janeiro with Riyadh is going to be attracting more venture capital money than Silicon Valley in 10 years from now. Yeah, we're going to export more people from Brazil to become global entrepreneurs than the US, because people want to stay in the US, but people here in Brazil, they want to conquer the world. They're more active, more passionate about what they do. That's going to be amazing. We're going to have a small company that was called Creditas and then became like a $10 billion revenue company at that point and became the largest financial institution in the region. Looks like a plan.
Sounds good. João.
Well, I have an ambition vision here. Potentially we switch place. That potentially we will have an audience of great entrepreneurs, great companies, instead of just being us here at this stage, because we are the first cohort of successful companies in LATAM. In a certain way, we are creating the path and the inspiration for other entrepreneurs to raise capital, to be structured, to think big, to solve their problems. And now, with the infusion of a new capital, because at the beginning, everybody had a lot of trouble to pave this path or to find the ways to create and develop those big companies, I really expect that we have the swift or the change here of scenarios, that we have an audience of great entrepreneurs, great companies with more 10 years of development, and very happy here to start this journey in a certain way, be inspiration for a lot of people to create and try to solve new business with the access of capital, the access of talent, and the problems, the big problems that we have to solve here.
Excellent. So the takeaways, big problems in Latin America, but they forge really strong companies. You have world-class founders, and what they create can conquer the world. So thank you so much.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Shu. Thank you so much for your clarity and for moderating this discussion. Thank you so much. Big round of applause, gentlemen. They gave us so much optimism and this 10-year outlook. All right, so we have seen how the landscape is rapidly evolving for startups and for business. And now we're going to talk about how globalization and technological advances are reshaping industries and blurring sector lines. Let's explore how these shifts are shaping the way we work and the way we innovate. Our next panel is called The Future of Industry. And for those who are thinking about staying or leaving, we have some breaking news that we're going to kick off the panel with, so I would urge you all to stay. I'd like to welcome my fabulous panel, starting with Deanne Eisner, the CEO of Cruise by Core, followed by Ronnie Hawkins, partner and head of emerging markets at GIP, Nyai Shate, who is co-founder and CEO of Telio, and Rick New, founder and CEO of Nexus Worldwide. Welcome. So if you would all care to take a seat, thank you for joining us. We are going to begin, I'm a journalist after all, so we're going to begin this panel with some breaking news, a special FII announcement. Deanne Eisner over here to my left, about 30 minutes ago, sold her company, Cruise by Core, to WakeCap, a leading IoT platform for construction project management. Literally was just inked right here. And let me tell you a bit of the backstory before we go to Deanne. Both CEOs met in Saudi. They reconnected at FII Miami. I was there to witness it in February. 5 months later, the companies have signed an acquisition deal here at FII Rio. This represents one of the first acquisitions of a Silicon Valley startup by a Saudi tech company. This is what FII is all about, ladies and gentlemen. Deanne Eisner, how are you feeling? And tell us about why this represents the spirit of FII, the meaningful connections that are meant to be made here, and especially this fascinating deal truly represents the topic of our panel, which is the future of industry.
Well, I've always thought that, particularly in this moment of geopolitical divide, that one of the best ways that we can we can look at diplomacy is through how we cross borders as we do business. And I'm very excited about what is happening in Saudi as it relates to the construction industry. This is a $12 trillion industry, and no one is doing it at the size and scale of Saudi. So I am really thrilled. My team is excited. We have a very, very strong technology, and to be able to think about deploying it at this scale is very exciting for us. And I think together the two companies now have a complete platform that starts with large, complex projects in Saudi, and then we take them global. We're already in the US and Japan, and together we have quite a nice footprint. So the idea is cross-country collaboration, and I'm very excited.
Congratulations.
Thanks,
Deanne.
and relieved.
Yes, yes, yes. Ronnie, on to you. Help us set the stage a bit here. Do you think that the traditional industry model with these clear boundaries, defined sectors, is becoming outdated? What are you seeing at GIP?
Yeah, no, it's being in infrastructure. I think when people think about infrastructure, they think about sort of 19th century technology of a road or a bridge or other things. But when we look at the things that are most exciting in the world, whether it be decarbonization or AI and digitization, it's really an intersection with infrastructure. So, for example, we own a large data center platform, which is obviously very important to AI as it's growing. But within the context of a data center, one of the most important elements is power. And so how are you going to have, today the world doesn't have enough power to power the needs of the cloud and AI at the same time of transitioning, the energy transition. And so the infrastructure, the energy transition alone is a $100 trillion opportunity. AI is another hundreds of trillions of dollars. And so the intersection of what we do and the things that are driving the basic infrastructure like power and water and other things that are needed to move these things ahead, it's very exciting. And the technologies around producing that power or producing that energy are also evolving very rapidly.
Ronnie, and you also have a background in advertising and marketing at Omnicom. Tell us about the blurring of industry lines in that sector briefly.
Yes, I mean, I'm on the board of Omnicom, which is the largest marketing and advertising holding company in the US. Not because of my expertise in advertising, but really because of my expertise in global business and my expertise in finance and other things. But it's surprising, even in that context, that it's a business that people watch, Super Bowl commercials and think, oh, that's what an ad agency does. That's about 15% of revenue. It's really about analytics. It's about data. It's about branding and other things that are highly digital and highly evolving in terms of technology. So, the things that, even the way we think about things as, Mad Men is sort of what people have in mind as advertising. It's more of, people doing programmatic analytics on a supercomputer than what it was in Mad Men. So things are definitely evolving in a different way.
Rick, on to you now, and I've had the pleasure of interviewing you in the past. What are you seeing now in terms of industrialization from a Chinese perspective?
Well, thank you for the question. Mr. Atias, thank you for having me, and you're the true nexus of putting multiple cultures and continents and peoples together. Appreciate it. I think the world is getting a little interesting. We used to have socialism versus capitalism, but now if you look at the United States, being the leader of the West, I see a lot of industrial policies. I see subsidies, what the Chinese used to be doing against the rest of the world very smartly. And then if you go to China, India, and some other emerging markets, you see capitalism like there's no tomorrow. So I think the socialism with Chinese characteristics and capitalism with American characteristics are now having a level of convergence, which is very interesting. This is inevitably going to horizontalize a lot of things. If you're a major multinational corporation, you should no longer look at regions vertically. You should look at things horizontally and more geographically and geopolitically. This will also result in a lot of unique skills leaders have to have that they may not have in the past, which is understanding the interconnectivity between government, policy, and also entrepreneurship and the supply and demand in the freest market economy, which is being twisted and tweaked every single day. I think that's going to result in a lot of confusion, but also a unique level of opportunities for those who are very comfortable dealing with ambiguity and asymmetry in information and access.
What you're saying is fascinating because this panel is called The Future of Industry, about the blurring of industry lines and sector lines, but you're talking about also the blurring of ideologies in a way.
Yeah, you have to be comfortable. When I build my senior management team or even recruit people who are fresh out of college, I think the most important skill I want them to demonstrate is that they don't have to have a work chart. They don't have to be obsessed with a training manual. And they're comfortable going to unknown territories and uncharted waters and try to demonstrate their comfort. If that's really the skill set number one, I think they're going to become a great leader in the future. This is a world full of populism, nationalism, strongman politics, and very, very blunt geopolitics. I think we have to kind of tear apart everything that we built as past rules and really figure out what this world will be like. I also think in addition to government dialogue, in a world like that, people in the private sector, like many of you, and also in civil society, like many of you, can play a very instrumental role.
Vinay, over to you now. Deanne told us the global construction industry is an $11.4 trillion industry globally. That's the industry you're in with Telio. How is AI impacting the construction industry, and what do you foresee going forward?
Yeah, so first of all, it's an honor to be on this panel and to witness firsthand the breaking news as well. Congrats, Diane, again. First of all, what is Telio? So Telio builds we're building a construction robotics company where we convert large construction machines like bulldozers, wheel loaders, trucks into teleoperated and autonomous machines. And we let a single operator sitting hundreds of miles away control multiple machines at the same time. This is only possible because we're able to bring AI and let those machines run autonomously so the operator can take the eyes off that machine and do something else. And what this means is that we are fundamentally changing the nature of how construction gets done in the world, right? And really our vision and our hope is that in a few years' time, every machine in the world operates in this manner.
If you haven't had the opportunity to check out Telio, I was seeing what you do, and it's literally people that used to operate construction machinery. Now it's almost that they're doing gaming.
They're playing a game.
and the machines are operating themselves with the use of AI. So it's truly, truly innovating. And Diane, in a way, this sort of reimagines the blue-collar job of a construction worker. What Vinay is doing, what you are doing. Tell us about some of the stereotypes and misconceptions in some of these industries, especially constructions, that now need to be reimagined thanks to emerging technologies.
Yeah, well, this is a topic I care a lot about, but we have 200 million people working in construction around the world. And in the past, it's been very unsafe jobs, dirty jobs, and we're having a kind of a crisis of a labor shortage because people just don't want these jobs anymore. And we just, I think in the US alone, we're short 500,000 workers or something like that today. And so how do we recreate this culture of people wanting to come into construction? Well, we need to make it safe. We need to make it fun. And I think a lot about teaching our kids that the future of the construction worker is like a superhero. You're in an exoskeleton, you're doing this, and our work is more on the software side. So for us, AI is such an important tool that we have for construction. So our take on this is, within that giant industry, there's almost $1 trillion that is lost to commercial claims. There's a joke that the last phase of construction is the lawsuit. So what we're trying to do is take all that data that's out there, and it's data from the contract and from the schedule and from the worker information, put it together, and in an instant, you can make a fantastic decision on the ground. So that's not only going to save us almost $1 trillion of waste and that conflict from the lawsuits, but it's also going to help those workers be able to, what they would have to do, it takes 32 hours to do the calculations we do, if you can even do it, and we do it in seconds. So that decision-making on the job, I think, is also going to really help them. But I'm excited for our future construction workers, miners, when they don't have to take those risks, and they can make more money and have a great living.
And just a personal anecdote from you, if I may, your family has a background in construction, which inspired you to do what you're doing now. Can you share a bit of that with us?
Yeah, well, everybody likes a humble root story, right? But my family was all truck drivers and construction laborers, actually. And so, after I sold Waze to Google and, found myself this very fortunate Silicon Valley person, I knew that the thing I would do when I left was to try to give back to those communities that meant so much to me. And now I get to do that and focus on the worker, and I'm on the board of trucking companies and marine transportation companies, and I spend a lot of my time thinking about making these industries better for the worker.
Thank you so much, Deanne. We've talked a lot about upskilling. Oh, thank you. That personal story and that commitment to give back deserves a round of applause. We've talked a lot about upskilling in this conference. 37% of workers worldwide fear that automation is going to take
their jobs, but 74% would be willing to learn a new skill in order to remain employable. Vinay, on to you, since we're still talking about construction here. How does your technology give access to people that physically, maybe because of a disability, for example, could not even dream of a job in construction, but now they're able to do it because of what you're doing at Teleo?
Exactly. So I think our view of the world is that people worrying about AI completely taking jobs away is a little bit overblown and taken out of proportion. I think the reality of it is that going forward, we're going to have to find a sort of a bond between AI and humans. And that's also exactly how we approach it at Teleo, where it's not just the machine running autonomously end-to-end all the time, but rather it's a person supervising those machines and telling it where to go, telling it what to do specifically. And what this means is that it's suddenly just this one step where you go take the operator from the machine, where they're sitting for 8 hours, 10 hours a day, getting beat around, and take them into an office-like setting. Just that one step alone dramatically opens up the market. It makes these jobs way more accessible. Now, certainly for the first time, people who could not get on those machines physically are now able to get behind our control stations and actually operate those machines. Right? It opens up new doors. Imagine attracting the younger generation. Imagine attracting more women into the industry. Even folks who might have physical disabilities can now get behind our controls and operate these machines. And so this is really, I believe technology is ultimately the big equalizer, and this is a prime example of how this technology, AI specifically, is actually equalizing the access to these jobs for everybody.
And solving this issue of this challenge of finding skilled labor in construction, because right now what we're seeing, as Deanne pointed out, is more work than personnel that is available. Ronnie, I'd like to take it to you now. What strategies are you implementing at GIP to navigate this convergence of technology? And especially, I'm interested in the energy sector.
Yeah. Well, as I said, I mean, one of the great things about GIP is we're a company that people may use our services every single day and have no idea that GIP exists. So we were talking backstage or in the panel, and people, obviously when you turn the light switch on, no one's thinking about, hey, I wonder if GIP is involved in this. It's just the light comes on. But we have one of the largest renewable portfolios in the world, probably huge platforms in Asia, in North America, in Latin America. And so what the need for energy is not just the energy transition, and particularly in the context of Latin America and the global south, it's about meeting demand for power in a clean way. So we're not just substituting equipment, we're enabling people to improve the quality of their life. And so when you kind of focus on that and from the abstract to really what it is that we're doing and providing, it's very powerful. And the other aspect of it is it's the electrification and the need for power across the world is growing and growing. And so we see brownouts and blackouts and other things happening, not only in emerging markets, but also in the US, in Texas during the summer and others. So as climate change takes its course and the need for power and cooling and other things increase, the challenge is there. Again, a $100 trillion challenge. And as we do that, I think the other thing that we all have to be cognizant of is in trying to achieve those goals, to make sure that we are doing it in harmony with communities, because to build a giant solar array somewhere, it needs land. It may be adjacent to a community, it may be adjacent to a farming area, and so understanding the needs of the communities that you are dealing with and sort of bringing solutions is also a big part of how we think about things. So decarbonization, new forms of energy, the evolution of dealing with communities and how they interact with these things are all very important. So we've started, you started with small solar, you started with wind, we're now in the world of battery storage, and then we're moving from there to things like biofuels, which Brazil could be a superpower in. We're moving to things like green hydrogen, which is, again, a way to produce clean energy in one place and export it to other places. Saudi and other places have green ammonia and green hydrogen projects based on solar. So the globalization of energy is something that is new, because it tended to be something that was, I got my power from this electricity plant nearby. And so the scale of it is changing, the global nature of it, and the need and uses for it are all changing simultaneously. So a really incredible time to sort of be in this industry.
I love this takeaway of the globalization of energy, and we're going to get back to, you know, how do you do this in a responsible manner? So I'm going to get back to you on that in terms of taking into account the communities in which you're working.
Yeah.
Rick, I want to get to you now. You know, we were talking about geopolitics before, and these sort of shifting trends that we're seeing in places like China. What is the balance between sort of state-owned and the privatization of industries in China? What can you tell us about that, and what do you see is coming?
Yeah, well, I'm a US citizen. I've been in the US for 30 years, but before that I spent about 25 years in China and parts of Asia. My view of China in general is that it's a 5,000-year civilization going on 45. So what that means is, of course, it's a very long history there. You know, there's a very rich content when you look at the history of China as a civilization. But the really opening up of China to the outside really started in 1978. So as an old civilization, but also very young at the same time, the country itself is actually very confused from time to time. So if an identity is very confused itself, it would be very difficult for the outside to also understand exactly how it behaves. Secondly, having been a very close observer to China geoeconomically and geopolitically, with some towering figures like Hank Greenberg, Henry Kissinger for the last 30 years, my observation is a learning country. At the end of the day, it's a very pragmatic country. So while we would like to impose ideology on countries like China, maybe a few others, we have to be very mindful of the pragmatic, enterprising nature of a civilization like that. Otherwise, we'll be backwards, and they're going to be going forwards and upwards. In order for the West to continue to be very competitive, there needs to be a lot of listening and understanding of civilizations like China's, India's, etc., and maybe the Middle East also, instead of feeling very complacent about what we have accomplished in the West. President Lula talked about Global South the other day. I think you could sense the passion of it. Of course, we also need policies and concrete ideas backing up, you know, behind the passion to turn that into really results. But I think people in the United States and other parts of the world need to really put themselves in a situation to better understand. Even if we were to criticize countries like China, we better go to China, visit China, understand China better, and then we criticize. So the criticisms will be actually well-based. Now, based on that notion, I think we need to view China as really a country where they want to go across a river by feeling of the stones. It's inexperienced in the global order. It's not a very ready-to-go, you know, a global leader yet on world stage, yet it got rich very quickly. And it certainly has a lot of power financially and with huge ambitions. So we need to work with China in such a way that when they say we have state-owned enterprises versus private enterprises, well, the reality is they always have a mix. The private sector in China has accounted for over 60%, 60%, of the Chinese economy for a very long time, accountable for about 70%, if not more, of the job created in China. So, you know, is it a state-owned, state-directed economy? By that metric, not really. In addition to state ownership and private ownership, I also look at China as supply-side economics when it comes to policy, and also demand-side economic policy. So it has been kind of like mixed and twisted between those two for a long time. So we need to avoid this black or white notion when it comes to China. There are always more than 50 shades of gray when you look at China. We just have to make sure that we kind of look at it with a very savvy and long-term perspective.
So we have you for those nuances. Thank you for that, Rick.
I'm here.
Vinay, over to you now. How do you see the balance between automation and human ingenuity evolving in your sector, in the construction industry?
Yeah, as I said earlier, I think you know, it is going forward is going to be a cohabitation of AI with humans. I don't think it's one or the other. And so, I mean, across the board, if any of you have tried to type something into ChatGPT and it's given you garbage, and then you've changed your prompt and you've gotten actually what you want, that was an example of how a human brain and an AI was working together to get the end goal. I'm seeing more and more of that, I think, in the physical world. As you build robotics, you'll end up seeing that the combination of a human supervising a machine, an AI, and the AI doing what the humans wants to do, and the human adjusting their inputs to take the AI where it needs to go. I think that's the way forward with this.
Thank you for that. In terms of the pool of capital in the room, the investors that are in the room, Vinay, I'm going to start with you. Where would you put your money right now?
That's an easy question for me. I would say, first of all, Teleo. but broadly speaking, I would say robotics in general, right? So I think you've seen what AI did. You saw in the last 1 year, the spark that AI has really lit in the world. And I think, honestly, that is a small fraction of what's truly possible. I believe that over the next decade, it's going to be the decade of robotics, where that AI is going to actually get embodied in something physical. It goes and physically does work in the world, moves material, builds something, and actually does things that are truly physically meaningful for all of the rest of us. So I think that's the place where I would think would get a huge amount of return over the next decade or so.
Can I take a shot at that question?
Go ahead, Rick.
Okay. Having been in finance for a very long time, I actually think all of the asymmetry, off-balance, concerns, anxieties, geopolitics are resulting in tremendous investment opportunities. For example, mental health. There are so many people so concerned about so many things, and people are under so much pressure, AI taking over humanity being one, for example. That's a huge, huge industry across its genders, ages, geographies, cultures. If anybody wants to invest, I would highly recommend mental health. By the way, I'm not a health-only investor. I'm just saying that, intuitively based on some of the opportunities we just talked about. I also think it's important to follow where capital flows before you invest. Money is the smartest animal, period. Not necessarily human in that regard. So if you really travel around the world today, where there are 70+ elections going on in just 1 year, that accounts for about 60% of the world's GDP and 50% of the world's population, and see where money actually ends up flowing and being parked, that will give you a lot of hint how you should invest yourself.
Mental health is obviously a huge sector, and we're even seeing that with teens and tweens. And in the United States right now, the best-selling book is called The Anxious Generation. So it's definitely going to be an issue, not only for us here in the room, but for Generation Z, for Generation Alpha. Ronnie, in terms of the skill set that is needed from leaders in this moment, the future of industry, with all of these blurring of the lines, what do you think are those critical skills that are needed?
I think in a world of increasing digitization and artificial intelligence, human skills are going to be very valued. And why do I say that? And global skills. And because of the globalization, the continued globalization, we talk about geopolitical tensions, but the world is not sort of going to go back very far, and we're too integrated to sort of do that. And so being able to come to Brazil or go to Saudi Arabia or go to Germany or China or otherwise, and understand the needs and how we work together, I think that that's going to be a skill that is very, very important. And so the continued understanding of the perspectives of all of these different areas and countries are going to be something through experience and through education and other things that will make someone very valuable. I think beyond that, just having the resilience and the intellectual curiosity to continually learn is going to be something that we'll have to leave, because I know in my job what I was doing 10 years ago in power is completely different than what I'm doing today. And so if we don't have the sort of the grit to continue evolving along with the things that are going on, we become sort of dinosaurs very quickly.
So what do you think has allowed you to really stay resilient in these 10 years? Has been grit, has been, is it walk the walk? Is it actually, going to the place and having empathy and having the experience?
Yeah, and I think it's having a longer term and broader perspective. I do a lot in emerging markets. There are always issues. There are always ups and downs. There are, engaging in community issues. All of those sort of things happen. And understanding that the world goes through cycles, but looking at it in the longer term rather than a 24-hour news cycle, or doom scrolling, as people like to call it. I think that having a longer term and more global perspective is helpful on all fronts.
And that was actually, for me, one of the most powerful takeaways from our Latin America entrepreneurship panel is this idea of this is a long-term play if you want to invest in this region, but in the inefficiencies, you find the opportunities. Deanne, I want to go to you now in terms of, amid these technological changes, the evolving industrial landscape, how do we make sure that people remain at the center of it with us being women, supportive family policies, pay transparency, and something I know you're very passionate about, which are ownership opportunities?
So I think a lot about all the new money that's coming in and all the new industries, and I tend to think about it as what is that next generation, that generation alpha, the 65% of jobs that don't exist today. And I think that the people in this room have a real opportunity to create a more perfect economy, because I'm all for wealth creation. I like it very much. But I do think it's gotten to a point where finding new ownership opportunities for other people to bring them into those ownership classes is something that I really think about a lot right now. And I'll give you one example. Poor Elon, Tesla. I think that Elon has been constraining his growth. And the reason is because he's selling direct to consumer. And I love, the consumers can save money. I think I'm becoming an advocate of what I'm calling re-intermediation. And this is bring back those opportunities for people to have ownership stakes in these things. And my favorite model right now, franchise model. And it actually isn't about car dealerships or any of this. It is about how are we going to scale and accelerate vertical farming globally right away? Well, a franchise model might work for that. Lab-grown diamonds. Anything where there's a robot, right? So on the construction site, how do we maybe think about those models where there are local players who can have a different kind of ownership stake? And I think that if we can spend a little bit more time thinking about those new models, because in AI, we talk a lot about the technology, the social implications, and I could geek out on this all day long. I'm excited about the new economic models, the new economic landscape that we'll create with this new technology.
And that's time for us, and I love how you're thinking big, and all of you bringing your big ideas and your innovative approaches to FII. A big round of applause for our panel on the future of industry. Thank you so very much. I'm going to ask you to exit stage left. And as we transition to the next panel, we're going to delve deeper into one of the most exciting areas that are being transformed by these forces, and that is the future of mobility, ladies and gentlemen. What are the frontier trends in mobility? We're going to hear a presentation from our speaker, Adam Grosser, Chairman and Managing Partner at Up Partners. Let's welcome Adam to the stage. Welcome, sir. The stage is yours.
How about some slides? Let's see if this actually does something. Okay, so hi, I'm Adam, and I am going to fly through in 10 minutes what normally takes about an hour, and I've made a very small subset of this idea of how is the moving world going to be reimagined for the next, say, 50 years. I am originally an engineer turned entrepreneur who became an inadvertent investor 25 years ago, and that's led me on this journey. So one of the things that's sort of an inexorable fact is that every time we have a transformation in a modality of transportation, economies explode. So if you look back, I don't know, 1560, when Shakespeare was born, he never moved 3 miles beyond his house. Everybody here took some advanced form of transportation to get here, and it has directly impacted the creation of much larger global economies. However, there's a really weird byproduct that you probably haven't thought much about, which is that mobility has not changed in 60 years. Airplanes fly the same speed. They use the same fuels. They use approximately the same engines. Cars are not really fundamentally different. There's some safety systems and things like that, but nothing has happened. There was a real Cambrian explosion from the turn of the century in 1900 up to about 1960, and then it kind of stopped. And the most important thing to take away from this is not only is the technology the same, but the human workload is the same. The ability to add safety, to add automation has not fundamentally changed. And here's a really good case in point. If in the center is the Boeing 737, and many of you have flown on 737s routinely, it's the second most produced airplane in the world's history. On the left is the Wright Flyer in 1903. The introduction of the 737 is closer to the Wright Flyer than it is to present day. So when I say nothing has changed, nothing has changed. The other giant problem that a lot of people aren't cognizant about is that transportation is the largest contributor to greenhouse gases in the world. And it's a problem that is not abating, and it's going to get worse, not better, not because people aren't thinking about it, not because people aren't well-intentioned and working hard, but rather that it's very, very hard to decarbonize transportation as compared to other industries. So as a fraction of total emissions, transportation is going to continue to evolve and to continue to grow unless we do something about it. So I have had a long and weird career, which I won't go into here, but 3 years ago, some friends and I decided to go solve this problem. And what we've done is we've built the largest firm in the world, focused solely on mobility. We have a definition of what that means. It means that we want to move people and goods cleaner, faster, safer, with lower impact on land, sea, air, and space. And what we're focused on is how do we bring the enabling technologies to market? Because the problem, as I said, is getting worse, not better. If you look at where we are headed, emissions are growing. If you look at the right, this is what we've all signed up to as governments and corporations to reduce the emission profile in the same time frame. It's not happening. So I get asked all the time, what's the answer? What is the technology going to, is it AI? It's like, of course, no, it's not AI. What it is, though, is everything. And there's a bunch of things that have matured approximately simultaneously. And that is what's going to enable this transformation. So if you think about the level of autonomy, the inexorable slide toward electrification, the connectivity, AI, all of these specific things have come together and matured at a moment that enables you to create radically different solutions. So I'm going to talk a little bit really quickly about cars, planes, and space. Just a couple of really interesting examples. So BYD, you all know it, came relatively out of nowhere to become the largest EV company in the world. That's not what's interesting. What's interesting is that they are on the right side of physics. The best internal combustion engine is roughly 40 to 43% thermodynamically efficient. It can't be better. A really bad electric motor is 98% efficient. A really good electric motor, like in a Tesla, is about 99.3% efficient. So by definition, first principles, everything that can be electrified is going to be electrified. Second thing is, you look at Tesla, you think, wow, I have a Tesla, it's screwed together kind of badly, things don't line up, it's not the best car I've ever driven. They're not a car company. They're a technology conglomerate, and they're starting with materials, and they're moving to energy, and they're moving through the implementation and the delivery of energy through cars, through housing, through solar, and capturing value along the way. It's a really interesting model. The other thing I want to talk on for a second is autonomy. We all thought we'd have autonomy by now. It is an incredibly intractable problem, but it's happening in at least controlled environments or well-mapped environments. And again, the data is incontrovertible, which suggests that autonomous vehicles are dramatically more safe than their human counterparts. So for those of you who've had a chance to ride in a Waymo or some of the other people that are actually coming to market, it's impressive. Space. In my lifetime, I was completely captivated by the Apollo program. Never occurred to me in a million years that this would become the purview of private industry. I'm sure many of you just watched the Starship Test Flight 4 and marveled at something the size of the Empire State Building going up and coming down. There's a lot going on here that's really remarkable, not the least of which is private space in China. There are at least 6 competitors to SpaceX that are delivering today, that are flying today, that are reusable today, and this is becoming a global phenomenon. Earlier, Marcelo said that the cost of data was approximately 0 after the growth of the internet. The cost of a kilo to orbit has gone from $1 million to $100,000 to $10,000 if Starship's successful, tens of dollars. Here's a couple companies to watch. Interestingly, Blue Origin is interesting primarily because they're building the largest rocket engine since the Apollo program. And on the right, Stoke has a really ambitious idea to create a single stage to orbit vehicle that can fly many times a day, not many times a month or a year. All right, flying things. As I said, probably many of you took a plane to get here. But what you probably don't realize is that 80% of the world's population has never been on an airplane. There's an enormous market yet to be developed all over the world. If I asked you, are electric planes viable? You might say, I don't know. If I asked you when the first electric vehicle in the air reliably flew, you'd probably say like 10 years ago or 20 years ago. Actually, no. It was 1884. And it flew all the time. But then nothing happened for about 100 years. And what's happened right now is there's been this fantastic, incredible multiplication of force and talent and engineering to bring electric vertical takeoff and landing craft to market. The folks represented here, Eve, coming out of Embraer in Brazil, Archer, Beta, and Joby, are, of the 400 vehicles that people are building, the market leaders by far. I would encourage you to research them. They bring the utility of a helicopter and the ability to fly hundreds of miles quietly, super efficiently. In fact, Beta set a record last year of flying across country in 300-mile legs. Each leg costs $17. So you're suddenly changing the fuel equation, you're changing the convenience equation. And this is what I'm talking about. This is the curve of efficiency of these electric vertical takeoff and landing vehicles, and the upper dotted line is a car. They're more efficient than cars. This is coming. The last thing, I talked about the 737 and how it had remained essentially a constant for the last, 60 years. This is really interesting. This is efficiency through morphology, efficiency through shape. And this is an idea that was actually conceived in the 1980s, but we didn't have the technology to build it. It's called the blended wing body. And there are 2 companies building blended wing bodies today, JetZero and Airbus. They will be flying in 2 to 3 years in the prototype form, but they are 50% more efficient, and they don't rely on any kind of invention. They don't need a different engine or a different fuel source or a different infrastructure at an airport. Just the shape suddenly gets you to a level of efficiency that people haven't imagined or let themselves imagine for a long time. Drones. You probably don't think much about this either. There are massive numbers of drones flying in the sky, but Walmart and Google have gotten together and they're building the largest drone delivery network in the world, and it's remarkable how incredibly useful it is. Average delivery time is about 5 minutes to go 6 miles. People are ordering multiple times a day. You're going to see this all throughout the United States very soon. There's a reason for it. If you order something online today, it costs a lot of money in human capacity, in energy, in wear and tear on roads to have somebody bring you something in a car. Drones are 1/3 of the cost, and that will go to cents fairly quickly. So it's a really interesting space. So that brings me to the very end, and I have just a few seconds left to do it. What I'd like to say is this is a $10 trillion market. There is nobody thinking about this. Everything is changing from the smallest scooter to space travel and everything in between. We've seen 6,000 companies in 3 years, and there's some truly transformative things coming to your future to make your mobility easier, to create joy and convenience in your life, but most importantly, to expand the global economy. Thank you so much.
Adam Grosser, ladies and gentlemen, that was fascinating, Adam. I think that if we would have polled this audience about what percentage of humans have not gotten on an airplane, nobody would have guessed 80%. So thank you for that fascinating conversation. There is no doubt that this is one of the most exciting times to be alive. Now we're going to turn our attention to the financial sector. As fintech and traditional financial institutions converge, we're going to explore how this integration can lead to a more efficient and inclusive financial system. This conversation is titled, Can Fintech and TradeFi Shock-Proof the Global Economy? It is going to be moderated by the wonderful Ingrid Barth. She's the president of AB Startups. Ali Abul Hassan, co-founder and CEO of Tap Payments. Glauber Mota, CEO of Revolt, Kendrick Nguyen of Republic, Dr. Charles Roberts of ARK Investment Management. Welcome.
Hello, dear all. My name is Ingrid Barth. I am FinTech founder and then president of the Brazilian Association of Startups. And here we have amazing people that is very, very involved with fintech ecosystems around the world. So I want to introduce Ali from Tap Payments, Dr. Charles Robert, Glauber Mota, and Kendrick Nguyen. Can you please introduce yourself and the company that we are running, please?
Would you like me to start?
Yeah.
Sure. So Tap Payments is a company that started off out of Kuwait and headquartered in Saudi Arabia. It runs in 9 countries in the Middle East. It simplifies online payment acceptance for merchants digitally in order to drive financial inclusion in a digital economy.
Ken Nguyen, such a pleasure to be here, everyone. I run Republic, and it's a financial infrastructure that allows people anywhere, no matter the income or net worth, to invest and own a little bit of what it is that they care about. For example, a football club, not just billionaires owning, but hundreds of thousands of fans owning a little bit in exchange for revenue and fueling and engaging on a cross-border basis. Excited to be here and to have a conversation today.
Pleasure to meet you all, Glauber Mota. Such a pleasure to be in this panel. I'm running Revolut in Brazil. Revolut is a fintech headquartered in the UK, with presence now in 40 countries, more than 40 million clients, aiming to bring simplification of financial services around the world. So simplify all things money, that's our mission, building a global banking with local services. Brazil is a part of this journey, and I'm happy to be here discussing such an important topic.
Thank you. Nice to meet you all. The black sheep here with the held microphone. Wonderful to be here in this beautiful city. Thanks to everyone for letting us join. I'm Chief Investment Strategist at ARK Invest, which is led by Kathy Wood, about a $30 billion AUM fund on the public side. I co-manage the biotech team on the public side, the research for that, which is around $3 billion, and we're in some amazing companies like CRISPR Therapeutics and Recursion, lots of others. And then also lead the venture fund for ARK, which is a new initiative just over a year old, where we're really investing in Series B and beyond, but selectively Series A and also even seed rounds, essentially in fintech mainly. And before that, I was a unicorn founder for a genomics AI company called Freenome that we raised about $1.4 billion from Roche and Tiro and originally Andreessen, and just finished one of the world's largest clinical studies in cancer detection and got the best results actually in a pivotal study for stage 1 detection in colorectal cancer. So watch this space, very excited, potential to save a lot of lives, that kind of testing. So yeah, excited to be here.
Nice. So let's start by the financial inclusion and social impact. Today, we all know that financial inclusion is extremely important for populations and for the good development for the economy in general. Could you please share your opinion on the impact that fintechs have on financial inclusion, improving people's quality of life, in your region specifically?
Sure. Within the domain of payment acceptance, first of all, it's important to highlight that there are a lot of financial services players that do a lot of added value in different parts of, let's say, the market. When it comes down to fintech, we look at opportunities that are missed by existing players. And what we've done is we focus, example, on the long-tail merchants that are underserved by existing, let's say, stakeholders in the industry, and we give them an easier way to accept digital payments in order to be included into the financial inclusion into a digital economy. So we've been very lucky and inspired to see that there has been a lot of traction to enable a wide range of merchants. We were one of the first to enable, let's say, the largest number of merchants under the local network in Saudi Arabia, MEDA, and we continue to do so by connecting it to the rest of the region and by serving larger enterprises and bridge between all the neighboring markets in the 9 countries that we provide in order to reach a wider, let's say, segment that is underserved by existing stakeholders.
Nice. And you, Kendrick?
Ingrid, I want to use a factoid to share. I read somewhere that in the year 2034, more than 70% of Fortune 500 companies have yet to exist today. So these are like ideas out of garages in everyone's backyard here in Brazil and everywhere. So up until now, those that pick and decide which idea to back and to invest, which has a tremendous impact on society at large, has been major funds and banks and venture capital firms, and that serves a very specific purpose. But if you can imagine people around the world contributing, investing $5, $10, $20 into and choosing, have a direct hand in deciding the new technologies and companies that's going to define how we live down the road. In many ways, investing in fintech is a new type of social access and democracy in casting that vote on the future that we're all going to be living in.
And you have a different situation here, Glauber, because you are running Revolut in Brazil, but I believe you can see the perspective for the UK also and in Europe in general. What do you think about this impact that fintechs can provide?
So the good part to be one of the latest panel is because we have been learning along these 2 days and we can leverage on the learnings for these discussions. And to be very straightforward in the answer, it's about innovation brings inclusion, that brings impact. And how can I explore a bit leveraging on the experience in Latin America? So for the past 10 to 12 years, fintech innovation has been elevating the level playing field for competition here. And the innovation allows people access to credit. It allows organizations developing faster, cheaper, more accessible solutions, together with the evolution of mobile penetration, with the internet, and etc. If you take a window of 2010 to 2020, was about, in a population of Latin America, that's a very unique socioeconomic characteristics with underserved in terms of financial services, a lot of concentration, financial concentration in few banks, low penetration on credit cards, etc. It's been an inclusion of about 100 million people in this window of 10 years, exactly the same period where fintech has been developing a lot. It's not just a coincidence, it's about how technologies can bring this evolution. So when we look forward, we can say that 6 million new people are going to be included in the banking systems along 2024. And if you look 2030 window, more 25 million just in Latin America. That's bigger than the evolution what we may have in US, Canada, and Europe together. It means that the combination of the innovation that fintech brings, together with a market that's still underdeveloped and need this in order to promote the financial inclusion, you can combine both and have this evolution that we see here. The CAGR for the region is about 30% a year. So it means it doubles every 3 years in the market. And I would love to see we're not just scratching the surface as we have done these last 2 years, but we leverage on the network effect and the exponential development of new technologies in order to promote even bigger inclusion here in the region.
Nice. And Dr. Charles, impact is a good thing when you are looking for a new investment? The social impact is something that we are looking for new investments, for example?
Absolutely. So, I mean, we think about social investing or social impact across all the, I'd say every technology we invest in for ARC, whether it's on the public or private side, is inherently a world-improving technology, we believe, in some level, you know, whether it's environmental, whether it's a lot of work in health. We think a lot about inclusion. So actually with the venture fund, the entire mission actually is to make investing in very high-quality private companies and portfolios accessible very broadly for the first time ever, really, into a, you know, it's historically been that non-accredited retail investors have just been locked out of private investing, whether that's direct into companies, unless they're accredited, outside friends and family rounds, and then into funds. Whereas some of the best returns, as we know, have been on the private side. You know, top-tier venture gets often 15 to even 25 or 30%, depending on the year, CAGR, and with lower volatility often, although 2022 and 3 have been worse years, than many other investment classes. And yet entire swaths of the population have been just locked out of this, which we think is fundamentally undemocratic, unfair, you know, not a reasonable way to go forward, and is actually a tax on the lack of wealth, which is kind of the wrong way around if you think about it. You're blocking people out of the opportunity to invest and increase their wealth by having access to this amazing compound annual growth because they're too poor or not accredited to be able to do it, because it is primarily an asset-driven assessment, right? And this isn't the case in the US, but it's similar in many other jurisdictions, of course. So with the venture fund, we found a way to bring in a huge number of investors, and we're very early on, and we already have nearly 10,000 individual investors, many of whom are non-accredited. The other thing is, it's a tax on youth, because many of the non-accredited investors are also, unsurprisingly, in their teens, 20s, 30s, struggling to, you know, make ends meet, pay a mortgage, all this kind of stuff, raise kids. So we made it available, this very high-quality private investing portfolio, to people regardless of anything other than minimum check size $500. It's available in the US via 2 platforms, SoFi and Titan. And soon will be available globally. I'm from Scotland. It's not as warm and humid as this. Definitely not used to Brazil.
No problem.
So inclusion is actually baked into everything that we do, and we actually went to great lengths. We could have been much easier to just go into a 2 and 20 traditional fund, but we went to great lengths, researched an entity, built it up, created an investing strategy which gets into great, you know, deals by some of the world's best investors, Sequoia, Andreessen, GV, they all send us deals. But actually we pick the ARC-like disruptive innovation stories from that list and bring them to our private, you know, our big group of investors. And we don't charge carry, we have quarterly liquidity, which is worse for us in terms of it's harder to manage, but it's really good for the investors. And it also means we don't have carry, and it's a system that works. And again, it's more along the lines of what Kendrick is building, I think, and you know, some of these new moves towards what we're seeing with the whole Robinhood generation. Because again, to wrap up, it's very easy to lose money on the public markets, and everyone's allowed to do that, as we've seen in the last couple of years. But people are not allowed to lose money, or at least take virtuous risks, and get the upside and the risk reward on the private side until now, and with some of the things that we're seeing. So we're very excited about the inclusion aspect of it.
Nice. And just to let you know who is outside the fintech ecosystem, the idea to have just a bank account is so important, because people without a bank account, they are not generating data. So they don't have access, for example, for credit. And we know that credit is a very important tool to building a family, to have health, to have schools, education, something like this. So for us in Brazil, this topic is very, very special. And now, talking about regulation, I love this topic. It's a stranger, but I really love this topic, because I really believe that Brazil is doing a very good job on the regulation space to open the doors for fintechs here. Just to let you know, this year we are celebrating 10 years for the first regulation that opened the market for fintechs. And then after that, we had a lot of other regulations. So for example, open finance, credit regulation, PIX, the payment, instant payments here. But in 10 years, the market is changing a lot all the time and quickly each month, each year. And Glauber, I wanted to start with you. This part of the regulation perspective, I want to ask you related, for example, what do you see between regulations in Brazil and UK, for example, because some of our regulations in Brazil, we took a look in UK, for example, open finance. Our open finance is very, very close to open finance in UK. So can you please have this perspective?
Thank you for the question. So we are operating in 40 countries. So you can imagine the complexity of navigating regulatory landscape in all these places. Of course, there are similarities and differences, but one of common thing that makes the success cases is a good balance between proper supervision, control. You make sure the market is under certain rules that bring security, but also the openness and the regulatory push, like proactively, in order to promote competition, in order to welcome new technologies. So I'm happy to be part of it in Brazil, where I have a lot of good things to say about the developments on these previous years in terms of fintech welcome in Brazil. So you just mentioned that we are celebrating 10 years of this new regulation, and Revolut is able to operate in Brazil as a regulated financial institution, complying properly with local rules and also the rules all around the world where we also regulated because of this welcomeness. And let's take the example of PIX that you just mentioned. That's a huge success of inclusion in Brazil as well. A lot of small communities developed a bigger addressable market because many people that was outside the banking system is now included. It's, I bet to say that the success of PIX is mainly driven because the Brazilian Central Bank took a very active role in leading the process. It was not just something delivered to the market, but they also participate directly, defining infrastructure, doing necessary push for all the participants of the market to participate on this. Same for the open finance. But more important, making sure we have openness to receive the competition here. That's going to bring a health competition, more access to credit, so one push to another. So the developments we had in the Brazilian market for the last 10 years are amazing. And this is more consequence of this balance between the both worlds. So it's, I'm very glad to be participating in this process around. And I would say regulatory is not just needed or a big part of it, is the enabler of it. And happy to say that also Brazil is leading the process for new infrastructure of payments, not just PIX, but also perhaps future interoperability within markets, the central bank digital currencies, the direct projects, and many other things to come. And this exchange between what Revolut have learned abroad, we can bring to Brazil because we are here, because the Brazilian Central Bank allows us to be here. And of course, we're going to learn from the Brazilian good experience and export this as well abroad. So it's a win-win situation, and very happy to be participating in this.
Nice. Ali, we told me that in Middle East is a little bit similar that is happening in Latin America. So in Latin America, we have the Central Bank of Brazil leading this process for innovation in the regulation. And you have the similar situation there?
Yeah, it's important to realize that the world is fragmented into regions, and every region has different behavior with regulations. If you're running in the EU, there is the great EU central bank that actually allows you to passport from one country to another. Now, in South America, you don't have that. In the Middle East, you don't have that. So what does that mean for fintechs? In order to capture and roll out into multiple countries, you need to deal with multiple regulators. Today, as Tap Payments, we deal with 7 regulators in the Middle East. And we've noticed that the trends of elevating and moving forward the regulators started out with initiatives that came from SAMA, the central bank in Saudi Arabia, with the sandbox, with the frameworks that are coming, with the fintechs that are being regulated. There is a boom that started from 2018, and we saw it having a domino effect on neighboring markets all across, where other central banks are starting to have their own frameworks and pushing out and getting non-bank service providers and financial services to get them regulated in different verticals. So we see, similar to what is happening in Brazil, initiated from Saudi Arabia within the Middle East.
Nice. And Dr. Charles, from the VC and investment perspective, how we can feel, for example, if we have some problems with the regulation, or if the regulation is mature to have this project, these new startups in place.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I'd echo a lot of what Glabra said actually about regulation. I think obviously, you don't want to just keep adding regulation ad nauseum, right? I think we actually did an X Spaces with Elon Musk just before Christmas with Kathy and Brett, the chief futurist at ARK, and I think he described regulation or rules generally as a bit like a kind of a Gulliver's Travels issue. It's like you've got this sort of huge Gulliver that just wants to move and he's just getting lashed down by more and more things, and sort of in the limit, if rules just keep getting added and there's no means to recycle them, then they're just increasing, eventually literally everything's illegal and you can't be done. And he said, and he makes a good point. I mean, a lot of that was kind of, he was joking, but at the same time he was like, it is a very real point, it's a very real issue. If you look at history, the main driver of regulatory removal has been war. So if you don't want, and you start from scratch, you've got a new country, a new constitution, obviously we don't want that. That's not a cycle we should be sort of encouraging, just have a war every time. So I think, we do need to have a very thoughtful discussion as a society about the bringing in and removal of regulations when they're no longer appropriate. But I think as an investor, as Glabra says, they create opportunity too. And actually, sometimes small, nimble startups are better able to move around regulations, and then the regulation can become a moat, actually. And it often is the case in fintech, I think. You see that just a group has managed to find a niche where they can just do something better than a big company was able to sort of steer the oil tanker around and just make something work within the constraints and fit that jigsaw puzzle. And that actually becomes a huge part of their advantage, and that's maybe why there's a fintech industry at all in some ways. I think about that with the ARK Venture Fund, which I think of as somewhat of a fintech, because it was the fact that the regulations preclude non-accredited investors that creates an opportunity for us to do something that hasn't been done. So that's a good example. And I think we look for that too when we invest in fintech, which we go as early as seed, because we're more like a strategic investor in fintech. And I think the regulatory landscape is obviously a huge part of, we look a lot at digital wallets, we look a lot at, we're looking up and down the ecosystem. We spend a lot of time internally trying to decide where and in which settings incumbents are going to win and why. When does distribution matter? When does scale of data matter? But then conversely, when does the innovator's dilemma kick in and you just have groups which cannot move around, whether it's a new regulation that creates a new opportunity or whether they've just not spotted the opportunity and been able to innovate fast enough. So I think, by and large, obviously they're going to be here to stay. They create opportunity as much as they kill them, and they create moats, maybe most importantly.
And Kendrick, do innovation after or before the regulation?
Innovation, technological innovation, necessarily moves much faster, but I'm a lawyer by background. I taught law at Stanford for 2 years before going to tech. And given that, as a lawyer in Silicon Valley, I think the concept of legal engineering applies both for the private sector and the government. The law always moves much slower than technology, but it does move. And I think the job of legislators is how to engineer it in a way that protects consumers' interests, and the interests of the companies is how to engineer it so that you're compliant, but you can move along fast enough. And what's amazing about Brazil, as I have been learning, quite frankly, just in the past 48 hours, is how advanced legal engineering has been happening at the government level. Things that allowing for tokenized offering, retail public, secondary trading, things that we're still dreaming about and hoping in the US and the EU is already almost there. And I think that's why the excitement on our side on how do you link different regulatory framework together and enable a cross-border seamless experience around something that until today is regional, big ticket only, no secondary trading. How do you enable ownership, investing a few years out, happening at a dollar basis, cross-border with liquidity? I think the world is very much heading in that direction if government and the private sector push legal engineering as pragmatically as they do with technological engineering.
Yes. And then we don't have a lot of time, but I want you to have your idea, considering, for example, blockchain, AI, what is next in fintech ecosystem? Ali, can you start?
Talking about transactions in general, we currently, a payment takes place when that money movement is initiated. But there's so much that happens prior to the transaction is initiated and after the transaction is initiated. And AI can play a big role there because it can automate, give indications, move more transactions, and incorporating blockchain into such with digital assets. So having in cities such as Neom, for example, you might end up having transactions of purchasing a deed, a title deed, within blockchain because you will get that title deed on blockchain and then you would do that transaction digitally. So there is a lot that can happen from before the transaction, after the transaction, that, to be honest, I can't think of right now, but there is a lot to learn.
$1 million question. And Kendrick?
I am incredibly excited about the potential of just blockchain as a technology to fractionalize, to automate, to break things down at the micro level. Because the topic of today's panel is whether fintech can shock-proof the global economy. And there's no question in my mind that just like the internet shock-proofed the economy of the past 3 decades, no tech bust, up and down, but e-commerce rose and provide prosperity around the world. I think the next 10 to 20 years, what blockchain would do to finance is more transformative and should provide ability for global stability and prosperity, notwithstanding all the chaos we see here in the world. But that means 1,000 iterations and improvements in the years to come.
Nice.
I love his comment because even though I'm quite enthusiastic about the blockchain, new technologies like infrastructure where better and faster and more efficient financial services would happen, I would go a step back and thinking about these new technologies such as AI or even the tokenization or smart contracts that comes together with this as amazing tools to do faster, cheaper, and in a more secure manner the basic things that we should be doing today. Like the use cases that I foresee, even before going for faster payments or cross-border, would be compliance, would be fraud detection, would be make the transactions safer for the clients, but not substituting the specialists that do it, but using as a potential tools to leverage on them and do it better, the basics well done. So that's a different view on my side.
Nice. And you, Dr. Charles?
I just want to thank my panel for selling the ARC story about convergence, which is what we shout about. And this is, I mean, these are good examples, right? Like, I think AI, I mean, it's becoming almost like suddenly AI was on every pitch deck, and now it's also on every panel. But look, I do, obviously, we're big bulls of AI. I think what's really interesting, and maybe one of the things that's ill understood, whether it's in the public and private markets, and just the way we will operate in the future, if you think about planning, right, you think about maybe different tiers like strategy, tactics, execution. Humans have always had to sort of do all of those things. And the way AI is climbing the tiers, if you like, with increasingly agentic systems that can make sequential decisions and make good planning. And of course, there's going to be problems and hallucinations, and it'll be later but greater, but it will come. It's coming already. humans will increasingly be doing just the strategy. It's like not just, I want to do this, do that, do that. It's like, just get me from here to there kind of thing, in every sense, right? Like, no, I don't want to be paying or seeing any bills anymore. I just want the car to be paid for the X number of years, whatever it is. That is going to be really interesting. And the thing that comes from that is that a lot of the SaaS and PaaS models that we, as in platform as a service, that we have at the moment will probably just go by the wayside, because it won't be what looks attractive for a human to make a decision. It's going to be an agent making most of those decisions. So it's like, what does that handoff point look like? What does a cherry on top look like for one agent to go to this thing, not that product? That's going to be a whole new layer that isn't being factored in, and probably most of SaaS business models, for instance, whether in fintech or elsewhere, are going to completely disappear in like 2 or 3 or 4 years. So that's going to be a huge tidal wave, I think, hitting the industry.
Unfortunately, we don't have more time, but just to add a comment related to that, I believe that we will improve the user experience with technology also, because we have a lot of new types of payments. Sometimes we have products, credits, different types of credits, but I really believe that we need to improve this experience to transform the financial market in general in more easy to the population. So thank you so much, guys. It's a pleasure to be here with you. Thank you.
Thank you to all.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached our last panel of the conference, and it is looking forward. Our message to the G20 coming up in Brazil. Can global capital turbocharge the global South? We are very honored to have the man who made this week possible, the CEO of FII Institute, as our moderator for this conversation, Mr. Richard Atias, and we extend our deepest gratitude to him for his leadership and for his commitment in bringing all of us together and investing in dignity. He will be joined by speakers, Felipe Calderón, the former president of Mexico, Laura Chinchilla, the former president of Costa Rica, Juan Manuel Santos, former president of Colombia and recipient of the Nobel Peace Prize, Jorge Quiroga, the former president of Bolivia, and Alberto Fernández, the former president of Argentina.
You brought so much energy. A round of applause. She was the face of this summit, really. Thank you so much. Thank you for your energy. Thank you. Dear friends, it is the closing session, and what a closing session. I don't remember in my life having the opportunity to be sitting on stage with 5 heads of states, so it's an immense privilege for me. And since you know they don't need any presentation, we will almost be speaking between English and Spanish. Unfortunately, despite having a wonderful wife who speaks perfect Spanish, I still didn't learn Spanish. But I will try to jump. But we are almost at the end. We have these amazing 5 influential leaders from across Latin America. They all have shaped their individual countries and their region. So I will go directly to the point by not really going too much in details about their respective bios. Let's, if you agree, Your Excellencies, have a very open conversation, very frank. I will not say we are with Chatham House rules, but let's consider we have. And what I realize, having the privilege to work and to advise many heads of state in my life, you are much more free of speech after you leave power than when you are at the office. So let's have these rules and speak very frankly. So my first question is called what if? What if means if you are back to power and if you are back, if you were back to being president, what would you do differently while you were president? So I will start one by one. If you are back at the old time, what would you do differently, President Calderón?
Well, honestly, we the politicians, we don't like to say, I would do different things, but I did. One is, I would take probably much more risk, political risk. I was a president without majority in Congress. I was a president in absolute minority regarding the local governments in Mexico, the states. And I would take much more risk in order to push the governors to transform their own structures, in particular to rebuild legal law enforcement institutions, police corps, fiscal attorney offices. Basically, some of them, or very much of them, they didn't do their job. And I will, if I were there again, thank God that's impossible in Mexico, and I hope that we keep like that. But probably I would take much more risk in order to move the agenda, to get across it. But anyway.
Prince Ingela, what would you?
Well, having had the honor of being the first female president at that time, you know, the impact that my election had on girls and young ladies was really impressive. I will never forget when I visited some schools and high schools after my election, and most of the professors and teachers told me that the day after my election, most of the girls arrived to the schools and the high schools saying that they were also going to be presidents of the country. But the problem is that sometimes when we arrive for the first time, women leaders, we do not really understand that we are going to be judged differently than men. So for example, whenever I made an error, which is very common, you know, among us leaders, we are human beings, and whenever I had a kind of error, they went to the people, the pollsters, to ask the people if they will vote again for a female president. And they had never asked that when the error was made by a man. So I think that if I will have the opportunity to do it again, I will invest much more on a different kind of communication, because in a certain way, we need to educate people about how is this to be a leader, you know, being at the same time a female. Basically that.
Prince Hernandez.
Bueno, muchas gracias primero por la invitación.
Thank you very much for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here in Rio de Janeiro. Hadn't come here for a long time. Happy to be in Lula's Brazil, that I admire so much, President Lula. And this morning, a journalist has asked me a very similar question, and my answer was that if I had to think about, I would love to change sort of time. I governed a country that was deeply in debt, a pandemic like everybody, the rest of the world, and that had to withstand the Russian-Ukraine war effects, and that had the worst drought in the last 10 hours, that we lost $5 billion. And so if I went back to the opportunity to be an opportunity that has record harvest right now, what I would do is trying to take care of the biggest problem, which is inequality in our country. I would put all my energy, now that the conditions are much better, to improve people's income, to ensure internal consumption in a country that consumes about 70% of what they produce. I would absolutely do the opposite of what is being done at the moment, being honest. And I think that that's where the central debt that Argentinian politics in general, and democracy in general, that's we're not going to solve in 40 years of life. What objectively was a problem in Argentina, which is the poverty in general. We have not been able to take care of it. Not only that, but it's been deeper, and it's really, really concerning. So I think that's where we should focus on and maintain at a time when the globe and the global right has been globalized, to maintain the progressive principles. What Laura has just said. The truth is that continue to assure women's rights, equality of gender and gender diversity, respect to diversity. That's something that we should not renege. On the contrary, we should work every day, every society, and something that I insist needs to be and some people think that this is not important. This is a central topic because a society that does not revindicate equality is not destined for success. Laura, you're not going to be asked about what did you fail in. Everybody has here. This shows the advancement of women's rights, which I believe in, something that I believe in deeply. Thank you.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation, and I'm honored to be here among such good friends. When I became president for the first time, I copied what Abraham Lincoln did when he became president: invite my former rivals to become part of my government. And they all became ministers, part of my cabinet, so I had a very ample majority in Congress for the 8 years of my administration, 4 years, and I was reelected, and I had approved, and the majority in Congress allowed me to have the reforms that I wanted. But I made a very crucial mistake. Maybe I was overconfident. I was believing in the polls, and I put the most important policy of my government, which was to make peace with the FARC and end a 50-year war. I decided to put it to a referendum. And I underestimated the power of fake news. And I was overconfident because all the polls said, well, you're going to win by far, and I lost. And so if I had to go back, I would follow the advice that many people gave me, and that is, don't risk everything on a referendum because public opinion is easily manipulated. And that happened there. Fortunately, the peace process then went to Congress, where I had a big majority and was approved. But that was a big, big mistake that I had, and I had a conversation with Desmond Cameron because Brexit more or less was at the same time, and I think he has the same view about referendums.
But we learned from mistake, Mr. President, and it helped you to make peace. And congratulations for your Peace Nobel Prize, Mr. President. President Quiroga.
Thank you, Richard. I'll begin by thanking you and Cecilia for having accomplished this beautiful event, or having brought us here. It's very difficult to get Latin Americans to go to the Gulf states or to Saudi Arabia, and lo and behold, you have brought Saudi Arabia to beautiful Brazil and Copacabana, and that's a good first step. The last step, Richard, should be to bring him to the original Copacabana, which is the one, Virgen de Copacabana, by Lake Titicaca in Bolivia. That's where the name came from, by the way. So you're close, you're close. I'm the only one here that jogged this morning in Copacabana Beach, and I'll be Saturday near the Copacabana in Bolivia. What would we do different? I think the main thing is, when you're endowed with natural resources, to explain to people that natural gas does not rain down on you, that oil does not come with a storm, that pipelines don't just sprout off the ground, that to develop my country and make it the natural gas hub of South America took a lot of work. We had to write off a lot of debt, bring in a lot of private investment, change legislation, build the pipeline to Brazil to be intertwined energetically for a long time. And we were so busy doing that, the people took it for granted, and they thought, no, the gas just rains. Well, it turns out reserves have been depleted. Now we're out of gas. Now we have foreign currency problems. And I think it is key, when you have natural resources, to make sure you explain the framework that has allowed you to develop those. And in particular, and I'll close with this, to be thankful to the ones that made it happen. We're here in Brazil. To me, the greatest South American of the last 35 years is Fernando Henrique Cardoso. He made a personal bet to integrate Bolivia and Brazil, that we're living back to back with a pipeline that changed dramatically the economy of my country and changed the way we relate to Brazil, and also made us cheer for Brazil in the World Cup because we wanted more Brazilians watching TV for longer periods of time using Bolivian natural gas.
Thank you. You are leaders. And we all agreed when we were talking about this session, there is a big crisis of leadership today. And it's not new. I would like to hear again from each of you, what is your definition of leadership and how can we bring back trust in leaders? These investment conferences are always about trust in business. And we always say investment is built on trust. But many people lost trust in politics and politicians. I would like to hear from you. I don't know who wants to start, whatever, maybe you had great opinions, so ladies first. Can you tell us what you think about this crisis of leadership and how can we bring back trust in politics and leadership?
Well, thinking about Latin America, although this is a global problem right now, not only people are losing faith in leadership, but most importantly, they are losing faith on democratic institutions. So I think there are 2 or 3 things that we should do. One is try to think about democracy not only as a set of rules that we must follow, because those rules count for taking decisions, but also as a system that has to deliver, that has to be able to resolve and to respond to citizens' demands. And sometimes I would say that we do not do our maximum to try to satisfy some of people's needs and demands. Secondly, we need to open more spaces for people's participation. Here in Latin America is very interesting because when you look at the polls, the Latino Barometer, which is the most serious one, you can compare from one country to another. What the people are telling us is that they are voting. Yes, Latin Americans love to go to the polls, but more and more people are responding. I like to vote, but also I am protesting. So that means I am going out to express my voice. So I think that people realize that there is political life between one election and the other. So we need to go beyond the democratic kind of, the electoral democracy and move towards more participatory democracy, open spaces in the institutions, and try to encourage the youth to play a more protagonist role.
President Calderon, you want to react on that?
Yes, one is I remember that I had the opportunity to organize and chair a G20, the first in Latin America. And I remember the presence of very great leaders at the time. So Angela Merkel, for instance, or Barack Obama, President Santos was there, President Piñera, rest in peace, he was there. A lot of people, Gordon Brown. But the point is, now, when I see this society everywhere is not only the lack of leadership, but what is important and very concerning is the going down quickly about politics, politician, etc. So I need to go back to when I was young, to remember my father, a utopian, fighting in the opposition in a very autocratic regime. And what I used to see in my father, he was a man with ideas, a man with ideal congressman, able not only to dream in something, but fight for that dream. And he used to say that politics is too important. We cannot let politics to the politician. We, the citizens, we need to be the politicians. And my advice is, all of you, you are leaders, probably in business, society, culture, whatever. Be your own politician. Be your own leader in your country. Politics is not for politicians. Politics is for citizens. And politics coming from the Greek polit, which is city, and from the Latin civitas, which is city as well, are synonymous. But here in Latin America and the world, you can see politicians for one side, citizens for the other. We need to match them, and the crucial idea is to be commitment, to have ideals, to believe that the country, your country, and the world could be different, and fight for that, and maybe we can recover leadership somewhere.
President Fernandez, you want to react on that after President Santos?
No, solo puedo compartir con las
I
dos
can
cosas
only
que se han dicho.
share, agree with everything that was said, but I want to reflect on something. Everything that we're seeing is that there is a crisis with politics, not with the leadership. And there is a crisis with democratic values, not with the leadership. And nobody's asking why this crisis is happening. And I think that there is an explanation. Unexplainably, inexplicably, politics says that the social psychology has been transformed by pandemics. And so if we're going to talk about the global south, we have seen social injustice in the world. We have seen everything. And then we found out that the production of vaccine was concentrated in the sort of developed world, that they kept 90% of the vaccines and the 10% remaining was distributed in the rest of the world, the global south, which led a lot of people to sort of discredit the system. We were sort of felt neglected by the system. And so this also takes to that 11 people own 40% of the GDP, the global GDP, including global funds, of course. So they own 40% of the world, basically. Do you think that the average citizen cannot react when he sees this kind of injustice? Because when you see the proportion of deaths between the global north and global south in the pandemic, you can see how unfair the income is distributed around the world. And I think that obviously this generated a growth of the despair in society and just people not wanting to get involved. And we see this is a crisis of leadership. It's not just leadership. It's mainly a crisis of social believability of democracy. And that's why what fails here are these elements that are unexpected in politics, that express the idea to destroy the institutionality. That is what comes. And that problem for us who want democracy and who want the state of rights and value the republic should be the thing that summons us, like President Calderon was saying, with that exact force and power, because that's where we need to work on. How do we talk to this sort of world in disbelief that is in disbelief correctly because they have discovered the inequalities in the world?
This is why we sent this strong message for the past 2 days of invest in dignity. And to add your point, I've spent a lot of time in Africa where I was born, and only 12% of African people got the vaccine during COVID, 12%. President Santos, please.
Well, I had a very unique experience of having to be a leader in war and then making peace. And that requires two different kinds of leadership. Making war, it's a sort of vertical type of leadership. You give orders, you have a strategy, you rally the forces around you, and as long as you win, you're okay. But then making peace, you have a completely different type of leadership. You need to persuade, you need to convince, you need to have empathy, to teach or convince somebody to forgive, and that is much more difficult. So making peace is much more difficult than making war. However, in both cases, you need to have a long-term view. What is the world lacking today is long-term leadership. Leaders who are worried about the next election, the response to any of their decisions, and the problems that we have in Latin America or in the world need long-term leadership, however unpopular that one might be. You have to be able to have the courage to take unpopular decisions. And at the end, people will respect you. My experience, I was Minister of Finance in 2001, 2002. I had to approve in Congress the most unpopular decisions. I was the most unpopular Colombian citizen in 2002. They said, you committed political suicide. But I was elected some years afterwards with the highest percentage in the history of Colombia, because people realized that what I told them, that this is necessary, even though it is very difficult to swallow, was the correct recipe. This is what the world needs today, leaders with long-term view.
And political courage, probably. Prince Quiroga.
Thank you, Richard. Two quick points. One is the social media world has compressed everything. It used to be true that in politics you get evaluated every 4 or 5 years, however long the cycle was for Congress or presidency. And soccer team coaches got evaluated every Sunday, once a week. Now with social media, is every 30 seconds you're being evaluated. So it's compressed the cycle. It's natural. But the second point is, to me, there's a vacuum of leadership because of the structural changes in the world. A long time ago, a meeting like today, not this one, the one in Italy, the G7, we were all clinging to wait and see what happened in trade or debt or development. It is becoming less and less relevant because to South America, what matters most are the trans-Pacific links to Asia and China. For capital flows, the trans-South Atlantic links to the Gulf states matter more and more. So since we're going to be at the G20 here in Brazil, I would hope that we take the opportunity, I say we as the Global South, or whatever term you want to use, to say when it comes to trade, we're not waiting anymore. The US Congress is closed for trade business. That's the hard, cold reality. It has nothing to do with Trump. It is the Congress. Europe, South America, and everybody knows it well, we've been negotiating Mercosur with Europe, the longest dating trade game in the history of the planet, 25 years, and no wedding ring, and no wedding bells. It's not going to happen. So I would use the G20 here in Brazil to have Gulf states sign trade agreements with South American countries, to have Asian countries, India, China, sign trade agreements with South America, because the world has changed dramatically. I would do the same thing on finance. I would do the same thing on the digital sphere. And to me, the example that was used was the greatest failure of the UN Security Council. All 5 veto-wielding members had their own vaccine to be produced. I thought that is the one issue where they will come together to arrange how we distribute the vaccines. And then lo and behold, we got vaccine nationalism, and it all failed. And my last point here would be, using this forum, not the G7 in Italy, G7 is convened there. Why don't Brazil, Saudi Arabia, China, India do a G13 and develop our agenda, and then seize the space that the leadership vacuum from the traditional West is creating?
You were talking about the Gulf countries. With many friends here are from the Gulf, and you know the Institute was born in Riyadh. We need to be a little bit educated. I think we are making a lot of confusion about Latin America as we do about Africa. Many people are talking about Africa like if it was one single country, while we have 54 countries. Could you please help us to understand what are the differences between your different countries? If I am an investor, where should I put my money? In all countries, in each country? How would you help to have a better understanding about your different countries? President Calderon, please. Mexico.
Well, Latin America, in general, we like to dream about the natural resources and raw materials are savers. There was a time in which we were talking about oil, and then we were talking about, now we're talking about lithium and things like that. I don't believe that the future of development depends or relies on natural resources, honestly. Not in religion, not question of race, not the real future of progress, the real future of nations relies on rule of law, and we need to learn that lesson everywhere. It's not about natural resources, it's not about the size of the territory, it's not about the things. The thing is we need to understand development can come only through real rule of law, and that will be the lesson for me in Latin America in general. It's the pending issue, and we can build that. Now, let me go into Mexico, because we are still far away from that, the rule of law, but what we try to make different is yes, we have oil. We are the first producer of silver in the world, and the second or third in gold. But the thing for us was to bet in aggregated value, and we switched from only raw materials and natural resources all the way to manufacturers. And we decided to open up borders. We decided to reduce tariffs to zero, for instance, in automotive industry. We decided to bet in joint education and for engineers. In that sense, of course, in free trade agreements and in freedom, and that made Mexico a champion, an engineer. Mexico, for instance, is exporting more than 60% of all the manufacturers of Latin America. So more in Mexico than the rest of the world. We are exporting $1.5 billion a day, mainly in manufacturers, much more than oil, much more than something else. And that is producing an incredible aggregated value and new jobs and a huge potential. So Mexico is a real machine for the future in terms that we are, when I took office, for instance, we are the 9th largest exporter of vehicles in the world. When I left office, we were the 4th largest. We are the 2nd exporter of flat screen, the 4th in medical devices. So there is future. We can lose the future, but we have a great chances. And I think Latin America has different advantages depending on the country, but that's a piece of what is Mexico and my dream and my beliefs, and there is a big chance to invest. So take the money to Mexico, and of course, in addition to Brazil.
Costa Rica, what many people are calling the Switzerland of Latin America.
We are better than Switzerland. I would like to take these questions, to take the opportunity, now that you asked about my country, to speak about the small countries in our region. Because in certain way, we cannot afford to take some decisions that have been taken by the largest countries of Latin America. For example, we need to be open economies. And when you analyze what are the combinations, the right combination of factors in those small countries that have been able to succeed, you have basically 3 ingredients. The first is human capital. Investing in human capital is really critical. Let me tell you, my country banned, many years ago, we banned oil and gas exploitation. We banned, during my government, gold exploitation. So we eliminated almost all the extractive industries. But we have been able to grow in a very good rate, understanding that the most important asset is human capital. The second issue is the quality of the institutions, and that has to do with the rule of law, of course. You need to have predictable rules for investors to go to your country. But in general, that is very important. So rule of law is something that you find in those countries that have been able to succeed. And finally, open economies. It is interesting to see that the most open economies in Latin America are those from Central America and the Caribbean. If you have those 3 ingredients, let me tell you that you can even have bad leadership, but the nation will move forward.
Thank you. President Fernandez, Argentina, above the World Cup champion. What else?
A ver, primer punto.
First point is
América Latina,
Latin America is not one.
porque América Latina
Because
empieza en
Latin
México
America
y
starts
termina en
in
Argentina.
Mexico and it ends in Argentina,
Pero hay realidades
but
todas muy
there are
distintas.
very different realities.
México
In Mexico,
es parte de la América
it's
Latina,
part
pero
of
no
Latin
es parte de
America, but they
América
are not
Central
part
y
of
del Sur.
Central America and South America
Todo su
because
desarrollo comercial
all of
se
their
funda
commercial basis and
grupo,
development
una
is
región
in
que
a
es el
region
NAFTA, y es
that is
socio de los
NAFTA,
Estados Unidos, es
and
socio
they
de
are
Canadá,
allied with
y
the
eso le
United
da una
States and
fortaleza y
Canada,
una
which gives
potencia
us a
que en el sur
strength
no lo tenemos.
that we don't have in the global south.
La América Central,
Also, Central
Caribe,
America and
está
Caribbean
formada por países
has
insulares, países muy pequeños,
island countries, very small countries,
con otras
with
capacidades de
different
desarrollo.
capacities for
Yo quisiera tener la
development. I
capacidad
wanted to
turística
have
con la
the
belleza
touristic
turística que
and the
tiene
beauty that you
Costa
have,
Rica,
for
que siempre
example,
es
in
el país que
Costa
recomiendo
Rica,
conocer de Centroamérica,
that is the
por la
most beautiful
belleza que
country
es.
in Central America.
Y
It's
después
incredible.
América del Sur, que
And
tiene
then
ese
South
gran
America
motor
that
que
has
es
this major
Brasil,
engine that is Brazil,
su socio
and
histórico, que es
their
Argentina.
historical partners, Argentina, and among
Conforman mucho
both
más
of
de la
them
mitad de
have more than half of the
sudamericano.
GDP of South America. And
Después de la pandemia,
after the pandemics and the war that Russia invaded Ukraine,
hay una demanda clara
there is a clear demand for two specific things in the world:
de alimentos y de
food
energía.
and energy.
Y si hay algo que
And if there's something that we can do in South America is producing food and produce energy. So think about this.
el gran desarrollo que se
If the great development that is coming is in the electric vehicles, Chile, Bolivia, and Argentina, we have 66% of the lithium of the world.
ahora lo que debemos hacer es poner
What we have to do is to end the extractivism, historical extractivism that we have suffered in Latin America. And then I can share with Felipe what we say, that we cannot only export prime matters or resources. We need to go. In the last meeting in the European Union, we have moved forward because they have committed to work about that when they define extractivism, and to start thinking about how to add value to the resources extracted from our lands and from our mountains
que nuestros países brindan.
that we're blessed with in our countries. And I remember that in the conference, in the press conference that we had with Michelle, with Orion,
Yo recordaba que
I was remembering that
América del Sur le
in
costó
South America
convencer a Europa
costed 500 years to convince Europe that we had to be independent countries, but we were able to. And what we need to do in order to ensure that this primary production is incorporated with value is to give our societies
verdaderamente a las sociedades en el
from what is really the differential between our societies in terms of being better than one another. Is it having oil? Is it having copper? Is it having lithium? No, it's having intelligence.
Invertir en conocimiento.
Investing in knowledge is the best that a state can do in this moment.
Porque miren ustedes, si no el caso,
Because take a look, for example, at the African case.
nadan en lagos de petróleo.
Countries that are swimming in rivers of oil, but they don't have the technology to extract it, and that's where they lose fortunes.
El desarrollo de la
The development of science and technology is central for Latin America. Central. Because otherwise we're not going to be able to ask other people to come here to add value to our product if we don't develop our science and our technology. And in that point, Laura is very right when she says that we have the human capital capable of doing so. Argentina is one of the 10 countries that put satellites into orbits, and they produce the satellites and they build the satellites in Argentina. And now we are building the first propelling rocket. We are not even going to have to rent rockets to take these satellites to the stratosphere. That is the secret that we have. We have the resources, the natural resources, but the secret is the added value. Added value. And then we have to be open to the world. Clearly, the investors that come to our country generate jobs, generate work, and everything else. The capital that we need to be sympathized to, and we know that it's a connecting bond, but the investments that are made in our country, that is the major challenge that we have.
Colombia. So many perceptions about Colombia.
I'll do my sales pitch. Colombia, after the U.S., is the oldest democracy in America. And why is that? Because since our independence, the rule of law has been extremely important. Our two founding fathers, one is Simón Bolívar with a sword, and the other one was Santander with the laws. He said, the sword will give you independence, the laws will give you freedom. And that has, in a way, that became part of our core.
The DNA.
Today, I think that is more needed. Like you all have said, right now we need respect for institutions, respect for the rule of law. To attract investment, you need certain kind of certainty. And unfortunately, in Latin America, we have not had that as in other countries. Colombia is in an ideal position geographically. You were talking about the potential to produce food. Colombia and Brazil are among the 4 countries in the world that have more potential for producing food for the future. We have solar power, we have wind for wind power, we have everything, but we need to integrate with the rest of the region. And this is something that worries me very much. Latin America has not been so disintegrated in the history of Latin America as we are now. Everybody's fighting with everybody else. And if we don't have a common denominator by ourselves, it's going to be very difficult to succeed. When we have an example of successful integration with President Calderón, we created something called the Pacific Alliance, which was the most successful integration process in a very short period of time. Why was it so successful? Because we decided that the private sector would be sort of the engine of the integration. The presidents will simply say yes or no, and that became very successful. But because of ideology, the Pacific Alliance was frozen. I think that something of that sort is needed right now, and I think that the initiative of President Lula, for example, to start promoting integration in infrastructure, is an extremely important and necessary condition for the region and every country within the region to be successful.
President Quiroga.
Thank you, Richard. I would say the importance of my country, Bolivia, just look at the map. We're the heart of South America. How would you like to live without your heart? We're in the midst of South America. We're part of the 3 river basins, the Amazon, the Platense, the Andina River Basin, landlocked, unfortunately. But our potential is great in the 21st century of the digital world and the AI world, not only because of my country, but the region that we're part of. Beautiful South America has great lungs, the Amazon basin, great potential in hydro because of the mountains that come down, and we can generate a lot of hydro renewable power. And we have the legs that the 21st century needs, the mobility for information and people that is going to be based more and more on lithium every day that goes by. Richard, if I go back to my room, I have 9 devices with lithium batteries. I got to travel with a spider web of rechargers for all those, and the cars are coming, and we can go to that world if we seize the moment of the digital lithium world and AI. The world is concerned, and Europe just slapped high tariffs on China. US has almost banned Chinese cars. China is dominating this for a simple reason. Inside this lithium battery is like a tennis match. On one side you have cobalt, nickel, manganese, that's one racket. The other side is Djokovic with graphite, and the lithium are the tennis balls that go back and forth on the charge and discharge. China is refining between 63 to 92% of each of those components that I just mentioned. So if you want to do nearshoring and you want to rely on batteries being manufactured, what we need to do is come to South America, Bolivia, Chile, Argentina, over 60% of the world's lithium. Let's start building the batteries here and move up the value-added chain of the digital world that we're going to enter. And that, Richard, would be our entry ticket into the dramatic transformation that artificial intelligence is going to bring about. As a former IBM engineer, we lived through the four waves. First, PCs in the 80s, personal computers. You could work from home. Internet in the 90s. You could access information anywhere from home or work. 2007, the smartphones, the iPhones and the Androids. ChatGPT showed us what artificial intelligence was doing. I realized that no one in Brazil probably was paying attention because you were between, let me remember, Serbia, Switzerland, and Cameroon, I think, at the World Cup in Qatar, when ChatGPT came out. Argentina was playing Poland, and they needed to win that to become world champions eventually. Well, lo and behold, here comes ChatGPT, LLMs, we know what they mean. So NVIDIA chips and what have you, if we want to participate in that world and get the dramatic transformations. 2 points here, Richard, that are very important to understand. If you're an AI or you're a startup or you're investing, Latin America is the best place to do it because we have many young people that are very creative. Just check out the Instagram Reels or the number of TikToks. We produce a lot more reproducible content than the percentage of population we have because we're extremely creative. And unlike Europe or Finland, Switzerland, Japan, what have you, where there will be job displacements because of AI, in Latin America, AI will allow you, with the limited number of teachers, nurses, doctors, lawyers that we have, to be able to produce more, so there will be no resistance and no friction to the adoption of artificial intelligence that we can set up here. And the last point would be, we have to be able to have dependent, reliable energy and adequate latency on the telecom links to bring the AI servers and build them here. I don't think Brazil, Mexico, Colombia would ever accept doing health diagnostics, judicial verdicts. There'll be no corruption at least, but all those things in Shenzhen, China, or in Nevada, USA, we have to be able to bring that and leverage the lithium as our entry point to the digital AI world.
I have 2, 3 more questions to ask, but I would like really to not have a lot of time, but so let's try to make some short answers. But still, we'd like to focus on the G20. President Quiroga, I will stay with you for now. As an engineer, precisely, which advice would you give to the G20? You are a bridge builder. I know that in your whole career. Which advice would you give to the G20 leaders about international collaboration, cooperation? I think you are mentioning this absolute necessity of collaboration. Which advice would you give them?
One is we should move on trade with the ones that are willing. Speaking of coalition with the willing, which is a term that was used for war, we should move on trade with the ones that are willing to move on trade in the South. And I like this map because it shows you the trans-South Atlantic to the Gulf states and the Pacific, and the North is kind of squeezed in. So let us not wait for Europe or the US to be able to engage on trade. Let's move on our own. Second is, if we're going to do that, let's practice what we preach. Let's not just ask for open free trade markets, but let's rejigger our internal trade arrangements. Mercosur has been around for a while. The only place that it truly works very well is in the front line of European soccer teams. Messi, Neymar, Suarez, they play well together. When we come down here, duties, tariffs, a little bit of cheating on the trade. So move on that. And finance, the last point. Finance, yes, the world went through COVID. Europe and US dumped a lot of money that created inflation. We do not have the government funds and the stable currency. We did not have them to save our airlines, our hotels. We suffered through that. We didn't have the health programs. And now on the bounce back, inflation has perked up, interest rates have gone up, and where is the funding that we need for balance of payments issues that we have in the region? So yes, if they're going to continue to talk about the World Bank and the IMF being run by somebody else, we have to find our own funding mechanisms that are long-term. And I think that is something that we should try to build on, either restructuring the way the international organizations work or develop our own funding systems to be more self-reliant for the region.
President Santos, I will not talk to you as a president, but as a peace Nobel laureate winner. Which advice would you give to the G20 leaders when we're talking about peace, which is a so important topic today?
Well, first of all, I would like to touch on what Jorge said about finance. We are confronting the most dangerous existential problem, which is what is happening with the climate and biodiversity, and that we cannot address if the financial institutions don't change and help the financing of the transition. And so President Lula, and we have spoken to President Lula, has a tremendous opportunity and responsibility to lead at this very moment a reform of the financial institutions. Otherwise, we will fail in our efforts to stop climate change, and we will all lose. So that is a very important priority. And we are living in a very, very dangerous world. We have existential problems with the risk of of a nuclear war, of course, climate change, AI, pandemics, and for that you need cooperation among countries. And to cooperate, you need to talk. Mandela used to say, I am a part of a group called the Elders, was founded by Nelson Mandela. He said, the most powerful weapon there is to sit down and talk. And the leaders of the world who can change what is happening don't talk to each other. And it's absolutely necessary for them to start communicating and seeing how we can cooperate, because time is running out. Last week, I was in Sao Paulo. A group of scientists, and Laura probably knows this better than I do, they said, we have 6 years to change the trend. Otherwise, the climate change will not be controlled. And in the same event, people like Brazilian Carlos Nobre, the Amazon, my country is part of it, is about to go to the tipping point where if you cross that tipping point, you cannot recuperate the Amazon. So we need urgently the G20 countries, which are the most powerful countries, to act financially, but also politically.
President Chinchilla, precisely after we come back to President Hernandez, you're a climate advocate, and you always said that women also should play a big role on this climate justice. Which message, which advice will you give to world leaders in this perspective of climate change?
Your question related to the same G20 agenda?
Absolutely. Which advice will you give to the G20 leaders?
Well, I think there is a unique opportunity because we have had countries from the Global South with the presidency of the G20 for 4 years in a row, Indonesia, India, Brazil, and then South Africa. So I think this is the time when they should try to speak with a unified voice in favor of the agenda of the Global South. And it has to do, number one, with climate change. And I imagine that Felipe can add much more about this issue. But we need desperately to get the financial resources to create the fund that is needed for compensation, etc. And secondly is what they already mentioned is the debt. Right now we have more than 50 countries in third world developing countries that are about to default. Some of them are already in default. So that is something else. And finally, I would say the reform we are looking for in changing the structure of the multilateral system. I will say that those three.
President Hernandez, you are always talking about the Global South. How can we address this issue of Global South with the G20? What would be your message? What would be your advice about having more inclusivity with the Global South?
Me ha tocado participar en 4 G20s.
I've been to 4 G20s, and the truth is that
En el G20 se ve claramente la
in the
diferencia que hay entre
G20
demandas
you
del
see
sur y
clearly
la demanda del
the difference between the demands from the south and from the north.
patéticamente.
And you
las
can see that very specifically.
Ahora, acá se hablaron de muchas cosas.
We talked many things that are very important
Nosotros
here.
estamos
We
viviendo
talked
en un mundo
about we're living in a world that
definitivamente está
definitely
cambiando.
is changing.
Definitivamente está
Definitely, it's changing.
La aparición de China ha
The
hecho
appearance of
cambiar
China
drásticamente
made a huge change
global. O sea,
in
hay
the
que ser
global
muy necio para
reality.
no darse cuenta que la
So
erupción de
you
China y
have to
los BRICS,
be really
que hoy representan al 44% de la
blindsided
humanidad
not to see
y
that
más de 30
China
puntos del
represents
PBI, vino a
more than
reemplazar el
30
poder que
points of
resignificó
the
siempre el G7.
GDP
Hay que
global-wise.
ser muy necio para no darse cuenta
So you have
que ayer Arabia
to
Saudita
be very stubborn not to realize
decidió
that
terminar
yesterday
con el contrato
Saudi
que tenía o
Arabia
el pacto que tenía con los Estados Unidos
finished
para
the
que
pact that
el
it had
petróleo
with
siga
the United States
cotizándose y vendiéndose en
for
dólares
the
y permitir
oil
que
to
se venda en
be
cualquier moneda y cotice en cualquier moneda. Y
sell
termina
in
con aquello
dollars,
que Nixon había inventado, que eran los
indexed in dollars,
petrodólares.
and they finished what
Ustedes no piensan que el
Nixon
mundo está
invented, which
cambiando.
was the petrodollars.
Está cambiando mucho. La
You don't think
geopolítica
that the
mundial
world is
está
changing?
cambiando
It's
mucho.
changing too much. The
Y en
geopolitical
esa
is changing
geopolítica, el
so
problema de la
much.
guerra,
And the
que
problem with the
nosotros no
war
tenemos
that we have
como consecuencia de la
as
invasión rusa
a
a
consequence
Ucrania,
of the
pero que
Russia
también
invasion
la
to
guerra que
Ukraine,
vive hoy
and
se
also
ha desatado
the
en Medio
war
Oriente con
in the
Israel,
Middle East with Israel
digo, y Palestina,
and
en
Palestine,
territorio israelí
in
palestino a partir
Israeli-Palestine
de ese
territory,
acto terrorista espantoso que
from
hizo
that
Hamas.
beginning of the
Ha
horrible act,
en tela de juicio
terrorist
todo
act
el
from
orden
Hamas,
mundial y toda la tranquilidad mundial.
and that disrupted the peace
Y en los
in the
tiempos que
world.
vivimos, después
And
de haber
in
vivido
the
una
era that we
pandemia que
live,
se llevó
after
15
a
millones de
pandemic in
vidas, la
which
segunda causa
15
de muerte
million
después de la
lives were
Segunda Guerra
taken,
Mundial,
the second
no es posible que no
biggest
pensemos en
number
la paz
after
como una
the
regla.
World War II.
Ahora, el sur
We
global,
have to understand
todo
that things
eso
are
lo
changing,
padece.
but the South Global
Todo esto lo
is
padece.
sickened
además,
of all this,
yo
and it
sumaría
gets
otro
sick
tema
of all
más
this.
que
And I'd say something else
se planteó recién.
that was talked about
Es-
here, that
Miren lo que acaba de pasar
look
en la
at
Unión Europea.
what happened at the
¿Cuántos
European Union.
partidos de extrema derecha
How
han
many
ganado que son
extreme
negacionistas del
right
cambio
parties
climático?
that deny the climate
Negacionistas del
change,
cambio climático.
that completely
¿Y alguien
deny
puede seguir
climate
creyendo
change?
que el
And
cambio
can you
climático
still
no es un
think that the
problema
climate change is not a problem,
enorme para la
huge
humanidad?
problem for humanity?
¿Alguien puede seguir creyendo que
Can you
preservar
still think that
la
preserving
Amazonia
the
no es un
Amazon
problema
is
central?
not a
Si son los
central
pulmones del
problem?
mundo.
Those are the
Los
lungs
pulmones
of
del
the
mundo
world.
están
The
precisamente
lungs of the
en África
world
del Sur y en
are
África.
precisely in Africa, I'm sorry, and in South America,
Y ahora están ganando los que
in
niegan
Brazil. And
la
now
crisis climática.
the ones that are winning are the ones that are denying the
Esos son los
climate
problemas que
change.
tenemos.
These are the problems that we
El
have.
otro problema que tenemos
The other
es el
problem
que
that we
acaba
have is
de mencionar Laura, el
what
problema de la
Laura
deuda.
just mentioned, the
Y
debt
eso en verdad
problem.
lo que me
And
lleva es
it's
a
a problem
reflexionar
that
sobre
made me
si
think
siguen
about
funcionando
if
adecuadamente las
the
instituciones que
institutions
se crearon
continue to
después de
function
la Segunda Guerra
properly, the ones
Si
that
las
were
Naciones
created after
Unidas
the
es
World War
capaz de
II.
parar
If
una
the United
guerra,
Nations
no es
is
capaz.
capable of ending a
Si las
war,
Naciones
no,
Unidas
the United
puede
Nations is not capable of
proteger a
ending
la
a war.
humanidad en el caso de
If
una
the United
pandemia,
States
no ha sido
has a possibility of
Preguntarnos si
caring
el Fondo
for
Monetario Internacional
the
en verdad
society
sigue siendo
through a pandemic, no,
un
it was
prestamista
not
de
possible.
instancia para los países que lo necesitan.
So,
Falso.
can the United Nations help financially countries
para
that
que
need?
vean el
No,
nivel
that's
de
false.
falsedad,
And to see how false it
los
is,
países más endeudados
the countries that
pagan
have
una
the bigger
tasa
debt
y una
pay
sobretasa
taxes
porque le han
and an
prestado más de lo que
overtax
correspondía.
with
Eso le
overrates
pasa
because they've
en América,
been loaned more than
Argentina,
was
a Ecuador, a
correspondent
Barbados.
in Argentina,
Pero ¿saben
Ecuador,
a
and that
quién le pasó
happened to
también?
Barbados, but it also
A
happens to
Ucrania.
Ukraine.
Explíquenme cómo es
Explain to me
sistema por el
how
cual
this system
a
in which
Ucrania le endeudan,
Ukraine
la endeudan,
gets in
le
debt,
prestan plata del Fondo
they
Monetario,
they
la
loan
tasa y
them
la
from
sobretasa.
the monetary fund,
Y además,
they
después
loan them money, and they charge them
lo
the
arquea
rates and the
en
over
los
rates.
momentos necesita para que la
And
guerra
at the
continúe.
end, they will provide
¿Cómo es
all
ese
the military necessary so
Si
that the
nosotros
war
no nos damos
continues. So what
que
are we
la
talking about here
desigualdad
in
en
the
la
world?
que está
If you
el
don't
mundo,
realize
el
how
hemisferio sur
unbalanced and unequal the world is, the global south is going to
para
suffer
hacer
too
frente
much
son mucho
because the
menores.
tools that we
Mucho
have are
En un mundo, insisto,
in less number than
donde
what's necessary. In a
11
word that I insist,
personas o 11
11
instituciones
institutions
concentran el
concentrate
40%
40%
del PIB global.
of
Thank you,
the global
President
GDP.
Calderon.
Yeah, about
And I have one more
Thank
question
you,
also,
President
where you will
Calderon.
comment. The advice you will give
The
also at the
advice
same time,
that
not only to the
you will
G20,
give not only
but
to
to
the
the new
G20,
president
but to the
of
new
Mexico,
president
as
of
the
Mexico,
first
Mr.
woman
Calderon.
elected
What
who
would
will
it be,
join the
the
G20,
president elected that we will
President Sheinbaum.
join
Which advice will you give her?
the G20? So what would you tell him?
Well, let me go first about the G20. One is G20, climate change, Latin America. I believe it is important to concentrate all the efforts to establish one price of ton of carbon. Latin America can reduce carbon emission, can sequestrate carbon emissions, and we need to establish an objective parameter to do that. If the government of Brazil or Bolivia or Colombia or Peru can recover the Amazon, if they, through natural ways, grow the rainforest to recover and sequestrate carbon, G20 and the powerful nation can pay one amount of money for each ton of carbon that can be sequestrated. That's gonna, if you are a businessman in renewable energy, in massive transportation system with sustainability, you can receive a payment for that. We need to focus on economic incentives to reduce carbon emission and fighting climate change beyond the speeches, beyond the feelings, beyond the emotions. Pragmatical solution which implies economic incentives with money, clear money, and we need to fight the false idea that tackling climate change implies to fail or to stop global development or economic growth. It's a false dilemma. You can get growth, and also you can tackle climate change, but we need to align the economic incentives. And regarding your questions, let me switch to Spanish because it's quite politically sensitive. I want to be careful with that, but uno, tiene que resistir la tentación del autoritarismo.
I'm going to say it in Spanish. You have to resist the totalitarianism idea. South America and Latin America has not resisted yet this possibility. And the president of Mexico as a leader, he has united Mexico. Mexico's story has been a failure since the United States invasion, when we as Mexicans divide ourselves. So the next president has to unify the Mexicans, because we are the same people that have the same land, that we love the same flag, and we want the same prosperous future to everyone, no matter what our differences are. The future and our prosperity are not in natural resources, in all these beautiful landscapes. The future is in the right of state, rule of law, and the main stone is the judicial court system. To explode that and to take it down is to explode the future of Mexico. No one will believe in the future of Mexico as investors if you don't have legal assurance of if there is no legal system that will protect your investment. We need in Mexico to build this state of rights and democratic institutions being protected, respecting all the processes, and not making a fraud out of the law to give a higher representation for a specific party, and facing with stronger institutions the elephant in the room, which is narco traffic, drug traffic,
and the organized crime. So we need strong institutions of fiscals, of the police, that will be a safe environment for the future that I desire, this for Mexico and for Latin America.
Last question, 50 seconds to answer. Because we are watched and we are supported by so many youth people. If you have, each of you, one advice to give to a young or youth person, what will be? Let's end on a positive note. President Quiroga, one advice.
I don't want to take it so far as to say, if you don't live to serve, you don't serve to live. But I would encourage people, no matter how well you do in life, to dedicate a part of it to public service in a region that sorely needs it. Nothing is as gratifying, nothing contributes more than doing public service for a chunk of your life. It'll do wonders for yourself and for your country.
Prince Santos.
When I was very young, I went to the Navy, and they taught me how to sail. And they taught me that you need to know where you want to go if you want to be a good sailor. But they told me that's good for you in your personal life, in your family, in your business, and in government. Have a port of destiny. And I would say to the young people, choose your port of destiny and never lose hope. If you don't lose hope, you will fight for your port of destiny. And we need you, the young people right now, because they are the ones who can move the leaders to take the correct decisions.
Thank you. President Fernandez.
Well, the
truth is that the first thing is that I would have to think is what happened to my generation that disconnected so much from the young. I think that really we have a problem connecting to them to manage a logic and language.
Y actitudes diferentes. Y la primera pregunta me la hago yo. No sé cuántos consejos puedo darle a los jóvenes, no captando adecuadamente lo que los jóvenes
Allí creo que es el problema que tenemos generacionalmente nosotros. Needs and what the youth thinks is something that is important for us to connect. What I desire in the youth is to have this possibility of facing your issues, dealing with them with resilience, and there's nothing more noble than the act of politics, to give value to the politics that have been so mistreated in the last years, so mistreated, to give value to democracy, so mistreated in the last years, and that the youth understand that this is the best road to take. To be honest, I would like for this to happen, but I think that the biggest problem that we have as a generation is that it costs us a great deal to find what's the speech, the mold, the more precise way to reach the youth.
Spanish.
Please, of course.
I would like to say my final words in Spanish. I'd say that the part of this moment, this era, has to do with the phenomenon of the post-truth. And that generated a disruptive change, absolutely. In the past, we had to recognize that it was easier to move in one direction because we would accept as truth facts, and now it's not like this. So my main suggestion is be critical, question the information that you have access to, and try always to look for the qualifying sources, attend to the science, and try to make your decisions based on right information.
Prince Calderon.
Well,
Presidente Calderon.
It's quite difficult to make an advice, but I believe thinking about the young man I used to be, have a dream, have an honest motive in your life, and embrace it, and fight for it with all your forces. Believe in something. You can believe, I don't care, you can believe in God, you can believe in nature, you can believe in humankind, whatever. Have a dream and fight for it with all your forces. Be congruent, Be honest. Give your life some kind of sense and high purposes. And small advice also, but be a politician, an honest one. If you don't like the current politicians, no offense to anyone here, but if you don't like this, be yourself a politician. Like Mahatma Gandhi used to say, be the change you want to see. That's my advice.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our exceptional leaders. Thank you for your passion. Thank you for your commitment. Thank you for being with us. Thank you very much. Thank you. We'll still stay 2 minutes together. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Just allow me to say a few words of conclusion. We are close to the very end of this FII Priority Summit in Rio. I just would like to thank really the government of Brazil and the city of Rio for the great hospitality. I would like to thank our partners, all our partners who made this conference possible. I hope to see you in a few months in Riyadh. And just because you, the audience, an exceptional job, you will in few seconds see the best of this summit. I would like to thank my colleagues from the FI Institute. I would like to thank my colleagues who did a great job from RNA, who produced this event in a record time. In 4 months, we're able to bring 1,500 delegates from all over the world, almost 200 speakers. You did an amazing job. Thank you. God bless you. Let's watch the best of what you have accomplished all together. Thank you all.
Welcome to FII Priority Summit, Rio de Janeiro.
I'll go ahead and hand you the keys of the city of Rio. I hand you the keys. All the city is yours. All welcome. Thank you very much.
In this room, we have the collective power to drive meaningful change. Together, we can create a future where dignity is not just a dream, but a reality for every person. This summit could be the starting point of something big. Let's join our movement.
Eu acho que eventos como esse, no Brasil e no Rio de Janeiro, presidente, somados à sua iniciativa.
One of the things that we do in FII is ACT. What are we doing internationally? It's only about 20% of our assets under management, but at the same time, this 20% is about $200 billion.
Por isso eu estou orgulhoso. É a primeira vez que o Brasil cedia uma edição da Iniciativa de Investimento Futuro. Esse espaço, que já se consolidou como a Davos do deserto, não deixa nada a desejar para a Davos dos Alpes.
In the context of these increasing tensions, I think government leaders and business leaders both have a real role.
Today we have an opportunity to say, I recognize source and I recognize origin.
The world has changed. Business people can influence government leaders.
I couldn't be more fascinated to spend the morning with President Lula discussing, what is the role of AI?
How to power AI revolution through renewable energy.
We want to be inclusive. This is why today in Rio we're making a big launch. We are launching our first FII Institute TV online.
What makes for you, in your point of view, a person powerful?
The power I have is the power to listen to people.
I like what we are doing here. I like to have FII in Brazil.
We call it the financial capital and the human capital.
On the macroeconomic level, I think there are really long trends that are very interesting.
Move Petrobras to help and support Brazil in its own development.
A pobreza existe, ela é real e nós temos responsabilidade. Esse é o papel do governante. E por isso que o investimento de vocês é bem-vindo. Brasil e Arábia Saudita, nós fazemos parte do Sul global.
Saudi Arabia has made the strategic decision to enhance its relationship with the continent of South America.
Eu queria agradecer ao ministro de Investimentos da Arábia Saudita.
O Brasil está sendo, já é uma realidade,
a grande oportunidade, a grande vanguarda da produção sustentável do mundo e dos combustíveis renováveis.
All these paintings around you, it's an initiative supporting the young talent, the street arts of Rio de Janeiro. And by the way, if you want to buy these paintings, just send us an offer and the money will go to the favelas.
Without problems, we wouldn't be here today at the summit. Without problems, there would be no creativity.
In our part of the world, absolutely development has to come first.
We need respect and also a time for dialogue, to be listening, and probably we can teach you.
We're interested in investing, of course, in technology, in renewable energy, and mining, hopefully, and football too.
Primeiro, rentabilidade para o investidor. Segundo, garantia e fortalecimento da segurança alimentar. E o terceiro é a sustentabilidade ambiental, que o investimento aqui.
Thank you so much for coming tonight. The show is about to start. The show is about to start in a few minutes.
We're the seeds of change. With every step, we're writing tomorrow's page. Uniting dreams under one flag unfurled. Infinite horizons.
Brasil e Arábia Saudita. Ela vai trazer muitos bons frutos, investimentos para gerar emprego, gerar renda e vida digna para as nossas populações.
We are here to be a member of the global community in esports and gaming, and we are creating a global hub for gaming and esports.
When you overlay AI, is going to fundamentally take the financial system and take it to the next level.
So this is the winner that the judges selected, Hera Hatzelbas.
One thing on my wish list, education. Second, education. Third, education.
I think where the big opportunity is digital really changes things.
We had a partnership with Manara, that is BIF and Matan, for 10% of our base metals business that we want to grow.
Being present is definitely a very important part on building the basis of what makes a relation, that's trust.
Our vision is not for Saudi, but beyond Saudi, to be leaders globally.
How can we invest in NEOM project and how can we make money as an investor?
Bringing together and packaging these investment opportunities.
The Europeans are looking at China, no longer just looking at China as big market. They also look at China for access to supply chain technologies. They think the Chinese are the best today.
One of the things that we do in FII is ACT.
I will invest much more on a different kind of communication because in certain way we need to educate people.
La diversidad de género, seguir garantizando el respeto a la diversidad.
Be your own politician. Be your own leader in your country. You have to be able to have the courage to take unpopular decisions. And at the end, people will respect you.
And I think it is key when you have natural resources to make sure you explain the framework.
É investir na dignidade. E essa é nossa prioridade.